Okay, hold on. I'm about to get started. Get the chat going. Chat. Copy. Store chat. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna fix this chat real quick. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. All right, we're here. We're here. We're here. We're here. We're here. Cool. So I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. So I told y'all last pod. Oh, great. I don't know. Oh, I know where to put this. So I told y'all I was gonna come back today. I meant to be back around 9, so I'm gonna be here all day and all night. Guys, so I was gonna go ahead and do a live Gundam build, and I wanted to keep my word. So that's why I'm here right now. And I'm not even gonna waste time. I'm gonna get to it, but I don't know if you can hear me well. Sorry about that. But we're gonna get to it. I'm not gonna even waste time doing all the setup and everything. I never closed down my chat, so everything should work just fine. Sorry about that. Hope you can hear that. Ooh. But anyways, I don't want to waste time. I want to get this going. I want to get this done. But I finally fixed the problem that I have. I think we're going to change it up. The only issue is I don't know if I can hear it or not. But yes, today we're going to finish up the last build of the year. We're building the AC Gundam based on your vote. If you want to see right there, based on your vote. So we did the mobility first, and now we're going to do the AZ Gundam. And the reason why I got to do this now is because the AZ Gundam has a transform mode, so it's going to take me a while to get all this done. So let's go ahead and knock this out. We're going to go ahead and get started. But before that, I got to address something. One of my own. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me 1 second. Where are we at? I can't believe that. Ooh, I saw that. I was so mad. I can't believe you sent me that. Come on, you're supposed to be part of the team. You gonna let me know and hurt my feelings? Like, man, oh, I'm so mad, so mad. And honestly, I'm only mad because jealousy. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm glad you got her, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous. But it's all right. My summoning session for next year. I'm just waiting. Next year is what I really care about, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like I said, not like what I said, but like Brian said, we ain't even that good with Quick anyway, so it's fine. I ain't losing no sleep. Again, I am a Buster arts student. I'm good with arts. I'm great with Buster, so I'm okay. But anyways, but seriously, man, shout out to you. Seriously, shout out to you. I'm glad you got the summoning. Don't worry, one day. I don't even know though, because the problem is that a lot of servants that I want are coming out next year. I'm in a hard save mode, and because I'm in a hard save mode, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get her next year. That's gonna be tough. There's too many servants, and particularly a key servant next year. That, yeah, like next year I'm on super save mode. So, but it's fine. Hey, put it like this. It took me years. Hope you can hear me. It took me years before I could get. Oh, I guess I should be showing this off. My bad. I should be showing this off. It took me years before I could get Lancer Artoria. So I could wait a couple more years before I get Skaha Scotty. So I'm okay. Like I said, I am not the best at quick, so I'm okay lacking in quick. But anyways, with that being said, you know, again, shout out to you. Like I said, I'm joking by the way, with a hint of jealousy, but I am joking. You know, I'm happy for you. I'm glad you got her. And it's bad because you're like, when I first came back, I was like, geez. But hey, that's good though. I'm happy you got her. For real, like for real. You know, hey man, anytime you get the servant or the task or the character that you want, you know, that deserves a celebration. I'm telling you, probably in the near future, I'm definitely going to add a sound effect, so every time y'all get what you want and you let me know, I'm gonna make sure to do like a little sound effect to say congratulations. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm happy for you with the hint of jealousy. But anyways, let's go ahead and get to this build. So first things first, you know, gotta show y'all each runner. I know some of y'all want to see the runners, so showcase the runners real quick. So you can see them. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, is that in frame? Make sure it's in frame so you can see it. Boom. All right. Stop. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna change it up a little bit today. I'm gonna do something. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but I don't care. We're gonna do it anyways. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But if it does, then we're gonna do it. But I decided, since this is the last stream of the year, the sad truth is I won't be able to there we go. The sad truth though is I won't be able to the sad truth is I won't be able to see. I gotta turn on T-line. No, I won't be able to monitor my audio, so I still gotta fix that. So I gotta see. What I decided to do is, because I kind of remember, I thought I'll go ahead and put on some of my favorite videos, because I finally got, check this out. Let me go to you too small. And maybe I might make this small actually. But I finally got this to actually work. So now we can actually scroll. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that came out. Cool. So now we can actually scroll and actually check out things. Because I finally got the scroll working again. That was my issue. I couldn't get it working. But now that we got it working, oh my god, I'm not gonna do that. That seems weird. So I'm gonna put on some of my favorite YouTube channels, and I'm gonna react while I build, just to give us something to do. So you don't always just have to hear, just be like, oh, well, is it good or not? So I want to kind of change it up, add some stuff to it. Let's see, PC4. It's going to already take that off. Do we need more PCs on this page? Nope. Looks like there's no PCs here. Okay, so we're gonna go with PC4. So we need E1. I need to cut you out real quick just so you're ready to go. Oh, wait a minute. Are you even seeing me right now? Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing me right now. Yeah, we're going to cut this out real quick, because it's a piece I am going to definitely need. I already know. Just going to get this out. You know, I shouldn't. I just want to knock it out. Wait a minute. I think this is actually the one I need. Yep. C1. That's funny. Leave you right there. So we need C1, D1. No, C1 and C2. D1. D1. Then it says D1, E1. B1. B2. And what's it say? C2 and D2. D2 and I got C2. Can I do it? C2. And do I need E2 too? E2 anywhere? Nope, no E2. Okay, cool. Yep. Alright, perfect. Not perfect, because that's a stat. That's fine. Okay. So let's start with E1. E1 and B1. Start there first. Okay. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, let's watch some YouTube. Let's watch well, let's just watch some video. I shouldn't say YouTube. Oh, you know what? I didn't even start this. Okay, I can say it now. Hold on. Okay, let's do this. There we go. All right, there we go. So yeah, so let's watch some videos. Put on some stuff that I'm interested in while I'm doing this build. You know what? Just so I can monitor this, I'm gonna have to watch this with y'all. Do I have pass this in? Nope. Okay, that's almost dead. Oh no, I don't think that one has. Okay, hold on. let me get some headphones so I could watch this with y'all, so we could watch this together. All right, here we go. Whew. I was afraid I had my other camera on. So again, this is my last live stream for the year. Then at this show, I'll be back next year. Ooh. I'm trying to figure out. Sorry, I'm doing some testing. I definitely want to put something on. Okay. All right. I got one guy I want to watch right now. All right, I'm gonna go to this channel. This is probably one of my favorite FGL channels. I guess we'll watch this first. Because I see he got some new video out, and I kind of want to know what this is about. So we're gonna watch this together. We're gonna watch this one together. Oh yeah, also make sure to subscribe. But I definitely go to him for, just like I said, just give us something to listen to while I build, and maybe share my commentary on stuff. Let me see. Oh, what am I doing? Let me go to, because again, I don't have a way of monitoring this real time, so boo. All right, here we go. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's check this out. See what's going on. Oh,
death to force him to use his MP. Okay, wow, This guy just came out swinging. This isn't true at all. Even in the context of Extella, sure, he lost against Nero, Tamamo, and Saber, but...
So I just want to say this. I've listened to this at your time, so when I react, there may be a delay. I could tell that there's a delay. This is weird. I'm hearing myself play back, and I really hate it. I hate this so much, by the way. I really do. Like, I just said it. I'm listening to myself saying it. But whatever. Let's go ahead and check.
But he also has beaten Ku and Li Shuin. But if we're being honest here, nobody's really looking to Iskander for power. At least I would hope not. I hope people aren't looking at Iskander like he's just off the chain strong. I gave him his credit where I felt like it was due, but as far as him actually putting it down in real deal fights, he more so just shows up and shows off his feats more so than him having any on his own. And you should see the next comment after this. You can tell this guy was hurt. He says, I mean, if we're just counting wins and losses.
Yeah, I've never really been a fan of him, although I did like him in the show. So yeah, he was pretty good. It was pretty funny. I like him with Waver.
Losses, regardless of context, add him turning Lancelot into a cripple from getting stampeded by the bulls. Clearly this is Iskander's biggest fan. Even after the fact, you have somebody telling him, bro, you mean the same bulls that blindsided him while he was fighting somebody else? That's a crazy feat, man. Crazy feat. You mean the same Lancelot that got right back up after he got ran over by the bulls? Man, that's just unreal. Delusional. Here's another one. Archer Emiya gets hyped up by the fandom and he talks a lot of smack too. But remember, he only won against Cursed Arm Hassan. Laugh my fucking ass off. Medea was literally immortal in her domain, and Archer even stated that trying to fight her in her domain is just a waste of time and stupid. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. The only person that's stupid here, there's no way he's serious. Is he serious, guys? So you telling me that you're giving Medea credit for having territorial advantage while Emiya didn't? You're telling me that you're giving Medea credit when she had class advantage. The man was literally sniping under her at close range. This man was operating at a deficit. No way.
All right, there's gonna be a delay. Sorry. Okay. God, this react sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I need. Okay, new fix. I need to get a way to monitor my audio. Like, this is the reason why I didn't do it, but. Yeah, because I'm literally putting myself at a delay, and I really don't be needing to, but and I'm over here listening to this like carefully, like, okay, what is he saying? I'm like, because I have a feeling I'm gonna jump the gun on one of these things one time. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, this is right. Okay. B19. Oh. B19. Alright, anyway, let's keep going.
Let's completely ignore the extra verse. I know you haven't read that, so you probably don't count it. Let's completely ignore him keeping up with Ku at close range, even though this man's an archer. Oh, Ku was holding back. I don't give a damn. He shouldn't be that good at close range. But guess what happened? He was about to force Ku to use his best move, and that went beyond Kirei's instructions, and he had to remind himself not to do so. And one of the worst offenders of all, and the person under this brought this up too, are we just forgetting the fact that he beat Herc 6 times in a row? I guess that don't count either. Are you drunk? Nah, you must have opened up these threads with that Henny, bro. He wrote that with the Henny in hand for sure. You gotta be drunk. Here's the next one. Gilgamesh, repeatedly mentioned as the strongest, can see into the future, can somewhat ignore being literally dead, and has the most.
Okay, yes, Emiya is a beast. But I'll be honest, I never really been a big fan of Emiya. But yeah, he's definitely had his feet. But yeah, just never been the number one person I've ever really played this. He's on my top pick list. But yeah, I can't really argue with this feat because he's definitely done some work. But part of me feels like well, I mean, I just know. I mean, he is a main character. I was gonna say the main character syndrome, but of course that makes total sense. All right, let's go back.
Most hyped up and dick roll weapon in the entire franchise proceeds to lose virtually every fight he's in due to his ego. Okay, I agree with that to a certain extent. Now, all my people already know I'm a Gil fan. I want to preface this by saying I'm a Gil fan because a lot of you dudes are probably new or just passing by. When we talk about the biggest frauds here, we're more so speaking to who is more than likely incapable of doing these things that they are quote unquote said to be able to pull off, right? I'm not penalizing Gil for being held back by the story. I've seen too many contrived circumstances with him. And I've seen too many situations where when he's not held back and he can do what he actually wants to, he's really standing on business. So to say that he's a fraud, I would say yes and no. There's a lot more context to it. Anybody that doesn't like Gilgamesh isn't gonna give him any leeway. That's just true. Because whenever he is going off, whenever he is putting it down, then the conversation switches. And I love this part. They start to move the goalposts. One of their favorite tactics. Then it becomes, oh, well, he pulled it off, but barely. What the fuck? You just said that he couldn't do it. Now it's, oh, well, he barely did it. Oh, well, that's only because this person. Oh, stop being a hater. Spare us, please. Just spare us. Hold on. What about in the Fate route when Arturia got dog walked before she had Avalon? When everything was just fair and square, right? Oh, that's only because no. You see what's gonna happen? Oh, that's
okay. So no, I gotta take that back. I forgot. I'm streaming right now. I gotta support. So no. No, yeah, no, I won't skip. I won't skip. I won't skip. I won't skip. Well, no, I will skip, but I'm gonna let it play because, like I said, I'm over here watching. I'm watching their content, so why not support? I totally forgot. I mean, again, like I said, I am a fan of this guy, so I don't want to cost this dude any money because I want him to keep doing videos. So yeah. When I stream, I ain't going to do too much. I'll skip, but just not too much. Maybe I'll put on mute, but at least I'll let it play. Maybe I'll put on mute or something. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll put on mute or something. But I do want to at least make sure that it played. Oh, this delay is killing me, by the way.
Only because Shiro's her master. Stop it. Get some help. But when she gets Avalon in the second fight and she beats Gilgamesh, all of a sudden, Shiro being her master doesn't even matter. Nobody cared about it then because your point gets proven, right? Moving the goalposts. As if having a bad master is equivalent to all of a sudden gaining 60 conceptual defense. Yeah, okay. I mean, the obvious answer is Gilgamesh, who manages to lose fights he should have no problems winning because he has his head up his own ass. Again, strange fate. He's beating Herc after coming off the back of Richard spamming him with more than 20 Excaliburs back to back and still beating him. We're gonna completely ignore that. He's beating Herc and forcing him to use some of his best moves, and then he gets jumped by Humbaba and Ishtar. By the way, I got the key that you left at the beginning of the story. Am I really holding that against Gilgamesh because he dropped the key? Because we know how that would have ended if that wasn't the case. We know. It's funny that that worked against him because that's his loss, but isn't that convenient that every time his ego is his loss? And I bring up that same thing about Karna, and it begs the question sometimes, is it really always the ego? Look at what Gawain does to Karna. Look at what Sig does to Karna. Do you think Sig and Gawain is better than Karna? Oh, those are circumstances. Circumstances aside, if Karna is nerfed, they shouldn't beat him, especially the way that they did. Karna already got nerfed before he came into the story. And if you know his myth, you know he's supposed to be universal. So you took that from him to begin with. Then he gets into the story and he gets nerfed again, while Gawain is getting more and more buffs. And when Gawain finally beats him, you champion Gawain for being human after nerfing Karna all these different times. Karna was literally in the story fighting this man with no weapon because his mana consumption is quote unquote just that high. And Gawain was begging him to pull out his spear because he felt so offended. It's like, damn, how many times are you gonna nerf these characters? If you were gonna create them just to nerf them this hard, then why even let them exist? And I rock with Gawain too. But that fight was goofy. There's a lot of heinous acts going on in this series, and that goes beyond the writing. Same thing with Gilgamesh. They wanted somebody to win, and it's just fitting for it to not be the person that's stronger. It's not impressive, and let me tell you how bogus these guys are. Because when Emiya takes 6 lives from Herc, well, he didn't beat Herc, but he took 6 lives, so it's still impressive. The ultimate glaze. He's not a god, he's just a guy, it's just more impressive. Which is true, I've said that myself. But you do not keep the same energy. When Gilgamesh stands on business, when he's going toe to toe with Enkidu, who is literally one of the strongest people in the Nasuverse, without question, and he's bringing him to a tie, nobody has anything to say. Because again, Gilgamesh is at the top. Well, he's supposed to win. So Gilgamesh can't win regardless, because if he loses, you count it against him, no matter how contrived it is. If he does do well, he was at the top, he was supposed to win anyway. Or they just do the classic move the goalpost. Here's the same one. Also, kind of the entirety of the Saber class. They have some of the most
I like that word, move the goalpost. I use that all the time now.
This game,
Because it's facts.
you're not ready for it.
Yeah. No. I'm gonna let it play. But I'm also gonna put you on mute. That's what we're gonna do. So this gives me time to talk. Okay, so yeah, this is great. So whenever a commercial comes out, I'll just put it on mute, and it gives me a chance to talk. So that works out. Yeah, so that's what we'll do. All right, I am looking for D1. There it is. And we need D1. I'm literally realizing I'm not cutting this properly. Like, I'm really not doing this like I'm supposed to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be no marks and everything. Alright, looks like it's coming back. Alright, we're about to unmute it now. Where's the...
To be the strongest class, yet they get beaten the shit out of in every Grail War, though they at least win in the end most of the time. The next one, Angry Mango, all the world's evils, king of demons, god of darkness, a living calamity incarnate, ironically really weak. And then the next response, he admits himself that he's weak, so no fraud here. Right off the bat, I feel like people are misunderstanding the context of the question to begin with. They're trying to call characters fraudulent that are literally written to be that way on purpose. That's not really being a fraud. We have one from Inu, Emiya the faker himself. No, but really it's Void Shiki. Very true. And if many people have seen my profile on Shiki, I went into the fact how she is supposed to be a character that towers above all, even going way back. But one thing that often doesn't get brought up is her lack of feats. Her being the strongest is the statement directly from her. She doesn't really have anything to back that up beyond the mystic eyes. Now granted, she is still stronger than most people by default from just having the mystic eyes. I've talked about that also. There are a lot of people that she shouldn't be able to take out that she would be able to whack just from having those eyes. They can't stop her. It's just a matter of her getting to them, which in most cases should be highly unlikely. But her being one of the strongest is something that's on paper. It's I can remap the world if I want to. It's I can restructure the laws of the things that's around me. And another thing that a lot of people don't bring up is that this is constricted to Kara no Kyokai. So yeah, she may be the strongest, but we don't necessarily know that for sure outside of Kyokai because we haven't seen that. Even though she's been summoned as Void Shiki in FGO, you still have to remember that she's in a servant container. So unless Nasu writes it to be true, she wouldn't be able to go outside of the system anyway. She would be constricted to whatever the fate system lets her do, or whatever the counterforce lets her do. But this is something that's highly strong from her being connected to the root. Again, context matters. This is the same one also from Inu. No, she isn't. She stated herself on record that she would have zero chance against enemies of FGO unless it's specific conditions. Nasu himself has stated Void would not be able to defeat a single servant, although this is probably definitely retcon. That's definitely retcon. And that's another thing. Y'all gotta realize how old these statements are. Like when they pull these statements out, I'm not gonna say all of them don't even matter because that's just not true, but they are extremely relative. We're talking about statements that are almost 20 years old. We're talking about when it was only Fate Stay Night or only when Fate was just starting. Of course the scale is going to be completely different. Case in point, the statement about her not being able to take on a single servant is complete bullshit because she's a servant herself now. So you're telling me that as a servant, she's not allowed to take on other servants? You see what I'm getting at here? That statement may have not have been an issue then, but it can be perceived as an issue now because it's different now. And I'm usually the type to never go against the creator, but even by his own logic that doesn't make sense. That's why you really gotta be careful with these statements and also consider the time frames too. Some of them are just, but not all. She was barely able to win against a single Magus, Soren Arya. Okay, again, context. Soren had territorial advantage. This is her first time fighting against him when he's been strategically trying to figure out how to take her down the whole story. It's like the prep time conversation. If Shiki had nearly the same.
Notion has been the centerpiece of my workflow. I can take notes, create folders, manage tasks, and build products. Not to mention it's...
My bad. I didn't know a commercial was coming. My bad. We're gonna mute it. My bad. Alright. Huh, Okay, so, I don't know. I mean, I gotta look more into that. I mean, I don't really have a response for that, honestly. I mean, I'll just be real with you. I don't really have a response. What the heck? Why does this thing keep... Every time I click this one, it just falls apart. I mean, like, not the piece, but it just is falling apart. E2 46 B2 E2 B2. So we need E2. So we need E2 and B2. Alright, we're gonna look for that real quick. So here's B2. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're getting back to it. Unmute.
Then it would be a fair fight. You giving all these handicaps against Shiki, didn't have her sword at first, couldn't read his body composition because that was literally her first time seeing him, had all the antagonists working against her and she beat all of them, and had the area to work against her to boot. All these handicaps against Shiki. The next thing you're gonna tell me is that it was unfair that Toko had to step in. So like Monica, who is also connected to the root, but definitely not one of the most OP characters. Okay, that's a lie. I think that's a lie. I gotta say it. She definitely has broken traits, but that would not matter with a lot of other characters who are more broken in different ways. When I'm thinking about a fraud, I'm thinking like Joan and Iskander being top servants in Extella. Because we all know, based on what they've done, that's insane. That's insane by any standard. Has nothing to do with them being held back by the story like a lot of these characters that are being brought up. Nothing at all. If Iskander wasn't held back by the story, he still wouldn't be one of the best servants. He still wouldn't be. If Joan wasn't held back by the story, she still wouldn't be a top servant. Yet if you go to Extella and you look at the statement that Nasu gave you, it's very clear that's what he quote unquote said. That's truly misleading. And for those who can't read between the lines, we all know that the reason that they have that statement behind them is because they're fan favorites and Nasu wanted to reincorporate them back into the story. So Extella would sell better. That's the whole reason, in case you need the author to hand feed you. As far as the Monica thing, I think it's because despite being connected to the root, they are constrained within their human bodies, so they have limitations on what can be done. That didn't stop Monica from bringing out the Beast of 666. Did that stop her from possessing Norma in Fate Labyrinth? In Fate Prototype, albeit not finished. And by Fate Prototype, I mean the one that comes after Fragments. In the one that comes after Fragments, Monica literally resummoned all the servants from the past war. So it's not a matter of she can, it's a matter of what Nasu wants in that time. And again,
my bad, I had to pause. But I should have said this earlier, that if you are playing FGL, whatever, there probably will be spoilers. So, my bad if I ruined the story for anybody. Either way, let's get back to it.
And strong characters do not have favor with his writing, unless maybe if you're a lead character. And it's the same with most people's writing. Nobody wants to see the strong character win. They want to see them lose. That's just what it is. But we be lying to sit here and say she's not busted. I can't imagine all the things she would have done if she wasn't held back by the story. Here's a hot take. I believe that pre-Draco Nero was very gassed. She can live up to the standard now because she's actually a beast, so she's really putting on for that role. But when she was just Saber class, her being able to do all that she's been able to do in the story just because Nasu wanted her to, it's foolery. When I made her don't sleep, you had several people coming in and saying, yeah, I like Nero, but this is crazy gas. Her being able to hang with Emiya, Tamamo, and Gilgamesh just because she's a part of the main cast. I guess Nero is hanging with those characters. I guess Nero is hanging with Tamamo, who is literally baby Amaterasu. What the fuck? And I'm gonna be honest, there's really not too much to get into here because everybody's just saying Gilgamesh, and I've already expressed what I think about that, so I'm not really gonna dwell on it too much more. But I think that's unfair. Context wise, I think that's unfair. If we're gonna talk being an actual fraud, let's talk about that. I'm not here to talk about who or who isn't being held back by the story. Cause if we're gonna go by that logic, Ku's a fraud. And I know damn well Ku's about that. But guess what? He's written to always die. But y'all like Ku, right? I do too, but I'm just making a point. Y'all like Ku, so nobody's gonna hold that against Ku. Man, this man Ku can literally be summoned into every class. Damn near. Literally every class.
I just want to say this about Ku. I don't know if anybody used to watch Digimon back in the day. But just to let you know, he is literally the Leomon of FGO. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of servants die, you know, because of his story, whatever. But Ku has a special place, though. It says snap, right? It didn't snap. Oh, shoot. I mean, I felt it, but it didn't really snap, but oh well. It's fine. Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? Uh-oh. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, no. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's how I snap. And then you go like this. Oh, just had a sonic boom. And we're not talking Street Fighter, people. We're talking about actual sonic booms. If you ain't never felt that. Oh, my fault. Let's get back to it.
In this series, you know what happens to him? Gashinda. Every time Gashinda. I guess he's a fraud. No, he's being held back. Call it what it is. I think Ilya is misleading for anybody who hasn't seen Prisma Ilya or the Don't Sleep. I really believe people fail to realize how capable she is with this mystic code. Not unbeatable, because I have shown that, but just way more powerful than it seems. And being a fraud can go both ways. It doesn't just have to be the person is weaker. It could be the case like Emiya, as I mentioned earlier, where they're stronger than they look. So it doesn't just have to be one way either. Same thing with Darius. Darius doesn't have the type of feats on paper as all these other characters. They're beasts, they're grands, they're connected to the root. But guess what Darius did? This man ended the world dolo. I'm still in shock to this day. Weaved it together, whatever you want to call it. Oh, he had help, whatever you want to call it. That's a crazy feat. Gilgamesh and Ilya literally had to bounce back through time to reverse what he did because they couldn't stop it. And one more group that I want to get into before we close out is the Eldritch Servants. All of the Eldritch Servants, by and large, should be stronger than everybody in the verse on paper, but we hardly ever get to see them do anything. And that's not to say that they haven't done anything at all. They just haven't scaled nearly as high as they could based on their background. People like Kali, if you know her background, I went into her. Again, not to say that she doesn't have feats, but for what she should be capable of, crazy fraudulent in verse, and I highly doubt they'll ever give it to her. It would have to be some type of a parody for these extremely strong servants to get the credit that they deserve. I think Orion is a fraud and shouldn't be Grand Archer, and I have glossed over that a little bit on the channel. I want to preface that by saying I do like Orion. I liked Orion before everybody else hopped on the bandwagon, before he was a Grand, before Atlantis was a thing, back when it was just him and Artemis. I got the lore up on the channel from years ago. The thing with Orion is that while he is strong, there's a lot of caveats for him to get to that place. Way too many caveats for him to be a Grand. Yeah, he has his feats against Artemis. I'm not taking from that. It's just that you got him getting cleaned up by servants like Canis, literally had to nerf her and jump her to stand his ground. Why are you jumping people when you're supposed to be of this status? You shouldn't have to do all that as a Grand. And if you read Atlantis, you know. You got servants out here sacrificing themselves, you getting buffs from the nanomachines, buffs from Hephaestus, things that you wouldn't even normally have. All of that just to be.
I actually just made it to Atlantis, and I will say, yeah, that does make sense. That yeah, I actually think that's a good point.
Barely good enough. That's a lot of assistance for you being quote unquote Grand Servant. Well, on the flip side, I think back to the introduction of Hassan, and he's getting nerfed, and he's still better than everybody else. It's like a complete U-turn, a downgrade even to what a Grand is supposed to be. Overall, if I had to just give it to one person, I'd say Void Shiki. I'm sure there's plenty of others that I could give it to, but she definitely needs something to back up those statements. And it's not even the fact that I don't believe it, it's just that if I had to prove it, I couldn't. Because what am I gonna prove it with? Her saying it in the story? Let's be real.
No matter what you do.
All right, so make sure you subscribe. You know, check out his channel, subscribe. He's one of my favorite FGO YouTubers out there. Well, not FGO, Fate YouTubers, I guess you could say. So, definitely like his stuff. Like I said, I've been listening to that dude early on, so. No, I definitely use them as a recap, so if I forget some things, and I forget a lot of things. You know, he's definitely one of my go-to guys on the internet, so I definitely recommend. So yeah, make sure to subscribe, check him out, check out his channel. You know, so yeah. So we'll go to the, let me finish this part right here. And then we go to, what is it, C2? No. That's C1. That's A. D1, D2. Oh, I found it. I guarantee this is it. Yep, C2, there it is. You know what I want to look for? I wonder if anybody has the Ghost Gundam high grade review, because that is one I do want to get. I don't know if it's been shipped yet, but let's see. What am I doing? Oh, okay. Well, interesting. Okay. Oh, my fault. Not got no cost. Let's see if it pops up. Oh, there is a review. The only one. Oh, you see, this is one of my favorite Gundam YouTubers right here. But I guess he hasn't got it yet. I mean, did that come out a year ago? No. Okay. Yeah, that's not the model kit. Okay. So, I already saw this one. You know what? Why not? Let's react because this probably give you. No, I want to wait for that review. So, I'll go to the channel.
Gunpla. Let's face it.
Reviews that I want to look at. No, I didn't finish watching this one. Let's watch this. Why not? Alright. Yeah, I started watching that one, but now I had to go. So we'll go ahead and watch that review. See what that kit's all about. So I actually do have a list of kits I'm looking for, so why not check that one out? Oh, what am I doing? You're not even seeing the screen. I mean, well, you see the screen, it's not seeing the part. But yeah, I'm very interested. And what he has going on. And this kit, let me see. You go. I'll be honest with you. I do not necessarily like Build Fighters kits, and it's not because they're bad kits, but it's because it's just a pain to do shorts with Build Fighters kit because they got so much information. I actually have 2 Build Fighter kits literally on waiting because I don't know if I could put all the information in there because it just has too much information. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. All right, here we go. All right, we're about to unmute.
Antenna. Also known as the V-fin in the West, this is definitely, probably, most certainly, and maybe, the most iconic part of what makes a Gundam a Gundam. But which Gundam has the best V-fin? We've got the standard old one in white. It's just a generic V,
Agreed.
Red on white, classic and awesome. Over time then it developed to being red on yellow, still holding onto the same design. But over time it's changed through multiple iterations. Double V-fins, V-fins stacked on top of V-fins, simple V-fins blended into the actual head of the Gundam. There are so many out there, even one that's quite literally a mustache. But like I mentioned, which Gundam actually has the greatest V-fin? Well, it's undeniable really. It is, of course, the Psycho Blade V-fin that we see in advance of Zeta. It's straight up like one of those kick-ass designs you would see on the front of some kind of ship, like a pirate ship. This looks so, so good. It's angelic, amazing, fantastic, and we do actually have it in.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually do like that V-fin. He's not lying. But I don't really like the Gundam, I guess I could say. You see, again, if they come out with a Gundam Breaker 4, put this guy in there, and I'm gonna be, wait a minute, isn't he already in Gundam Breaker 3? I think he is in Gundam Breaker 3. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to go into. Okay, I'm gonna have to go into Gundam Breaker. Okay, I'm gonna play Gundam Breaker in a little while when I get done.
Model kit form. Let's check it out. Hey, what is up everyone? Today I'm taking a look at this right here. This is, whoa, that's a mouthful right there. The ARZ-124 Gundam TR6 Woundwort Psycho Blade Custom AOZ Reboot version. So yeah, this to me looks just like the normal Woundwort, and right now I'm trying to get through all of the kits that came out in 2023 that I haven't gotten around to, so this is probably going to be a little less of a review and more of the Gundam TR6 Woundwort Psycho Blade Custom AOZ Reboot version, the experience. So here we go, let's get it built.
Do you know the US solar company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in California, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely no net cost. All you have to do is ask. Solar companies...
Stupid. Boo. No, I mean, again, we're going to support. So just so when it goes on commercial, that gives me a chance to talk, say my piece. Even though I have nothing to say. Alright, one day I'm going to fix this monitoring issue. Alright, let's get back to it. Never mind. Gonna keep letting it play. But yes, this delay is killing me. I don't know if you noticed, but the reason I hear breakage because it's just a delay. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let me get back.
It's right here. This is Runner E2, and what this has on it is some new parts. These are parts for the upper legs, at least so far. This is labeled Advance of Zeta Reboot, so that does mean that this is a newer one. This isn't the upper legs of the standard Woundwort. This is a 2022 runner, so how that will change the Woundwort should be fairly interesting. And boom, there it is built. So there is the Psycho Blade in all of its glory. Now this Woundwort is a little different than I expected it to be, and actually this little Psycho Blade is a little better than I expected it to be. When I saw it in Bandai's own imagery, it didn't really look that ridiculously cool, but here it's not too bad. It is in a gold, an injection gold, which I wasn't expecting. I thought it would be yellow, but overall this looks pretty nice. The Woundwort, however, is pretty much exactly the same as we would have seen before, but in a slightly different color. Overall though, looking pretty cool. Onto the aesthetics. So jumping on into the aesthetics, and there's the Woundwort in all of its glory. Now
I'll be honest. Like I said, I'm not a fan of the Woundwort. I love the V-fin. The V-fin's great. But I don't like it. Not one of my favorite designs. The only thing I would want is the head and then put it on something else. That's all I would want to do. And technically just a V-fin. Alright, let's keep going.
Seen multiple variants of the Woundwort.
And some of the stuff I'm going to skip because I want y'all to actually check out his video. So I'm going to skip some of these parts when he starts talking about certain things.
before, the white version, the purple version. This one I thought was one of the purple versions, but it's actually straight up in a black. And a black with a little bit of a, well, it's kind of hard to tell, a greenish hue maybe, but it's definitely a black plastic. Besides that though, it's physically the same as what we would have seen with the multiple wound warts we would have seen before, besides this Psycho Blade. We do have some new parts inside of the legs, but overall when it does come to the aesthetics, they don't really make that big of a difference. Now, even though this kit has been retooled to some minor degrees, some of the aspects I've always wished were a little bit better have not been really dealt with in this. The color accuracy could be a little bit better, there are some stickers in here included for some parts, and we don't have those absolutely insane Advance of Zeta red fingertips. Now, maybe Bandai can't do this in plastic, especially in the high grade, so I can't really complain too much there, but that would have been cool. So jumping now into the full 360 spin, and this Psycho Blade version of the Wound Wart is definitely unique, and the Wound Wart has always been, amongst mecha that have the moniker Gundam, one of the most ridiculous and over the top. We've got so many angles, so many curves, and it's just not like many mecha out there, especially ones that have the name Gundam. A unique kit with...
You know what this kind of reminds me of? Zone the Enders.
Without a doubt, but definitely not a perfect one. This is one of those kits that sadly is rife with a lot of issues, and in the end you do get a fairly unique kit, one that is a little bit on the awkward side to handle, and one with a lot of model kit woes. However, in universe, something like this is meant to be a prototype, so that in a way kinda holds true to the Wound Wart in essence. So the Wound Wart is one of those Bandai exclusive, built from the ground up kits, and it's been one of the ones that's been going for the longest, so when it does come to the kind of model kit issues this has all over it, I'm kind of a little bit forgiving, but I will point them out. First off, the dark plastic on this, which is a kind of bluish black, sometimes looks a bit greenish in some lights, it's hard to tell, but that does mark quite a lot when nipped out. Now,
Nope. If you want to hear that, you're going to have to watch the video. Alright, let's see what we can skip ahead to. Go to
I didn't do any cleaning out, but would, or should I pop on?
Warhammer 40,000. Rogue
Alright, so, yeah, I mean, again, never really been a fan of that one, but he's right, that's probably, to me, one of the best Gundam V fins out there. At least I like it. I don't know if y'all feel the same way, but I know I do.
Pretty cool, but sadly, Bandai did cheap out a little bit in that regard. So next up in here is the hands. First up are these widespread open hands in this kind of relaxed pose. These, once again, have always been in all of these Wound Wart kits, and they are for the best Gunpla videos. But anyway, this is what it is like. I have done the actual articulation on the Wound Wart before. This is no really different. They've changed the upper legs a little bit, but it seems to be so it can attach onto the new Barzan parts. But anyway, what we're going to do finally is the transformation to see how this transforms. We have done that before as well, but not in this nice color with that cool V fin. So finally now onto the transformation, and just like everything with the rest of this kit, this is neither smooth nor fluid or really all that impressive at all. This is mainly a parts formation, but for the most part it does what it needs to do. First of all, you have to disassemble this down to all of its different aspects, that being the arms, upper body, crotch zone, legs, it all has to come apart. The arms need to be straightened out, then curled up into stored away little units like what you're seeing right here. Next up, you need to fold up the legs. First off, you add this little bit of a segment in under two of these. This is the first part that is actually added to this transformation. Flip up the bottom of the legs like so, and then they're ready to go. One sad thing about this parts formation is the fact that you don't use this torso at all. Instead, use this part right here, where you can actually see where the head would have recessed into it, and there's no color separation whatsoever for all the parts in the head that should have been the color they should have been, nor is this the actual V-fin we're seeing on this kit. The crotch unit, then you need to flip down the big rear skirting armor, flip it around. Onto this little piece of body, then you add everything you took off, being the shoulder armor bits, the curled up arms. Then you take the crotch armor section, fold down the back rear armor like so, flip it around, then you attach everything you had just recombined in underneath all of this. Bring up the big old crotch area, which I will mention does have a little bit of a sub-arm section inside of, but we won't be taking a look at that today. I did show it in the other review, however. And then finally you need to align the legs in order to attach into this. Now this did not really work out for me. I'm not sure what's going on here, but the legs will not go all the way down in the waist. Something has been built a little bit incorrect or a little bit funny, or there's a mechanism here I can't understand. But these are going to have to be disassembled for me to try it out properly, but that I don't have time for today. So this is what I ended up with. You get the gist of what this will look like transformed. And that right there is it for the review. This and all the wound warts and all the TR6s that are out there is not a kit I would ever recommend at all. These are very, 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 very unique. Now, I absolutely love them to bits, and I would say people who love Advance of Zeta kits like a specific kind of thing. These are prototypes in the world, or should I say the universe of Universal Century, and like prototypes, these feel like prototypes. They're janky, they're weird, they need adapters to attach to each other, they don't really work that well, and the kits themselves in a vacuum are not perfect out of box. If you want something that's a really, really ridiculously unique with a bit of a Gundam flair, give this a go. If you just like awesome, perfect out of the box Gundam kits, this might not be the one for you. Anyway, I got mine through Buy, link in the description if you want your own. As always, thank you so much for watching. Make sure to come back for more Gunpla reviews. This was Silver Tier, by the way, and I will see you next time. So this video right here would not have been possible without each and every single one of you guys who watches my videos.
Damn. If I knew he was gonna do a raid, I would have stopped it. But I'm just gonna let y'all know, yeah, if you wanted to see the entire video, you gotta go check it out. But again, make sure to check out his stuff. Big fan of his content, so definitely go to him for a lot of my kind of reviews. So make sure to check out his channel. Let's see what else we could find. No. Oh, let's watch some. Yeah, okay, Watch Mojo. I ain't watched Watch Mojo in forever. But yeah, let's check it out. Let's see what the top 10, because this is one of the. They're saying the top 10 mech battles. I'm very curious. If they don't have one, if they don't have my favorite mech battle in here, this one is a joke. I can't even accept it. So let's see what they got. Let's go ahead and watch Mojo in years.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream. Get internet.
I just realized, listen back, I said it wrong. Let's go ahead and watch Mojo, because I ain't watched Watch Mojo in years, is what I meant to say.
Going big. Clash of Clans.
I just want to get to it over.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 greatest mecha battles in anime. Number 20, XM2 Rainleaf vs Pale Rider, 86. After her knight Kiria was assimilated into an AI army and turned into a Legion Shepherd, Frederica asks Shin to help free him if he ever encounters him.
I never watched this, so maybe. I never seen it though, so I can't really speak on it.
The leader of the Spearhead Squadron finally got the chance to fulfill that request when he confronted Kiria, who goes by the codename Pale Rider, on the battlefield. Despite having a huge size advantage over Shin's Rainleaf, the lad, also known as the Undertaker, is easily able to go toe-to-toe with the powerful machine. The battle finally comes to its conclusion when Frederica distracts Kiria, allowing Shin to get close to his core and blasting it to oblivion. Number 19, AV-98 Ingram vs Type 0, Patlabor the movie. In the finale to this 80s classic, the Type 0 Labor has lost control due to a virus, and unfortunately for Noah, Kanuka is trapped inside of it.
Okay, I do remember this one. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, I mean, okay. I don't remember it well, but I do remember watching this one. Would I say this is one of the best mech battles? Maybe. I don't know.
Unsure as to how to save her, Noah is cornered thanks to Type 0's superior hand-to-hand combat. As the two are knocked off their side and hanging for dear life, Noah decides to go up close and personal, equipping themselves with a shotgun and leaving behind the damaged Ingram. She fires down at the Type 0's SRAM system, shutting it down in the process. Number 18, YF-21 vs X9 Ghost, Macross Plus Movie Edition. After taking over Macross City, Sharon Apple sends the unnamed drone.
Yes. This is one of the greatest mech battles of all time. I love Macross Plus. I love this one. I grew up with this series. I watched this so many times. Man, Macross Plus has some of the best, craziest fight scenes I saw at the time. I'm gonna let this play because I got a controversial question. Hopefully, I remember. Hopefully, I remember it. I'm getting tongue-tied.
Known as the X9 Ghost, to attack both Isamu and Gold. Piloting the YF-21, Gold buys Isamu enough time to go after Sharon by taking on the X9 all by himself. What follows is an absolutely dazzling display of missile spam, showcasing one of the best examples of the Eterno Circus animation technique. In order to take down the X9 Ghost, Gold removes his limiters, allowing him to reach an insane speed that unfortunately leads to his death. What a way to go out.
I just want to say this real quick. The end of Macross Plus was cool as heck. Where that dude was in his jet, looking at the girl, and it blew off. Tight. The rest.
Number 17,
I have patience right now.
Gao Faigar vs Gao Gaigar, the King of Braves Gao Gaigar final. Following the death of Papillon, who was killed by a replicant Mamoru while stealing the Q parts, Guy chases after him, which results in a battle between Guy's Gao Faigar and a copied version of the legendary Gao Gaigar. The two pilots pull no punches and have a dramatic hot-blooded showdown in the rain.
Never watched it. I can't really comment.
Although both sides appear evenly matched throughout this battle, Guy overwhelms Mamoru through sheer will, ripping right through the fake Gao Gaigar and creating an explosion the size of a nuke. Number 16, Gunbuster vs. Space Monsters. Gunbuster. With a never-ending number of space monsters converging into the solar system, it's up to both Noriko and Kazumi to fend off.
I've heard this series so many times. I've never watched it. No, I think I watched the first episode and I forgot why I quit. Or I don't. Yeah, I never finished it though.
This imposing threat. Unfortunately for the two, every time they leave Earth, many years pass due to time dilation, something that pains Kazumi greatly as she'll never see the one she loves again. Fortunately, Noriko manages to snap Kazumi out of it, and the two combine their ships to form Gunbuster. Although it's not the first or last time the Gunbuster launches to battle it out against space monsters, this scene stuck with us all these years later for its incredible battle sequences. Number 15, Burning Gundam vs. Master Gundam, Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Although this battle isn't the last one in the series.
Alright, hold on. Okay, Matt. I mean, I'll just say it. I think I said it before. G Gundam is just Dragon Ball Z Gundam. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is.
With the undefeated of the East trying to revive the Dark Gundam and end humanity, it's up to his pupil.
This is the one thing I want to say though. This was kind of like when I was watching Gundam, the split. And what do I mean by that? I mean that when I was growing up, it was Gundam Wing or G Gundam. And you had to choose between one or the other. If you were a G Gundam fan, you pretty much were like a temporary fan. Like you just came, saw, and left. But then if you were a Wing Gundam fan, that's pretty much how you knew, for the most part, at least where I was at, who was an actual Gundam fan. Because everybody who liked G Gundam more than Wing never stayed with Gundam. Everybody liked Wing more than G Gundam, always stayed with Gundam.
Domon to put an end to his plans in the Gundam Fight Final. This decisive battle is so over the top that it wouldn't look out of place in your regular shonen anime. Yet G Gundam manages to knock it out the park with its dramatic action and passionate attacks. The clash finally comes to an end when Domon busts out the good old reliable Burning Finger, allowing Master Asia to finally taste defeat. Number 14, Shin Geta Robo vs. Metal Beast Dragon, Geta Robo Armageddon. After getting inside the Shin Dragon, the Geta team led by Ryoma find themselves confronted.
Can't speak on it, never watched it.
by the Metal Beast Dragon, led by the rogue Dr. Saotome, who has gone mad after getting infected by the alien invaders. To gain the upper hand, Saotome mind breaks our heroes and shows illusions of the deaths of Michiru and Musashi. But it's not enough to break their wills as they power through and unleash their most powerful attack, the Stoner Sunshine. Not only is it one of the most badass techniques in all of anime.
Wait a minute. Am I tripping? Did they say the Stoner Sunshine? Listen to me say that. It's freaking hilarious.
But it wipes out.
The Stoner Sunshine. I don't know if that's what they said, but that's what it sounded like to me. My bad. Either way, yeah, that is pretty hilarious. The Stoner Sunshine. I would have never caught that on when I was a kid. C1, C2, C1, C2. Where's the C's? Oh, I see the C's. No, that's D. What is C? Okay, there it is. C1. C2. Oh, okay. I see what C2. Oh, no. Ooh, pizza. I just had a dream about pizza. I ain't gonna lie. Not too long ago. That's the funny part. Alright, there you go. Oh, hold on. No. Oh, no. Okay, whatever.
1988 film
Charge
Counterattack.
Okay. Charge. Oh, jeez. Alright. Charge Counterattack. Yes. That one. I mean, again, it's one of my favorite Gundam. Well, I guess Gundam movies that I've ever seen. And yeah, no, that battle was pretty tight. You know, again, I never could finish Gundam. Gundam was just not one I could finish, but I did like Charge Counterattack. But yeah, I could never get through Gundam. The only reason I even know about the series is because I read through it. But even then, I forgot a lot of it because Gundam's too old. I can't watch it. So I don't know. I heard the movies are better, so maybe I'll try the movies. But yeah, Gundam is just too old for me.
That one. After a sudden heel turn, Char returns to Zeon and becomes its leader with the goal of dropping a meteor onto Earth, forcing its inhabitants to leave for the space colonies. Knowing the amount of lives this would cost, Amuro once again opposes him in his brand new Gundam, with Char representing his iconic red colors in the Sazabi. Although the battle at first seems to be even, Amuro overpowers Char, forcing him to eject his cockpit from the Sazabi and leaving him in the hands of his greatest adversary.
And then the dude just disappears. I'm not gonna lie, that was the weirdest ending I saw. It just didn't make any sense. It just went away.
You're not going anywhere! Number 12, Mechamaru versus Mahito, Jujutsu Kaisen. This is,
at the time,
quite possibly the most unconventional battle on this list, as it features a gigantic mecha taking on a special grade.
Never watched it. I can't talk about it.
Her spirits the size of a human. Now, you'd think Mahito would be no match for Mechamaru's Mode Absolute, as it absolutely towers over him. That is, however, anything but the case. The battle between the two harkens back to some of the most incredible instances from both Neon Genesis Evangelion and Gurren Lagann. And although Mechamaru was unable to take down Mahito, he for sure made every mecha fanatic out there proud. Number 11, Ava Unit 01 vs Zeruel. Evangelion 2.0, you cannot advance. When Rei is consumed by the angel Zeruel.
Oh, I haven't watched it. I have not. I need to watch that. I do. I've yet to watch it. I did watch the original series though, and yeah. Well, the time I watched it, the ending definitely confused me. It's questioned a lot after that one. It's kind of like, what's that one I saw? Razafon? That was another one of those. I was just like, what the heck's going on?
Shinji puts his fears aside and bravely rushes out to rescue her with the Ava Unit 01. Despite a valiant effort and almost seemingly defeating the Angel, his Ava unfortunately runs out of power. With nothing left to lose, Shinji refuses to give up, with his rage powering up his Ava into a berserk mode. Transcending all limits, the Ava Unit 01 absolutely devastates Zeruel, allowing Shinji to not only reach Rei, but unfortunately trigger third impact. Number 10, Gundam Barbatos vs. the Hashmal. Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. Unmanned and practically undefeatable.
Yes. Yes. No questions here. Feel like it should go higher, but let's see what else is on the list. But absolutely deserves to be on this list.
The Hashmal was made purely for slaughtering humans, and without a pesky pilot at the controls, it was able to do its job quite well. Unfortunately, there's not a mobile armor alive capable of besting the likes of Mikazuki. Despite nearly killing himself in the process, Mika was able to use the raw brutality of the Barbatos to beat the mechanical monster into submission. It's a brutal slugfest that truly encompasses just how much of a living weapon Mika and his Gundam truly are. Number 9, Lancelot Albion vs. Galahad. Code Geass Lelouch of the Rebellion R2. How to make a battle between two knights 100 times more epic? Simply add giant robots and superpowers.
Okay. Yeah. Alright.
Of course. Following Lelouch's ascension to the throne of Britannia, the former leader of the Knights of the Round seeks to eliminate him. Unluckily for him, Lelouch's on-again, off-again best buddy Suzaku and his newly kitted-out Nightmare are sent out to end the old regime once and for all. Bismarck may be able to see into the future, but unfortunately that doesn't count for much when faced with something like Britannia's winged white knights.
Ah, stupid commercial. Alright, I'm mute. As we know. Commercial. I haven't watched Mojo in years. But I'll be honest, the list is not... I'm not too mad at the list. I don't know, I feel like some should go a little bit higher, but... And mind you, I gotta go off memory because I gotta... For me to do that, I had to like remember everything I watched. Macross Plus, though. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, one of my most recommended ones to watch. Better not tell your kids. Seriously, don't. If they're not of age. Oop, audio needs to come back on.
It's Strike Gundam vs Aegis Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, Kira, Atheron. Oh, sorry, we were just caught up in all the screaming. Man, these two like to yell a lot.
This may be the first one I'm kind of like, I might be okay with it being on this list, but I think it should go a little higher. My personal opinion. Let's see what's left.
Overcome with grief at how both have killed their respective friends, these two coordinators pretty much lose their heads and push their mobile suits to their limits, helmed by nothing but the desire to kill each other. With nothing left to lose, Atheron takes the totally underhanded route of blowing up the remainder of his Gundam to win the day. Still Seed at its best though. Number 7, Gundam Alex vs Zaku. Mobile Suit Gundam 0080, War in the Pockets. Can't we all just get along?
It's too hot. I'll say it. Does it belong on this list? Oh, no, I don't have an answer. Just, yeah, no, I'll say it. My next one, yeah, don't really agree. I feel like there's a couple one. Again, I may be biased, but Macross Plus to me could be higher than this one. Has some of the best mech fight scenes I've seen.
Set during the One-Year War, this exchange between two pilots isn't so much a grand showdown, but a pure demonstration of how conflict leads to meaningless casualties. Made all the more potent here as both pilots, Christina and Bernie, had feelings for one another. Unaware of each other's identities as they both fight to the death, the image of the two mobile suits impaling each other, all the while Al tries to cease the conflict, is the perfect picture of the original ideology behind the Gundam name. Number 6, Big O versus Big Duo. The Big O. Well, they aren't lying about being big, and you...
Big O definitely deserves to be on this list. Yes. But it's a little too high. Just saying, it's a little too high.
Will indeed be crying out, "Oh," after you see this battle erupt.
I'll show you my power. The great power of Big Duo. One of these bigs has got to go.
In a true clash of titans, the always well-dressed negotiator Roger Smith takes on the psychotic Schwarzwald as their respective mecha quite literally smash everything around them. While Big Duo may possess the power of flight and is armed to the teeth with missiles, it can't stand up to the combined strength of Big O's sudden impact and signature Stephen Bloom performance.
This ends it once and for all!
Schwarzwald.
I wouldn't mind there being another Big O anime or another season, because I did kind of like Big O. I wouldn't mind. I would like it to continue one day.
May not be guilty in the name of God, but he's certainly guilty of getting his ass kicked. Number 5, Gundam 00 Riser vs Reborn's Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam 00. A battle so big, 2 Gundams was not enough.
Damn you!
Egotistical does not even begin to describe the character of Ribbon's Almark. A true snake with a god complex the size of a Gundam, his final battle against the likes of Setsuna was immensely satisfying, not only for the rapid pace of their strikes, but also just seeing his slimy face get kicked in.
Gundam Exia. Setsuna F. Seiei. Slashing through to the future!
After all, no amount of gloriously evil speeches or custom-made.
The bad part is, I watched this entire series from beginning to end, except for the movie. And I thought this series was okay. Didn't really hate it. Didn't really love it. And the sad truth is, I don't remember this.
Gundams were gonna save him from Setsuna's innovator abilities. Number 4, Eva Unit 02 versus mass-produced Evas, the end of Evangelion. Hats off to you, Asuka. You really had them on the ropes for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. This was a great freaking battle. I loved it. Then it got weird. Then it got weird. I don't know where they were going with this. But this one did have me. This one had me hyped. Until I watched the end. And I'm just like, what's going on here?
After Shinji's dad steps on too many toes, the nerve facility comes under attack courtesy of unmanned Eva units. The only thing standing between them is a pissed off Asuka and her own Eva unit. The landscape literally shakes as she manages to pummel her way through a whole horde of them, using whatever she can to win. However, not even she can hold out forever, leading to a very gruesome end for her.
Hi there. Whoa. We're so lucky to have made so many new friends this year.
Oh, they're not going to show the end? I know why they're not going to show the end. I know why. You can't. Not, at least not on YouTube. That was brutal. Oh, man. I'm about to. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh no, it's still commercial. Like I said, I'm about to get into my controversial take once this is over. But yeah, just give it a minute.
Gundam vs. Zeong.
Didn't watch it, can't respond.
A rivalry as legendary as the franchise.
Sure!
With the one-year war seemingly reaching its climax, it's up to the Red Comet to defend Zeon's last line of defense from Amuro's Gundam with the powerful but unfinished Zeong. An unconventional but dramatic battle, the two pilots use every technique in the book to put the other out of commission.
Wasn't it? Gundam.
And it all ends with quite possibly the most iconic scene in Gundam history. Number 2, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann vs. Grande Bomber. Gurren Lagann, from the gritty...
I just want to say, I still haven't finished this series. But this is probably one of the best mech series of all time. I think I'm only like 2 episodes away of finishing the entire series. But yes, Gurren Lagann is a great, great anime. I need to finish it. And I will finish it. Because it is amazing. And I'm literally close to the end. Even the premise of it, everything. It is a great series. Okay, controversial take. And it's probably premature for me to say this because I haven't finished the series. Okay, you know what? No, that's not true. But this is probably the last great mech anime. Outside of Iron-Blooded Orphans. If you disagree, you can disagree, but I believe that yes, this is the last great mech anime outside of Iron-Blooded Orphans. I think Iron-Blooded Orphans, in my personal opinion, was the last one. And again, I didn't finish that series too. I'm like 2 episodes from in that one too. Just 2 more episodes and I'll be done with the series.
To the absolutely ridiculous. In order to protect the cosmos from the living extinction event that is the anti-spiral, all members of Team Daiguren unite for a final battle. With their unbreakable spirit combined with all of the gunmen, they end up creating a mecha that's many times bigger than whole galaxies. No, seriously, they literally use them as weapons. Of course, it doesn't stop there, as Simon and the others best evil incarnate once and for all with, what else? A drill. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch on notifications.
If the one that I want is not on here, this entire series is bogus. This entire tier list can go in the trash. It's garbage, it's bogus, and we should never speak on this again. So, let's see. This is it. I'm about to break out into a Michael Jackson song, but it better have, in my personal opinion, the greatest mech battles I've ever seen.
Number 1, Easy 8
Gundam. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I agree. No argument here. Yep, I agree. I agree. This is one of the big reasons why, like I said, I'm not a big Saku or what's it called? Basically any Xeon, Oz, anything that's not like Gundam, I'm not really a big fan of, to be honest. But this battle made me like the Golf. Well, the Golf was a custom. I actually want to buy this kit because of this one battle. And I honestly do not like those kind. I have a straight up Gundam bias, but this battle was so great that I absolutely want to get it. That one and the what's the other one called? The Camphor, I think it's how you pronounce it. But yes, this is one of the reasons why 8th MS Team is one of my favorite Gundam series. Between this, Iron Blooded Orphans, those two are like my favorite Gundam series.
Mobile Suit Gundam, the 8th MS Team. Placed in an impossible situation, rookie Commander Shiro finds himself in charge of a ragtag group of Earth Federation soldiers, only to find themselves confronted and quickly wiped out by Zeon's ace pilot, Norris Packard.
He's going right for the crew!
What follows can only be described as one of the most hard-hitting and strategic battles in Gundam history.
I'm gonna live! And I'll marry Aina!
In the end, knowing victory was not an option, Norris allows Shiro to strike him down in order to destroy the last gun tank. Mecha fans, you need to watch this.
Damn it, no!
What do you think is the greatest mecha showdown? Let us know in those comments below. Did you enjoy this video? Check out these other clips from Watch Mojo.
Facts. 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 That battle. Alright, I never tell you because I need to be able to say this. That battle is really the main reason why I love 8th MS Team. Well, it's not the main reason. I actually love the entire... Okay, besides the last episode kind of let me down, I'm not going to lie. But that one particular battle made me such a humongous fan of 8th MS Team. That's why I said 8th MS Team is one of my favorite Gundam series of all time. And it always and forever will be because... Just because of, well, not just because, but that one battle had a lot to do with it. That one single battle had a lot to do with my love of 8th MS Team and why I still sit there and tell people all the time, like, this is probably one of the greatest Gundam series to ever be produced. And honestly, this is at a time where I was just like, after Gundam Wing, I was like, I don't know. And I used to get that confused with 0083, but nah, the 8th MS team was legit. I love the 8th MS team. It's such a great series. Anybody, if you want to talk about us, it's just one of my favorite mech series of all time. I've watched that so many times. I almost bought the DVD set, to be honest, back in the day. That's how much I like this series. It's one of the few mech series that I've actually watched multiple times. Well, few animes in general that I've actually watched multiple times. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and talk about my most controversial take. Either you're going to agree or you're going to disagree. But this is my take. And I'm going to say it. And again, you're totally welcome to disagree. This is not a fight. This is not a battle. But you're not going to change my view on this no matter what. So I want to make sure. Yeah, that's right. And I'm going to say it. In my personal opinion, I think 90s, maybe early 2000s. But 90s anime is the best anime. I'm putting it out there. I think 90s and early 2000 anime is the best anime. I said it. Compared to now, you can't compete. There's only one thing there's only one thing which I don't feel like talking about right now, but there's only one thing which I may talk about on another channel, but I won't talk about it here. But there's only one thing that makes this era of anime better than the last one, than that era. But I will say when it comes to storytelling, animation, all that stuff, I'm sorry to tell y'all, especially y'all, all y'all who grew up in this era, the anime of today cannot compete with the anime of the early 90s. The anime of the early 90s was one of the main reasons why Street Fighter, the animated movie, Street Fighter 2, the anime movie, was one of my favorite movies of all time, and why I would look forward to. It's one of the reasons why every Street Fighter anime to this day has yet to impress me like that movie. And I'm so mad that they never did like a continuation. I know they did Alpha, which was I actually had the DVD set, but I actually had the DVD and the tape of that Street Fighter, of that movie. And I'm sorry to tell y'all, don't get me wrong, there's some little issues that I've seen now that I'm older, but maybe no. I'm not going to say it because I grew up with it. I'm just going to say it straight up. I believe 90s anime, 90s and early 2000 anime is better than today's anime. Even though today's anime has there's some legit ones, there's some ones, but there's some good stuff today, but I'm sorry. I have yet to find, that's not true. There's a few animes that can compete with anime back then, but I have yet to find an anime that is made today that can compete with the anime of the early 2000s. I mean, other 90s and early 2000s. Very few can. Very, very, very minimal. So, again, if you disagree, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm down. But I'm going to say it right now so the world knows my stance. That this era of anime, well, I would say this era of entertainment cannot compete with 90s and early 2000s era of entertainment as a whole. You can't touch it. I'm sorry. And if you think I'm lying, look at Disney stock. Look at Disney stock.
And be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
I'm putting it out there. The 90s and early 2000s was probably, and maybe the 80s. I would say the 80s too. Some aspects of the 80s. I would sit there and say some aspect of the 80s. I would say probably the mid to late 80s was better. Better form of entertainment than what we have today. Put it out there. I don't care if y'all agree or disagree. Crap. All I can say is, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Because I have yet to be proven wrong. You could say, well, it's just your taste. Maybe. But I think when it comes to entertainment, I know I'm going to be cocky when I say this. I'm going to be cocky. But I don't care. I'm going to say it. That form of entertainment was far superior to today's entertainment. I'm saying it with my chest out. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Because I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These years of entertainment has not been measuring up. This anime of today has not really been measuring up. And they did. They had some good ones. Hey, listen. One of my favorite animes of all time was One Punch Man. But then the second season, and that's another thing, I don't know what the heck is up with anime today, where they get to the second season and they just like blow it. There's so many series that I loved that came out where once you got to the second season, it just blew it. One Punch Man is a prime example of the first season of One Punch Man was great. But I'm on the second season and I still haven't gone past episode 7. Because there was such an animation, in my personal opinion, maybe wrong, but it just felt like such a downgrade. I just couldn't watch it. Shield Hero, which I was watching, was really good. Got to about, I want to say episode 2, dropped it. I don't know. I almost feel like there's like I almost feel like there's a second season curse of anime now. Because whenever you get to the second season, I won't say all of them, but at least the majority that I watch now that really are good, once they get to the second season, it's like they all have a really big fall off. So, yes, I will sit there and say, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it with my chest out. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you got to agree with me. Not here to say that I'm right, but in my personal opinion, I am right. 90s and early 2000 anime was better than this generation of anime. There we go. It's out there. It's on the internet. And all I can sit there and say is, prove me wrong. Now, I could say I am a product of my time. That is a possibility. I am a product of my time. But I've yet to be proven. I have yet to be proven wrong. Entertainment is not what it used to be. So, there we go. My controversial take is out there. Entertainment was better in the early 2000s and the 90s than it is today. Boom. And all I can tell y'all, prove me wrong. All right. Well, let me see. What time is it? Okay, I could work on this for like another half an hour, and I got to go take a break. I gotta go take care of some stuff first. But I'm making some pretty good progress. I'll put the hands on later. I want to get to the legs. But if you're looking at this right now, you see we got the torso done. We got you see this is what I need. This is why I said hopefully I don't get in trouble, because I try to find good stuff, but being able to react and look at stuff, I think is definitely helps out and definitely helps me get through this. So definitely happy at watching some of these and reacting. It makes it so much better compared to what I was doing by just watching my old content and having to talk. I can actually sit there, watch stuff, and actually comment on things, and it actually also helps refresh my memory on some of the stuff that I forgot. So definitely happy about it. What do I need? So I need PC. Okay. The legs are going to be a minute. Go. You know what? I'll take a break right now. That's what I'll do. I'll take a break right now. I'll put on the because I gotta go take care of something real quick. So I'm gonna take a break right now. I'll put on my gameplay preview of a future upload, and then I'll come right back. So I'll be right back. I'm not going nowhere. I probably need to change the graphics, which I'll do that next year. But we're gonna put this on, and I'll be right back. And then once I get back, we'll go ahead and keep going and find some more videos to react to. So, I'll be back. Yeah, bet y'all don't know what that comes from. Where is it at? Oh, there. There it is, that one. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right, let me go take care of this. Oop, mute you. Give me about 15 minutes. I'll be back in 15. I should. You know what? Hold on. Let me see if I could put a quick little graphic up real quick. Let me see if I could create one really fast. Give me like 2 seconds. Let's see if we can do this really quickly. All right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to make this real quick. hold on. Taking me a few minutes. Where are we at? Where are we at? Pictures. There we go. Yes. Oh, huge. Oh, shoot. All right. There we go. Boom. All right. There you go. So 135, 40. So 135, 145, 150. I'll be back. So I'll be back. To hear anything, this is my gameplay. 2 more minutes, but I decided to get back. So it's fine. Wait a minute. Am I getting any audio? Uh-oh. Am I having audio issues? Oh, no. Oh, wait a minute. There's no audio coming from the video. What the heck? Okay, whatever. That's fine. Nope. All right. We're back. We're back. We're back. What's the last one that needs to be turned off? This one. Boom. Nope. Okay, we're back. Boom. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. All right. Took a little break. Got me. Where the heck is my water at? I'll do this. Got me a little bit of water. I mean, I'm not going to show you the branding, but see, got me a little water. That was weird. Okay, let's not hold it like that. There we go. There you go. Got some water. All right, make sure to get some water in you. It's good for you. All right, either way, we back. Now I'm on the lakes. Had to take some time. Had to get some stretch. Probably need to go for a walk sooner than later. But whatever. Let's see what else we can play. Let's see what's going on today. Death Battle? I'm not really into that. I don't really know if I want to watch that one. Let's see what we got going on. Rise of the Beast. You know who else I think I can... There's actually one other... I don't think I have my favorites on here because... Alright, hold on. Let me see if I can find my favorites. I love that screen call feature now. Not even gonna tell you what I just read. No, I'm having fun. I was having fun messing with that dude. Sorry, I was having a lot of fun messing with that guy on who called me the spam, and they hung up because I started playing with the Google. Are you there? Are you there? Boo. Okay. Either way, we need something. We need something to watch. We need something to react to. I'm trying to think. What is good? What can we watch that we can react to? So I'm having to go on to my other. Because I don't want to go to the same channel. What the heck? Oh. No, you kicked me out. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. You know what? I wonder if there's any Is there any? Do I want to go for a long one? Do I want to go for a long or do I want to go for a short? You know what? I know what we'll do. I haven't watched this channel in a while. Let me just see if I can find it. Oh, you know what? I think I might actually have it. Because there's a channel I haven't watched in forever. And I'm kind of interested on seeing what they have. So I do got something that we could watch. That would take up a lot of our time. Not bad. Alright. Oh, I think I found it. Oh, they have okay. They have one. It's gonna be about an hour, but that's great because that gives us an hour, probably more because I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, we gonna watch this because I'm interested in what they got to say about this dude. We're going to go throughout some mythology stuff. Sorry, I know some of y'all probably want to. Oh, you know what? Since this is my first stream doing that, I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I want to go off theme yet. Because this is the first stream. Okay, I won't go off. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be long, but I don't know if I want to go off the theme yet. We'll save this one for later. Because I want to stay on theme for now because this is the first stream. So I want you to come here and I need to get back to Gundam building though. But I want to stay on theme before we go off. At least let's keep the first stream on theme. All right, forget it. Let's see. This says how to get into Gundam. Let's see how we can get into Gundam. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. See where this goes because this may take us somewhere. So I haven't watched this. We're gonna try one random one. The next, I guess next year technically, I'll go off stream and tell you other stuff. Right now, let's stay on stream. Let's see what this video has to say while I'm over here building this kit. Boo! Which one of these? See online advertising. I don't care.
To put it into words, people who like Gundam speak a different language. A language that is completely unintelligible to outsiders and frankly...
Oh. Yeah.
reeks of virginity. It's not their fault, I'm sure they slay, but let's be honest, if you hear somebody talking about the Vulcan cannons on Gundam RX-78CA, it's hard to imagine them communicating with a romantic interest. However, when you look at one of these bad boys, it's hard not to be impressed. Gundams are cool. That is undeniable. Mega swag on these mega robots. Big bad flying mech suits with giant guns and beam swords.
Hey, hold on. I take offense to that statement. I chose this life, by the way. I chose this life. That's the only reason why I'm like this. I could have been one of those guys that was out there slaying, but I chose another route. So this was a personal decision. So leave me to, so do not put me in that category. Oh man.
They are iconic. Everyone knows what a Gundam is, but very few know a single thing about them. And that was me. Sure, I'd watch Gundam Wing and G Gundam, but it turns out that those are alternate universe shows, like the Marvel Ultimate series, which I think might be an outdated reference. The Ultimate series is still a thing, right? Oh my god, it's not. These side series are fun watches. Well, at least G Gundam is fun. Wing is a little dour. But G Gundam has mobile fighters. Gundam with a bodysuit control system that mimic real life human movement. Gundam Wing is, well, it's complicated, and I don't feel like explaining it again, so check out our video on it here. After this one, of course, come on. Regardless, it was in that moment while watching GTO where this normal girl loses her mind after getting stuck on a field trip with Gundam nerds that I realized I should learn the language. I mean, it's literally my job. I got friends within the anime YouTube sphere that are obsessed with Gundam. I got fans in the same boat as well. It's my duty and medical neurosis to know what they're talking about. So late last year, I decided to take the dive. I willingly chose to devote a ridiculous amount of time to consuming Gundam, doing research, figuring out what I needed to watch, and more specifically, how to watch it. And now I'm going to share it with you. Why? Because it was actually awesome, like incredibly good, some of the best put together anime I have seen to date, and I have watched an absurd, frankly healthy amount of anime. I'm going to give you a history of the franchise and a roadmap of exactly how I became a Gundam nerd, because what I found when I actually took the time to give this universe of content a shot.
I forgot my mic was on mute. My bad. Basically what I was saying was that this guy's better than me because most of my Gundam knowledge is off of memory. So or through model kits. Outside of that, I don't really do or into Gundam like that like I used to be. So yeah, I can't say that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm into it. I mean, heck, I'm building. Look at this live stream. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to the series, yeah, there's a lot I forgot. Although, shout out to chat for putting me on to G Gundam. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if what for y'all, I have a newfound appreciation for G Gundam because of chat. So I want to thank y'all. No! Alright, now we go find another part that I dropped. Have fun. Let me know what happened. I'll be back.
Was something truly special. It's never too late to take that dive. I waited until I was 30, and I'm not going to pretend I'm the Gundam aficionado, but I did my due diligence and I made it into the conversation. I can speak some Gundam, but more importantly, I fell in love with the series. Naturally, I want the same for you. Here we go. The name's Bones, Mikey Bones. I'm in an undisclosed, sponsored by NordVPN witness protection location. When it comes to my cool guy lifestyle, having the right VPN is a life or death decision. NordVPN is the only one I trust. With Nord as my backup, not only do I got a family helping to stop mooks from trying to steal my data, but I also got way more options for shows to watch. Crunchyroll has geo restrictions, meaning you can't access free time. Gundam hit Japan like a brick 44 years ago in 1979 with Mobile Suit Gundam. Yes, the animated show was first, no manga, and it wasn't the first mecha anime. That's a rabbit hole of its own, which I am not ready for, but it did, however, begin the real robot subgenre of the mech genre to its credit. To be classified as real robot, the depicted mechs need to be actual robots, not robots with mystical superpowers. These things need to make some kind of sense mechanically. They can be futuristic, but based within realism. Real robot generally has mechs mass produced as mobile units for war, while the mechs are the draw, what generally locks people in are the complex characters and sweeping stories that accompany them. We're talking too many characters and allegiances to count. Series in this genre are therefore generally aimed at young adults instead of kids, and having watched Gundam Wing as a kid and understanding literally none of it, I absolutely feel that statement. Having watched the original 1979 Mobile Suit Gundam as an adult, I understand that statement. What I imagine nobody expected was how much this niche subgenre would impact the world. You fast forward those 44 years to now, and Gundam has spawned over 50 TV series, films, and OVAs, a mountain of manga and video games, and if you see those figures back there on my shelves, Gundam makes up 90% of that market. By 2000, the Gundam franchise had made $5 billion. Now it makes $774 million a year. Almost half of that is model kits. They even created a virtual academy with some of the greatest minds in Japan, focused entirely on making the technology in Gundam real.
One day, I will love to create my own franchise like that. That is the dream right there. You hear that number? That's what I would love to do. That would be amazing. And well, it's not really because of that number. It's really because it's just a passion I would love to try to do. But yeah, that's one of the goals of mine that I would love to accomplish, is to be able to create a franchise like a Star Wars in its heyday, or a Marvel in its heyday, or a Gundam, or a Dragon Ball Z, or a Pokemon. These franchises that just last the test of time, that will probably outlive me. That would be the ultimate goal. That would be cool. I would love to do. I would love to sit there and say, I created a franchise that everybody loved. You know, but again, that maybe one day, who knows? But not right now. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe not right now. We'll see. But yeah, that'd be cool to do one day. Let's go back.
Gundam is a big deal. It's permanently affected anime and world pop culture and technology. A Gundam is just as iconic as Godzilla, Goku, Lum, or Hello Kitty, or even Mickey Mouse. Now, because this video is for beginners, people who are interested in the series and maybe looking to get into it or get a taste of what it's about, I'm not going to get into crazy nitty-gritty stuff or throw a bunch of names at you that you don't care about. It's more important to know that the series was put out by a subgroup at Sunrise Studios and created by Yoshiyuki Tomino, who's so famous, there's actually a picture of him. The other important person to note is Kunio Okawara, the first person ever hired in the anime industry to be specifically a mechanical designer. Part of the reason people are so nuts about Gundam to begin with is the actual realism of the design and the science that went
in my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, if I was to suggest anybody get into Gundam, I mean, well, it depends on how deep you want to go. In my personal opinion, a great entry. I'm not sure if it's a great representation of it, but a good entry, in my personal opinion, is Iron-Blooded Orphans. One of my favorite series is the 8th MS Team, and I almost want to say Seed Gundam might be a good entry point. The first season, at least. Yeah. what's the best representation of Gundam? Char's counterattack, but I don't know. That won't work because you kind of got to know the history between Char and Amuro. So I would probably say Iron Blooded Orphans, and maybe, as much as I would love to say Gundam Wing, nah, I would probably say maybe Seed. Yeah. Gundam, Iron Blooded Orphans will get you into it, although the mecha design is kind of, but I think I think it would bring people in. And I think Seed is a good modern representation. That's at least what I think. And from my understanding, the movies, I've never watched the original Gundam series. Again, it's just a little too old for me. Could never really get into it. But from my understanding, probably the Gundam movies, like I think there's 3 of them, that's a good way to get into it, from my understanding. So, yeah, so that's my suggestion. I would say, so this is what I would say. This is just, 8th MS team will get you in. Seed is a good representation. History started with the Gundam movies. No, not 8th. No, my fault. I messed up. Okay. Iron Blooded Orphans will get you in my personal opinion. Seed is a great representation of the entire series. I would say Seed is a good one. Even though I like Wing, but Seed is probably a better representation. I would say watch the Gundam movies if you want to go down the Universal Century route and you want to know that history. And again, my personal favorite is 8th MS team. So you don't really need to know it, but it's just one of the, in my personal opinion, it's one of the, outside the last episode, it's one of the best series of the Universal Century. And that's probably what I would say. But that's what I pick. So, yeah, that's what I believe. I may be wrong, but that's just what I believe. At least if I was to suggest some series. I mean, I actually, one of my friends asked me the other day, what series I recommend. I put him onto Iron Blooded Orphans. I don't know if you watched it yet, but I put him onto that one.
To creating this series. We're talking down to Lagrange points and the use of helium-3 for power. For tech nerds, and let's be honest, there's a lot of those in Japan, Gundam is a dream come true. That said, not diving into that, if I start talking about Minovsky particles, I'm gonna lose people. But in the end, and for most people, none of that really matters. What matters is whether the series is good. So what is the series? If I'm not talking about G Gundam or Gundam Wing or Witch from Mercury, what exactly am I talking about? And the answer is the Universal Century. The Universal Century is the core timeline of the Gundam.
Okay, I want to say this. If you are a action-based Dragon Ball Z fan, yes, G Gundam is a great series for you, but it is the worst series I would use to introduce you to Gundam because it is a horrible representation of the Gundam series as a whole. If you watch G Gundam, then you watch like Gundam Wing, you're gonna be. I'm telling you, I grew up with it. Why do you think I say back in the day you knew who were going to be? How you knew who were going to be Gundam fans was depending on how they felt about Gundam Wing and G Gundam. If they liked G Gundam, they were here for the moment, but they weren't going to be here all the time. They were going to be here for a second. But if they loved Gundam Wing, they became Gundam fans. They got into Gundam. So that's kind of what's the split. So that's one thing I'll say. But let's keep going. So I would sit down and say this: if you're trying to get a good representation of Gundam, do not start with G Gundam. It's the worst one, in my personal opinion, to introduce Gundam to people.
Franchise. It's the real deal, the original, and definitely the most complex, which is saying a lot. And let's be real, most people are in my boat. If they dipped a toe into Gundam, they likely watched Wing. That series alone has people switching sides left and right so often it's hard to tell what's going on half the time. And Gundam, like a lot of Japanese franchises, looking at you, Zelda, also didn't exactly come out in order from first to last. They're still slotting things into the Universal Century between the major series just willy-nilly. willy-nilly. That creates a bit of whiplash. You start with a modern anime, then the sequel was made in 1979, and then you go into the early 90s anime. You get it. But honestly, it's kind of fun like that, but enough preamble.
Who's gonna need more Tide?
Oh shoot. Oh, I'm mute.
Understand what Gundam is really about, and that is the human experience of war. Now, G Gundam is fun and all, but what a lot of people don't realize is how intricate and realized the universal century is. Some people say that Gundam is Japan's answer to Star Trek, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. Gundam is a space opera like no other, easily surpassing Star Wars in scope, and it is definitely better written. We've all seen anime and movies about war, and to be honest, it's generally not my go-to. However, Gundam carefully explores this experience through the eyes of complex characters with a wide range of human emotion from its initial debut until today. My next recommendation for you is to watch all of the Universal Century. Go all in. I mean, what kind of anime fan are you if you don't consume literally all of everything in a franchise? You can't even hold your head high up at a con. Come on, man, don't be a loser's loser. That's self-deprecation. Also, before anybody freaks out in the comments, I'm not going over any films. I'm also stopping at Char's counterattack.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that is a big undertaking. If you're gonna go through Universal Century, that's a big undertaking. Like I said, I can't get through Gundam. I tried. I can't get through Gundam. I cannot get through it.
If I don't have somebody by Double Zeta, I'm not going to catch them anyway. But for the uninitiated, know almost every series has a film or two attached. Feel free to watch them if you want to. So now that you're primed, ready to give up multiple days, possibly weeks of your life, it's time to watch Mobile Suit Gundam: The Origin Advent of the Red Comet. A genius move on Sunrise's part, this prequel came out in 2015 but leads directly into the original 1979 series Mobile Suit Gundam. A shiny new anime, Gundam Origin sets up the entire plot for literally everything you're going to watch moving forward and is super important. It introduces Char Aznable, his sister Sayla, Amuro Ray, and the conflict that leads to the creation and mass production of mobile suits. The story starts in UC 0068, that's Universal Century 0068. At this time, humans have taken to space and millions of people are inhabiting giant rotating space colonies that are actually based on the O'Neill cylinder, which was a concept designed by American physicists in 1976 for real human space colonization. And I see that glazed look in your eyes, snap out of it. There's also no Gundams yet, and there won't be, so chill. In the beginning, there isn't even mobile suits. People still live on Earth, but in order to keep the planet from dying, the space colonies were necessary. However, the longer the colonies spent away from unification with Earth, the more independent and unique they became, eventually creating their own cultures and governing bodies. You see, the plan was always to have Earth be the overseers and centralized government of the space colonies, but this became more and more difficult as time went on. One colony in particular, the Republic of Munzo, had begun to fight for independence under a man called Zeon Zoom Daikun. They wanted independence from the Earth Federation and the freedom to be their own state, which honestly makes sense. It's essentially what happened with America and Britain. Eventually, it didn't make sense to be ruled by a little tiny island thousands of miles away, especially when they're taxing you all to hell and saying things like tickety-boo. Now let me be clear, the events that transpire in Gundam Origin are all things that you're kind of supposed to know or have sussed out over time from watching the other series. Now you don't have to. That being said, jumping into it can be a bit confusing, so I'm going to give you the basic points and ask that when you watch the series, you drop your...
I heard that. I never jumped into it, but that's why I said that's what I heard. Start with the movies.
Preconceived notions of what you think Gundam is. So Zaikun, again, the revolutionary leader of Munzo, dies randomly while giving a speech, which sends the colony into mass panic and riots ensue. Conspiracies run rampant, and Zai-kun's children, who are told their father was murdered by his second-in-command Zabi, need to be evacuated to Earth immediately before they become political hostages. These kids would be Casval and his little sister Artesia. Eventually, they become Char and Sayla, major players in the main series to come. Meanwhile, the Zabi family takes over the colony of Munzo. As you can see already, Gundam isn't exactly a knockdown, drag-out series. It's far from a shonen. There is political intrigue, conspiracy, a setting that matches the plot and allows for critical thinking. The line between good and evil is often blurred. Actually, it's always blurred. Sometimes good people can do horrible things and bad people can turn out to be heroes. The idea of each side seeing themselves as a hero is excellently portrayed in these series. That said, whether you think that people can come back from some of the shit that Gundam characters pull is inevitably up to you. All that in mind, the Zabi family who took over the Republic of Munzo is full of pretty evil bastards. They've renamed the Republic to the Republic of Zeon after Zeon Zai-kun, the original revolutionary for the Republic of Munzo, as a propaganda move, and begin to work towards full armed rebellion from Earth. Meanwhile, Casval and Artesia, again Zeon Zai-kun's kids, get to deal with some pretty serious trauma, which I'm skipping, and end up with new names on the Texas space colony. Yes, it's a space colony called Texas, and it's basically Texas, a colony which Casval eventually leaves with his friend Char to join the Loon Military Academy. Meanwhile, the Zabi family are working on a top secret weapons project called MS. Guess what that stands for? And this is when the S really hits the F. Long story short, Casval gets Char killed in order to fake his own death.
I just want to say this. Oh, that is freaking hilarious. Space Colony, Texas. Anybody out there from Texas? Haven't even decided to go to space? I mean, they had a movie called Space Cowboy. Why not?
And then assumes Char's identity. And this is one he will keep for a long time. TLDR, Casval, son of the revolutionary leader Zai-kun, becomes Char Aznabal, the dude with the helmet. You know what he looks like. And you know what? At this point, I took a day to mull over what I've written so far, and I realized that I'm already overcomplicating things, and that's the problem, isn't it? Anytime some nerd starts talking about Gundam, you lose concentration, and it becomes like this incredibly outdated Charlie Brown reference right here. So what you need to know is that the bad guys create a mobile suit army, they begin a full-scale war with Earth, and eventually commit a war crime you couldn't possibly imagine. One so massive that it changes Earth forever, like the actual entire planet. Let's just say the force of the catastrophe was 60,000 megatons. To put that into perspective, the largest nuclear bomb in history had a force of 50 megatons. That's equivalent to 50 million tons of dynamite, over 110 billion pounds of dynamite. Now multiply that by 60,000. That's how intense it was. Anyway, until 2015, people had just heard about this war crime before it was actually animated in a show. But seeing it is crazy, man. But the advent of mobile suits changed everything, and we're just talking mobile suits, not Gundam. Think of them as like TIE fighters and X-Wings in Star Wars, right? Except cooler and far more mobile with the ability to pack high-intensity weapons. Space battle is a lot like naval battles. You got your big destroyers and your little fast boats. The big ships have giant guns, but they can't really hit the smaller ships. Mobile suits, however, can destroy the big ships and each other and people and everything else. But this is how Char Aznabal gains the name the Red Comet. He eventually becomes a mobile suit pilot for the Principality of Zeon, which, if you're paying attention, are the bad guys, the people he thinks murdered his father. How's that happen? You gotta watch. But Char is kind of awesome. He flies a customized Zaku 2, which is an extremely early mobile suit unit. Again, not a Gundam, painted red, and sinks 5 battleships in one campaign like a boss. And again, notice I haven't talked about actual Gundams yet, and that's because there aren't any in the war yet. The first prototype is currently being developed in secret on Colony.
I think I gotta watch this. I ain't gonna lie. This guy's doing a good job at getting me invested. I never watched the origin. I'm very interested in watching the origin because, I'm gonna lie, Not gonna lie, it is hard for me to get into the original Gundam. I have tried, and I just cannot keep up with it. It's just a little too old for me. The animation is a little bit too dated for me to get in there, and I messed up putting on this shoe. Now I gotta fix it. I hate when I do this crap. I realized where it's supposed to go and didn't go in the right place, and I need to lift this out so I can take this from under here. There we go, from under here, so it goes on top. I'm an idiot.
Side 7. The son of the scientist in charge of development on the Gundam is Amuro Ray. He discovers the construction of the mech and begins to study the machine in secret. The main takeaway is that Char is an extremely complex character and a hero for the Zeon forces in what will eventually be called the 1-Year War, at least at first. I'm doing it again. Also, his sister Sayla is super important as well. Let's move on. So you gotta know what the 1-Year War is though, right? It takes place in 0079 of the Universal Century timeline until...
Okay, so I'll say this. That's interesting. I didn't know that he studied before he got the Gundam. That's an interesting thing that I didn't know.
0080, which makes it a 1-year war, but it's where like half of what I'm going to talk about takes place. The next thing you're going to 100% need to watch, absolutely period, is Mobile Suit Gundam. It's not an option to skip this show. Virtually everything that takes place within it is important for the rest of the entire series. And for a lot of people that's going to be a pretty hard pill to swallow. Mobile Suit Gundam is a 44-year-old anime. And if you've watched a lot of anime from the time period like myself, you know some of it can be pretty rough. However, I stake my credibility.
Facts! I tried it. I can't do it. I skip it every time.
On the fact that the original Mobile Suit Gundam is not rough. MSG just hits different. It is a fantastic show that instantly passes the kid dies test in episode 1. That's how you know if an anime is going to be boss or not. Kid dies, you know you're in for something real. And as you can see, the animation is obviously of a different time, and going from Gundam Origin to Mobile Suit Gundam is like a DeLorean trip, but you settle in very quickly. There are definitely some repeated animations here and there, but the overall quality of the show is A+. I would also like to recommend something that I very rarely do, but watch the early 2000s Ocean dub, which you can find on Crunchyroll. It's fantastic.
It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. A half-century has passed since Earth began moving its burgeoning population into gigantic orbiting space colonies.
I'll take over. I just have to watch the gauges, right? I'd appreciate it if you could, just until we dock.
You think an old wreck of a boat like that is gonna have what we need?
Try to be realistic, Char.
I'm only doing this to protect myself.
Oh, that's the reason?
Yeah. Yelling at me is really gonna help me handle this thing. Hayato, let's get this over with and hightail it out of here, alright?
Between the dub and the crispy clean restoration, the anime feels modern while looking retro, which is saying a lot for a production as old as it is. The creative team at Sunrise put their absolute all into Mobile Suit Gundam, like more than their all. It's one of those cases where a Japanese team went above and beyond what should be humanly possible, and it shows to this day.
You're not supposed to commercials here, but we will let it play. Oops, messed up. Not unless you're sponsoring. But we want to help out the other YouTube channels that we watch. So, yeah, we're going to help you out. But, yeah, no audio. Oh, back, we're back.
entire series and timeline. Multiple characters from this series will pop up in later ones, and battles within the show will become legendary, referenced time and time again in later series. It stars Amuro Ray, the first Gundam protagonist and eventual war hero, who you kind of have to understand to get where the series is going. In the beginning, Amuro is a kid living in a space colony on Side 7. His dad is a super scientist guy who's been working on a prototype weapon for the Earth Federation to combat the mobile suit threat from the Principality of Zeon. That weapon is the RX-78-2 Gundam. And a little fun trivia for you, the reason Gundam is called Gundam is because they're supposed to be so badass that they're akin to a dam made out of guns. I'm not lying to you, therefore Gundam.
Yeah, I just have a question. Is this a goddamn? Goddamn.
But when Amuro's colony is attacked by Zeon forces led by none other than Char Aznable, Kid dies, Amuro finds his dad's Gundam and just gets in it. At the same time, the mothership White Base, which had arrived to pick up the Gundam, is now forced to take on refugees from Side 7. Meanwhile, Amuro successfully fights off the Zeon mobile suits and joins the rest of his colonists on White Base, which if I don't mention is a Pegasus class warship, somebody is going to cry in the comments. But here is where things get weird. Gundam can't be piloted by just anybody. They're experimental mobile suits, and the RX-78 is the first of their kind. They're faster, stronger, and far more complex than a typical mobile suit, especially the weak Federation Force mechs. The G-force a pilot has to deal with when operating one would knock most unconscious, and because of this, Amuro, a kid, becomes its de facto pilot. Thanks to Gundam Origin, this makes a little more sense, seeing as how we now know that Amuro had been studying the thing for a while before the series even started. But at least he isn't alone, right? The few people who survived the assault on Side 7, most of them children, begin working on White Base under Bright Noah, a 19-year-old ensign who is forced to take command of the White Base when the attack on Side 7 kills most of the crew. Kids going to war is a huge part of the Universal Century. So all of this leaves the White Base in a weird no man's land militarily. The fighting crew is half civilian.
I just want to say that Bright does not come off as a 19-year-old kid at all.
And mostly young teens to straight up children who are forced to take up arms during the worst conflicts since the Universal Century began. The White Base also has no distinct designation at first and must journey back to Earth while being constantly assaulted by Zeon forces and Char Aznable. It's also important to point out again that Gundam was a show designed for adults, young adults, but adults nonetheless. People die, like important characters, which leave lasting scars on not just Amuro, but the entire crew, and it'll make you upset. The series is essentially one long journey of the White Base as it navigates its way throughout the 1-year war, getting sucked into battle after battle on Earth and in space as Amuro becomes a better and better pilot. The White Base and its new Gundam become famous heroic figures of the Earth Federation, especially as Amuro becomes more and more badass, eventually having to unlock most of the safety features on his Gundam because it can't keep up with his abilities at a certain point, which brings up a really weird but pervasive part of the Universal Century Gundam story: new types. You see, one of the things the Principality of Zeon is interested in, or is fighting for, is the next evolution of the human species. Of course,
or like somebody tell me, space magic.
this was originally theoretical, but they believed with mankind taking to space permanently, it would usher in a change in the species genetics. And then it actually happens. So what the fuck is a new type? The best way I can explain it is it's like a pseudo Jedi. New types are particularly sensitive psychically. They can feel other people's emotions or deaths and stuff. They know when danger is coming. They have superhuman reflexes. It's a little nebulous and ill-defined, but when two of them come face to face, forget about it. Weird shit just happens. They can communicate telepathically, like all sorts of stuff. The only thing they can't do is like a force blast or levitate things. At least from what I've seen so far, new types emerge during the 1-year war through stress and trauma to make incredible mobile suit pilots. Again, it's really weird, just you'll see. It's also important to mention that throughout all of its battles, the White Base is constantly hounded by Char Aznable specifically. However, his long-lost sister Sayla is an active member of the White Base's crew, pitting the two siblings and scions of Zeon against each other. And the main reason the series is mandatory is because the White Base and Amuro and Bright Noah are present at every major battle in the 1 Year War, including the final conflict. The characters on White Base as well as Char will be in the preceding mainline series, as Mobile Suit Gundam sets the stage for everything that comes next. And by next, I mean now. So for a bit, these series are going to be optional, okay? But they all take place during the 1 Year War. Of course, I recommend watching all of them, as some are the best in the entire franchise, let alone the Universal Century, except one. There is one you should absolutely skip. Anyway, most of them are relatively short in comparison to the mainline shows as well. Their production also spans the entire existence of the franchise. However, we're going to go through them in order canonically, which is also how I think you should watch them, and it's how I watch them. Feel free to reference this video for watch order. The first series after Mobile Suit Gundam is a little known one called MS Igloo, and let me tell you, it is absolutely shit. Like, there is nothing redeemable here from story to presentation. Igloo has some of the worst CGI I have ever seen. It looks worse than PS2 cutscenes. Frankly, for a series as great as Gundam, Igloo and its sequels are embarrassing. They're also incredibly hard to find, and you cannot get them normally. If you really want to punish yourself that bad like I did, prepare for hours and hours of download time. I'm glad it's out there for prosperity, but just give up on Igloo and save yourself the pain. It is not even, it's like not even funny bad. Nothing that happens within it is ever mentioned again, and it's not important. I cannot emphasize this enough. Just don't watch it. So instead, let's talk about Mobile Suit Gundam, the 08th MS Team. This short series of OVAs slaps so hard. It was released from 1996 to 1999, and it has the
amazing. Yes. That series legit. He's right about that. That's the best series out there.
look I'm always talking about. Sexy, crisp, and clean late 90s animation. This is one of the best looking series in my opinion. As far as the story, it's pretty killer too. It takes place solely on Earth in UC 0079 during the 1 Year War in Southeast Asia, where the Earth Federation and the Principality of Zeon are embroiled in a vicious guerrilla war over resources. It's essentially the Gundam Vietnam War. Reinforcements arrive, including a man named Shiro, who becomes the new captain of the 08th MS Team, an elite unit of prototype Gundam, which initially confused me, as up until now the assumption was that Amuro's Gundam was the only one in the field. Looking into the 08th MS Team's mechs clears up the confusion, right? So if you remember, Amuro's Gundam, the original, was an RX-78. These are RX-79 ground types. They're made of spare lower grade parts that were supposed to be used to mass produce the RX-78. The 79G are also stripped of all parts made for space battle and tweaked specifically to fight within gravitational fields. I don't know, I think that's cool. They also look pretty baller. The main conflict turns into a battle between the 08th unit and a new incredibly powerful prototype Zeon mobile suit. However, there's an emotional twist for Shiro that sends everything into chaos. As far as main characters from Gundam series goes, Shiro is definitely up there with the best of them. The Universal Century really doesn't play around with militarism, but Shiro is an independent person who is willing to disobey orders if he feels they're wrong. I like this a lot, and from what I've heard from other Gundam dorks, it's definitely up there with the best of the best. And then after that is a cult classic that a lot of people have probably heard of, Mobile Suit Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket. While on my Gundam journey, I was told multiple times by multiple different people that this short 6-episode OVA is absolutely peak Gundam. It was released in 1989, the anime is beautiful, and I'm sure from the name you can guess it takes place in UC 0079. No, I didn't misspeak. But despite everybody's enthusiasm, in my onion, I think this is one of the weirder side stories, as it focuses on the experiences of a 10-year-old boy. However, because this is such an isolated and small series, and it kind of really encapsulates everything that Gundam is about, it's probably the most popular within the Universal Century. You essentially don't need to know anything about Gundam to enjoy this one. No new types, no complicated bullshit, just a small...
Yeah, I agree. That was kind of I mean, it wasn't... It's not bad. I understand what they were trying to do, but...
story about a kid who messes up real bad, like really really bad. But before getting into that, I'd like to talk about the war that Universal Century depicts, more specifically the kind of war that it depicts. Before World War II, there was this idea of war that no longer exists today. There was a romanticism to it, the idea of adventure, camaraderie, exploration, and heroism. At the start of World War I in 1914, troops on both sides of the conflict went into battle with these kinds of fantasies before reality kicked in. Without getting too far into the real history, World War I very soon became a bloody, never-ending feudal massacre on a scale literally never seen before. For years, troops would gain a mile, then lose it again, while constantly being pounded by artillery at all times. They lived in wet holes filled with corpses and toxic chemicals. People lost their minds and were executed for it because PTSD wasn't understood at the time. Gundam takes a lot from that time period rather than World War II, mostly because the Japanese don't want to talk about World War II.
More specifically, these war crimes resulted in the deaths of between 3 and 14 million people and include systematic extermination. Furthermore, virtual enslavement of people took place as laborers or in forced prostitution. Captors were used for experimentation. Referring to their victims as maruta, meaning logs, they dissected their victims alive, no anesthetic. Rather, they were vivisected while fully conscious. Next up, we have limb amputation. Some even had organs detached, then reattached in unique ways. Experiments were also conducted with high pressure, poisonous chemical exposure, centrifuges, burning.
Flight delays and baggage claim. Nobody dreams of TSA lines. The joys of America's open road.
Any of y'all interested in war yet? Excite you? Sounds like a great time, huh? Jeez. Man. I'm not gonna get into all that stuff, but yeah. Yep. There's a price to pay when it comes to live combat. That's all I gotta say. You know, you gotta be a particular kind of person to do that and be okay. Trust me. I won't say I know, but I know who knows. Okay, so this goes right here. Right. Oh, okay, I see. This goes right here. That's just a lot. Okay, I see what's happening. All right, what time is it? Oh, okay, cool. Oops. I was afraid it was 3 o'clock. B1 35, B1, B2 35. All right, no, we're skipping ahead. What the heck? No, heck no.
In the latter years of the First World War on both sides was, this isn't war. Soldiers on both sides were soon exhausted, frustrated, traumatized, and just over it. The people on the ground didn't want to fight anymore, but they were compelled to by the brass, who had little compassion or understanding of their situation. Gundam explores these notions often, and it's done well in War in the Pocket. Al Izuhara is a 10-year-old boy who thinks war is awesome. He wants to grow up to be a soldier and fight for honor. However, he lives in the neutral colony of Side 6, a neutral colony who happens to be housing a new Gundam prototype that was launched into space after a Zeon assault on Earth's Antarctic base. An elite Zeon commando unit is sent to Side 6 to destroy this new Gundam, but is massacred, leaving only one soldier, Bernie, alive after he crashes his mobile suit within the colony. He's soon discovered by Al, who becomes infatuated with him despite him being a Zeon soldier. And I don't want to spoil anything at all from this one, but shit goes down hard. Tragedy occurs, there's love and loss, it's a pretty wild ride, and it's also really sad. I enjoyed it, I think I'd watch it again. It's certainly one of the better looking series out there, but compared to a lot of others, it's in the middle of my list. That being said, it is an excellent study of what being young and enthusiastic while completely naive is like.
It is. It is. It is. He's not lying. That series is really sad. Oh shoot. You're on the wrong one.
During wartime, and how that innocence is so easily shattered. Gundam can be super evil like that. Now next up is another series to initially take place in UC79, Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt. Again, we got a big jump from 1989 to 2015, and Thunderbolt is easily the shiniest series so far, and it is also wild. Based off the manga of the same name, MSG Thunderbolt takes place in the Thunderbolt section of space. It's a place.
Yeah, Thunderbolt Gundam is legit. I actually like that series. I really do like that series. It's a good one. Probably the best representative of the Gundam that I've seen. Although yeah, let's get back to it.
Densely packed with asteroids and debris from destroyed ships, which can set off electrical discharges regularly. It's a very unstable section of space, and a lot of the background of this series is very complicated, so I'm not going to wreck your mind with it, but you're going to be hit with some confusing stuff immediately if you're watching in order like I've suggested that you do. The first thing is the FA-78 Full Armor Gundam Thunderbolt. This thing is flippin' insane, looking closer to a mech from Gundam Wing than one from the Universal Century, let alone a Gundam from 0079. From what we've seen so far, you have the OG Gundam Amado pilots, then you have the ground type and 08th MS team, and of course the prototype from War in the Pocket. But Thunderbolt? I mean, this thing is wild. Apparently developed by an isolated team of Earth Federation mech engineers called the Moore Brotherhood, Thunderbolt was created with the Thunderbolt section of space in mind. This thing is kitted out to the max. It's unlike anything we've seen up to this point. From missiles to the overabundant shielding, Thunderbolt looks like a monster, and it totally is. It's overcompensation to the max in order to make up for the extreme armor. More thrusters have been installed, allowing the mobile suit to absolutely scream. Now, the people who designed the suit, the Moore Brotherhood, is made up of survivors from the colonies on Side 4, which were destroyed by Zeon, and they are hell-bent on getting revenge. This puts Io Fleming, the pilot of Gundam Thunderbolt, up against Zeon's Living Dead division in the Thunderbolt sector. Io was originally a racer on Side 4 and is also a jazz enthusiast, which gives the series its extremely unique flavor, music. Well, I'm not going to dive too far into that, but what's important to know is that Io is tasked with taking out the Living Dead sniper unit led by the Principality of Zeon's best sniper, Daryl Lorenz, who is a pop enthusiast, leading to not only a militaristic clash between the two, but a clash between taste.
Real quick, if you want to know what I mean by that, you could check out my short on the Gundam Atlas and you'll hear some of it. Well, what he means by that. My bad, not me. Yeah, because this ain't my video. But yeah. Check out my short. You can hear some of the music. At least a minute of it. Maybe under a minute. Whatever. Just check out the short. You'll see.
and appreciation of the arts. It's important to note that Daryl Lorenz has his legs blown off in a battle early on in the 1 Year War. Everybody in this Living Dead squadron is an amputee of some kind. It's really interesting. And Daryl eventually receives his own insane mobile suit prototype, and the clashes between him and Io are a real sight to behold. Thunderbolt is a fascinating and extremely fast-paced series that eventually ties into the original Mobile Suit Gundam, and it's one you are 100% going to want to see. Thunderbolt is a Gundam that people talk about a lot. It's polished all to hell and is a great representation of how good Gundam still is and what modern animation can bring to the series. It's important to note that the canonity of this series is in debate, but I am definitely on the side of it being canon. Why not when everything else is? I don't understand the argument. The season 2 of the series finally takes us into UC 0080 and eventually into my favorite series that I'll be discussing in this video, Mobile Suit Gundam 0083 Stardust Memory. Released in the utopic year of 1991, Stardust Memory is a short series that just hit all of my buttons. First off, I think it has the best look and feel out of everything I'm going to be talking about here, period. There is just something about this time period of animation from Japan that is so iconic and nostalgic. You add in it's a series of OVAs with a solid budget, an excellent animation team behind the works, and you are set up for success. It's 0083. The 1 Year War has been over for a while, but the Principality of Zeon forces have stolen a highly destructive Gundam prototype with nuclear capabilities. Naturally, it's up to the Earth Federation to retrieve their stolen weapon. A 19-year-old soldier named Ko Uraki finds himself as the pilot of the RX-78 GP-01 Gundam Zephyranthus, or Zephyranthus. It's Greek, I don't know. And this is the first Gundam hobby kit I bought. What I loved so much about this one is that it's a very obvious visual upgrade from Amado's RX-78. It's essentially the next in line. It has the same look and feel of the original Gundam. It's just cooler, and this alone makes Stardust Memories.
I said it before, I'll say it again, I'll say it multiple times on this channel, and you're going to hear it multiple times till you get sick of it. My first Gundam I ever bought was Wing Gundam.
Even more nostalgic after watching quite a few side stories since the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And Ko's journey to stop Operation Stardust from happening is incredibly compelling, and the end of the series' run is one that has stuck with me more than any other that I've watched. It is tragic but really interesting. Stardust Memories, besides being full of great characters and some really cool Gundam prototypes, shows a side of war people literally don't ever get to see or hear about. People who've watched this one know exactly what I mean by that, and if you don't watch anything between Mobile Suit Gundam and the next show on the list, make sure you watch Stardust Memories. It is fantastic. Speaking of the next show, it is finally time to get back on track with the main series in the Universal Century with Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, not Z Gundam, Zeta Gundam. But I want to make a note here about learning to love characters. The main Gundam series can be a bit difficult to transition between. Each entry has a new protagonist, and each one is vastly different from their predecessor. While technically the sequel to Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeta Gundam stars Camille Bidan, a kid who could not be farther from Amado Ray. You aren't going to be seeing comfortable carbon copies of Amado or even events similar to his adventures with the White Base, while Char,
sorry, not Char, I mean Quattro Bugina. No way that's Char.
Bright Noah, and a slew of other characters from the first series show up and play major roles. Camille is different. The war is different. Things have changed, sides have changed, players have changed, and it takes a little bit to get used to that. And at first, I didn't like Camille. He's more aggressive than Amuro. He's more whiny too. And this, of course, is due to the fact that he gets some pretty serious trauma early on in the show. But what you realize fast is that each Gundam entry has a growing period for the characters. While I initially kind of hated Camille, he and Zeta Gundam quickly became my favorite in the mainline series. Set in UC 0087 and released in 1985, Zeta Gundam is a different beast entirely. With the 1 year war long over, things have changed, and like all Gundam pilots in the series, Camille
can't speak on it. Didn't watch this. Well, yeah, I didn't watch the series. I think I only saw the very first episode. And then I think it's like the first and second episode.
finds himself unexpectedly the pilot of a Gundam and embroiled in a massive conflict. However, this time it isn't clear-cut Earth good, Xeon bad kind of deal. There's enemies on both sides, and despite Camille's initial immaturity and temper, he eventually shows a deep compassion, especially after his new type powers awaken. He also has to deal with living in the shadow of Amuro and becoming a pilot and warrior in his own right. If Mobile Suit Gundam had teeth, Zeta Gundam has fangs. It is a brutal story that further expands the concept of new types and the ferocity of war, and the ending, I can't recommend this one enough. I mean, at this point in your journey, you're hopefully fully involved, but if you're just going from Mobile Suit Gundam to Zeta in order to get the basic story, stick with it. Zeta will have you on the edge of your seat up until the end where you completely fall off. That all said, I do have one issue with the show, and that is Zeta Gundam itself. I really don't like the way it looked with its strangely thin head. Thankfully, that's not really an issue with the next series, and that would be Gundam Double Zeta. Again, not ZZ, Double Zeta. And this series is interesting, to say the least. With the emotional power of Zeta Gundam and its insane ending, I was so excited to immediately dive into another mainline series right away. And then I met Judo Ashita. It is immediately apparent that Double Zeta is not Zeta, and more than that, Judo is not Camille. And this is why I recommended taking in the side content in between Mobile Suit Gundam and Zeta. You get smaller stories, excluding Thunderbolt, that allow you to kind of get used to new characters and events. The mainline shows are much longer. They're usually about 50 episodes, and because of that, you tend to get more attached to the protagonist. By the end of Zeta, I was so dedicated to Camille that switching to anyone else was going to be a bit of a struggle, but Judo was a bit too much. Zeta Gundam was a dark and mature show, much darker than the original and most of the content in between. However, that worked to its benefit, making it one of the best, if not the best, in the series. Double Zeta, I don't know, man, it is whiplash. Judo and his group of friends are poor junk collectors living on the colony where Camille ends up after Zeta Gundam. Judo is kind of a punk, but incredibly immature. The entire group of friends is. And like the rest of the mainline series, obviously he ends up with Captain Bright Noah and piloting a new Gundam prototype, this time the Double Zeta. And unlike the Zeta Gundam, I absolutely love Double Zeta so much that it was the second Gundam kit I bought. It's a badass machine. As far as the series goes, it's frustrating. Now, I don't want to turn anyone off from Mobile Suit Double Zeta Gundam because it is a necessary watch, but it does have some things going against it at first. Number one, there's
second kit, I don't remember, but I think my second kit was between Death Sight and Wing Gundam Zero. One of those two.
No dub.
Before any fanboys get on my case, I'm well aware that there was a Southeast Asian dub that was done in English, but it's basically lost media. You can't find it, and it's also not even complete. So doesn't count.
And normally that wouldn't be something I care about. I generally watch things subbed as is, but for some reason I watched all of Gundam minus Thunderbolt dubbed. Part of the reason for that is just how good the dubs actually are, and I really can't express how nice it is to hear good dubs. Second, Double Zeta's initial immaturity as a show after the incredible darkness of Zeta Gundam is kind of a slap in the face. Some of the things the new crew does would get anyone court-martialed in a second, but they get away with everything. It's a little bit unrealistic. Well, they get away with mostly everything. I can't believe it took me this long to mention how often people get slapped in the face in this timeline. It is honestly hilarious. Nobody is safe from the face slap. And it's also not like previous characters hadn't pulled some crazy shit, but Judo's crew is next level, like literally criminally next level. Lastly, the show takes a while to get going. That's really the killer. Again, this is my personal opinion, but Double Zeta Gundam has one of the slowest ramp ups that I've seen so far. Judo's initial objectives are completely personal, but those objectives, mostly saving his sister, sees him constantly messing up, going off on his own, endangering the crew, and generally pissing people off, making him seem like a total jerk. That said, when Double Zeta takes a turn, it turns hard. Unfortunately, it takes 25 episodes to get there, but when Double Zeta hits, it hits so hard, the characters come together.
Okay, so I stopped watching Double Zeta. This is the one I did watch, but I stopped. I get right before the turn.
together, the maturity kicks in, the darkness comes. I don't know how to explain it other than the payoff is impeccable. It can be a little bit of a weird ride to get there, but it is so worth it. And honestly, given Jidou's character, it makes sense that it would take him that long to grow up and get in the fight for real, for a bigger purpose, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean it's always fun to watch him make mistake after mistake to get there, but that's kind of like realistic. My main point is that you really want to stick through that to get to the payoff in the second half of the series. You gotta trust me on it. And this all said, if you've watched any Gundam, including Wing or G, you know that the best parts always come after the first 25 episodes of setup anyway. That should just kind of be expected. What makes this one harder than the others is that it comes straight off the heels of Zeta Gundam, which would be hard for any show. And so where do you go from there? And the answer is simple. It's Char's Counterattack, which is a movie, and it basically caps off the initial Universal Century run. Everything up to this point is to get to this film, and believe me when I say you want to get there. And after that, you got Gundam Unicorn, followed by 2 movies, Gundam Narrative and Gundam Hathaway. And for reference, Double Zeta Gundam takes place in UC 0088, Char's Counterattack in 0093, and Unicorn through Hathaway spans 96 to 105. That's 30.
Yeah, I just want to say, yeah, charge counterattack is legit. I 110% recommend that one.
7 years of the Universal Century I've covered. The next series, Victory Gundam, doesn't happen until 0153. And man, I am 12 pages deep, single space 11 font, and I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. There's so much within Gundam that can be looked at through a microscope. It's honestly so hard to point out what's so dramatically fantastic about the series in a video like this. I can feel myself wanting to reach farther, but I just can't, given the scope here. But I think that's saying something in and of itself, right? The fact that I want to say more and have significantly more to say. Gundam has had a legitimately profound impact on what I know I can expect from anime. The careful, meticulous nature of the plot progression, and more importantly, character growth, is beyond next level. Watching children get sucked into war, maturing and dealing with the harsh reality of that situation, watching loved ones die, and realizing that sometimes you have to fight, especially when you have the power to do so, and the results of what that can cause, how minor mistakes can have huge consequences. It's very impactful. And each entry does this so differently with drastically different characters. It is really something to behold. And also, there's badass giant robots. So go forth and behold it. Most of the series can be found on common streaming platforms like Crunchyroll. Both Origin and Mobile Suit Gundam are, and that's all you need to get started. You will have to dig for a lot of the better, smaller series like 08th MS Team and Stardust Memories, but you're anime fans, you know how to do that. You've done it before, you'll do it again. It's not your fault that certain anime just aren't available any other way. But hopefully, this was helpful and gave you enough of a tease to push you over the edge of curiosity and into action. That's my only goal with this video. I want you to watch Gundam. And again, if you are a major Gundam fan already, please let me know what you'd like me to cover in depth. I'd be glad to do it, and I'd love to hear people's impressions of Gundam when they get into it. So don't forget to come back and let me know what you thought. But for now, that's it. That's all. My name is Mike. This is Bonsai Pop. Check out the sponsor, and I'll see you next time.
Tech teams run on Notion. It's a
Okay, cool. You know what? I might have to watch one more of these because that was actually pretty good. Oh, I don't feel bad because these were made years ago, so.
For a generation of English speaking.
Let's see what we got. Do you have a playlist? Let's see if you have a playlist.
There is a lot of anime out there. We are talking a medium that spans literally every genre of storytelling, from the vanilla to tentacles, you know what I mean? You do, perv. Anyway, my entire life there's always been one section of
the Mobile Suit Gundam is arguably one of the most iconic images in pop culture today. It's so synonymous with the concept of mech that even your mom is likely to call a mobile suit a Gundam. It's important to reiterate, as always, that anime is a medium, not a genre, and although we've seen a steady decline over the last decade, Mecha to anime is like platformers to video games, and Gundam is by far the most beloved facet of that genre. More specifically, the real robot subgenre of mecha as opposed to the super robot subgenre which began in the 1940s. It's also a genre I'm not super familiar with, and one that, as previously stated, has declined in popularity, hence my year-long wait to touch the subject. However, it cannot be overstated the quality and importance of mecha, and mecha cannot be explored without first introducing yourself to Gundam, the 15th top-grossing media franchise of all time, right under Batman and right above Dragon Ball. And as a sci-fi nerd, you think the call towards mech anime would be strong for me, and you would be right, but just like all new things, it can be nerve-wracking getting into bed with them. So I figured we would start where most Westerners began their journey into space on March 6, 2000, with Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. Let's get into it. Gundam Wing was the first series in the franchise to be aired on Western television in 2000 thanks to the glorious benevolence of Toonami. It was also one of the first shows to be featured on both the regular afternoon block and the midnight run. This allowed people to witness it in its uncut glory, blood and all. For many, Wing was a revelation, and within a week it was the top-rated program on Cartoon Network across all age groups. It's credited for single-handedly popularizing the franchise and mecha anime in the West, which is ironic considering its lackluster performance in Japan. Gundam Wing was what introduced me to Gundam as well, but to be honest, I remember not liking it, and there's a good reason for that. I wasn't able to catch the first few episodes as they were airing, but a friend of mine told me how awesome it was and that I had to give it a try. Nowadays, that's perfectly manageable due to the advent of streaming services, but if you were to try and jump into Gundam Wing on episode 10 or so like I did in 2000, you'd likely have the same reaction: confusion. I had no idea what was going on, no idea who anyone was, and there was a whole lot of talking. I got bored and dipped out for a few years until G Gundam premiered, which is still one of my all-time favorite anime. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing is a complex and intricate story of politics, philosophy, war.
I think that's true for most Gundam series. Like, you can't jump in halfway. It doesn't work. Well, most series, I think, in general.
And giant mech suits. It's not something to be jumped into halfway. There are many characters, affiliations, relationships, factions, and alliances to keep track of, which are constantly evolving and changing. There were many times, even during my rewatch of the series, where as an adult I had to rewind because I had no idea what was going on or why some random pair of characters were suddenly at odds. But I did come out of the experience feeling mostly satisfied and once again impressed at the lofty ambitions of the narrative. In the year after Colony 195, a group of 5 young boys are sent to Earth in mobile suits from the space colonies located at the Earth-Moon Lagrange points. These pilots are on a revenge mission codenamed Operation Meteor to strike at the Order of the Zodiac, aka Oz. The 5 boys are piloting mobile suits known as Gundams, horrifically powerful weapons of war named so after their construction material, Gundanium, which is essentially this universe's adamantium. Basically, these things can take a lot of heat. Hito Yui of the XXXG-01W Wing Gundam, Duo Maxwell of the XXXG-01D Gundam Death Scythe, Troa Barton of the XXXG-01H Gundam Heavy Arms, Quatre winner of the XXXG-01SR Gundam Sandrock, and Shang-Wu Fei of the...
I like the fact that he's putting all the code names in there. Like, man, he really went in deep.
XXXG-01S Shenlong are all trained in assassination, piloting, physical defense, as well as combat and warfare. They arrive at different destinations on solo missions completely unaware of each other. While the other 4 land safely, Hiro, the main protagonist, is shot down by a prolific Oz mobile pilot known as Zex Marquise, and Hiro's Wing Gundam sinks to the bottom of the ocean. While there's a lot of excellent moments in the show, I would say my strongest impressions are of Hiro's introduction. I find him to be an ambitious choice for a main protagonist, and after crash landing into the ocean, he washes washes up on a beach and is found by Relena Darlian, the daughter of the United Earth Sphere Alliance's Vice Foreign Minister. And if that title doesn't paint a picture of the kind of show that Gundam Wing is, I don't know what to tell you. Relena removes Hiro's helmet, calls an ambulance, and wakes him up only to have him freak out and attempt suicide, which fails thanks to a faulty explosive in his suit. He then kicks the crap out of 4 MTs before stealing their ambulance and taking off. And instead of panicking like a normal person, Relena is clearly hot and bothered, becoming fascinated by Hiro, setting up a confusing relationship that will grow and change over the next 49 episodes. In an attempt to research his Oz targets, Hiro ends up enrolling at the same school as Relena, who invites him to her birthday party. Instead of accepting, Hiro tears the invitation in two, and as he walks by her, he threatens her life. In another world, this could be seen as kind of badass, but because of Hiro's age and his incredible resting bench face, he just comes off as a deranged sociopath. It's always incredibly difficult to tell what he's thinking or dissect his motives. Hiro and the other 4 Gundam pilots were raised and trained in seclusion on the space colonies by what would be considered mad scientists. Operation Meteor and the development of the Gundams were devised by these scientists as an act of revenge against Oz, who produces weapons for the United Earth Sphere Alliance, which cruelly oppresses the space colonies. A space colony revolution had been staged 20 years prior, but was ended by an assassination, maintaining the oppressed status of the colonies and further escalating the restrictions from the UESA. The goal of Operation Meteor is to destroy Oz in order to choke off the United Earth Sphere Alliance access to weapons. Oh, and this is all episode 1 stuff, by the way. What precedes is a 50-episode epic revolving around Hiro and his peers, as well as the heads and warriors of competing political powers throughout Earth and its colonies. As the viewer, we witness war and death on a grand scale and watch as this small group of miners struggle with their personal morality as they mature through this conflict. Each of them are as unique as their Gundams, and each have a different outlook on their role and the conflict they're taking part in. However, the other main players are just as important, and each symbolize an ideology of their own. Relena eventually becomes a strict pacifist. Zex, who pilots the incredibly awesome Gundam prototype Tallgeese, wrestles with his desire for pacifism, his role as an ace mech pilot, and his place within the competing fact.
Hey, I have a friend that's a pacifist. Hey, I got a friend that's actually a pacifist. He calls himself a pacifist. Ooh, okay, time to come back.
Treize, the de facto antagonist and leader of Oz. While portrayed as the bad guy, Treize has a charisma and honor to him that generally makes him more relatable than any of the other characters. He is a warmonger, but not in the classic way we would conceive one. He believes in the notion that conflict conducted by humans brings progress and cures stagnation. He upholds a statute of honor in battle, and while devious, never seems dastardly. Unlike the chief engineer of a latter villainous group called the Romfeller Foundation. The Foundation works to spread war for profit rather than progress, and in doing so creates mobile dolls or automated mechs, basically unmanned war robots. The existence of these dolls flies in the face of Treiz's honor and belief in the necessity of the human element in warfare to give it meaning. Wing is a series where everyone is at odds with themselves and the world around them. One of my favorite characters, Lady Un, is the literal embodiment of these conflicts. She starts out as a ruthless military leader and assassin, but when sent to the space colonies to be an Oz liaison, she's forced to adopt a kinder, gentler personality at Treiz's request. Eventually, her two sides come into internal conflict, causing a temporary personality disorder before she comes out of it as a well-balanced person. And that's what I would say that Gundam Wing is really about. It's internal conflict, coming to the grips with who you are and your role in the world, realizing your own feelings about conflict, the value of life and peace, but also the necessity of violence and the ingrained hypocrisy of our species. For as long as man has existed, there has been war on all fronts, for land, for resources, for religion, for love, for social status, and even for happiness. Each day you're alive can be seen as a battle on multiple levels. Doing your best is a fight. However, how you and others conduct conflict is another matter altogether, and what's left in the wake of that conflict will end up defining your legacy. And just because you may be a perfect soldier doesn't mean that's all you have to be. We as human beings are hypocritical simply because we hold beliefs. There's no room for progress progress when you believe in something. The nature of belief is black and white, rigid, sound, and unchangeable, yet because we learn through experience, the beliefs we hold inevitably change as well, causing us what could be considered a crisis of character. What was once the right thing to do doesn't always stay that way or apply to every single situation. Laws don't suit every case or scenario, and loyalties are subject to change given circumstance. So how can we call them loyalties at all? I mentioned how confusing Gundam Wing can be, and it certainly is, and that is because all perspectives are valid. What you hold to be true can mean nothing to another person who doesn't adhere or conform to your perspective. Though the world continues to grow more homogenous due to globalization, we can see how different a worldview can be if we look back at the many and varied nations of history. I believe that Wing emphasizes its themes purposefully with confusion because its characters are confused. Relena cannot maintain a pacifist nation without the military protection required to hold its borders from aggressors. Zex cannot be a pacifist and a warrior at the same time. Humans require an equilibrium, but we're taught that you cannot be two opposing things at once. This belief causes mental feedback, which in turn causes confusion. The Gundam pilots were raised to be warriors, but for each of them there is a point where they cannot figure out who the enemy really is, and they can't figure out what they're fighting for anymore. However, because they've labeled themselves and these labels have been confirmed by others, without an enemy, they no longer know who they are or what they're supposed to do. With 40 years under the Gundam franchise's belt and now a widespread global fandom, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing is no longer considered the best or the end-all be-all of Gundam. And it definitely has its issues, a main character who can be extremely difficult to relate to, and in some points, absolutely shoddy animation. There was many instances where I saw the same sequence repeated over and over and over in a battle across multiple episodes to a point that it's laughable when you're binging the show. However, there is a reason it holds a special place in the heart of many as
yeah, that's why I never sat there and said Gundam Wing was the best Gundam series of all time, because it's not. It is the series that introduced Gundam to the West, but the only reason why it's actually one of my favorites is for two reasons. One, the designs, and two, it was the first series that introduced me to Gundam. If it wasn't for Gundam Wing, I would have never gone into Gundam.
it's likely the first time a major and drawn-out conflict of character was thrust into people's faces. And that feature of the show was purposeful. The creators deliberately drew back from Gundam fights and more towards character relationships. Gundam Wing is possibly the first long-running anime series people watched back in the early 2000s. And if you're a Westerner, it was likely your first experience with Gundam. Most people consider the Gundam trope to be war bad, peace good. However, at least to me, it argued that there's little difference between the two concepts. That war and peace are just two sides to the same coin, because for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Therefore, every lasting peace will end in a lasting conflict and vice versa. And though the actions will be different, both of these situations must be dealt with when they come around. It's part of life. Growth comes from soil nourished by lives that have ended. Our bodies are fueled by sacrificing lives. It's coming to grips with that sacrifice and realizing that eventually it will be your turn that is the hardest part of self-realization, and how you conduct yourself afterwards will inevitably define you. There's always an element of choice in things, which is the most important assurance in times of struggle. Call it karma, call it Newton's third law, it is inevitable that no matter how dark things become, something good will eventually be around the corner. I know, you guys wanted me to take a look at the Tall Geese and the Gundams and talk about how cool they are, but this is our first time talking about Gundam in particular. This is only our second mecha video, if you even count Evangelion as, mecha. And with an anime this long and complicated, I wanted to take more of a cursory look at the series and gauge interest in the subject before I just full dived into this crazy stuff. So if you like this video and you want more, you have to let us know either in the comments below, on Twitter or Instagram. And if you're new here and you want to see more, make sure that you subscribe, hit the bell, do all the notification stuff, all the crap that we have to tell you at the end of every video, or you want to do it. And hey, if you've watched a bunch of our videos already and you want to make sure that Bonsai Pop continues.
Well, check out
Dude,
his
this
G.
is a horrible gaming experience.
His
How do
G.
you live like this?
His G Gundam stuff. Holy crap!
Do I look
wow
like a PC building company that uses only the best components from reliable manufacturers and can?
His hand to mine glows with an awesome power. Its burning grip tells me to defeat you.
G Gundam is the best. Anime and robots go together like, I don't know, anime and robots, what are you, stupid? Over the last decade or so, we have seen a major decline in mech anime, an unfortunate reality, but hey, it's 2020. Reality has been a little bit unfortunate. Despite this decline, one series still stands tall on its most epic back catalog, Mobile Suit Gundam. However, despite its seemingly endless legacy, even Gundam has one little chapter they prefer to keep in the closet, and ironically, it is my all-time favorite mobile fighter, G Gundam. Honestly, G Gundam is fucking rad. What is better than giant badass robots and a lot of politics? Giant badass robots constantly beating the crap out of each other and basically no politics. Duh. For many people, the Gundam series is a little scary to dive into. Where do you start? Even recommending it is difficult because you want to make sure the people watch this series that will keep them engaged and wanting more, diving into the universe farther. But if you want to skip all that crap and just have a good time, G Gundam is the way to go. You will see what I mean.
Let's get things started. Gundam fight all sets. Ready?
This is Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Let's get into it.
He is right. To be honest, I wouldn't mind there being like a series that's just G Gundam or like G Gundam Light. Like I think it would be cool. I said like again, I don't hate G Gundam. It's just I had Dragon Ball Z first. So G Gundam comes off as a knockoff to me. That's my issue with it. It's just a knockoff of so that's why, although G Gundam, between G Gundam and Gundam X, you could tell those two series definitely molded Gundam Wing. Because I think Gundam X and G Gundam came out before Gundam Wing, and you could tell where the inspiration of some of those Gundam Wings Gundams came from.
Hey everybody, how's it going? This is Mike. First of all, I just wanted to dedicate this video to my cousin Keith. Homeboy has been asking for G Gundam since we started this channel, and we have finally gotten around to it. So Keith, man, I miss you. I hope you're doing good. This video is for you, bud. Second of all, our Patreon. It is the best community on the web, no lie. If you are an anime fan and you like Bonsai Pop, you are going to have an amazing time in the Patreon. Lowest tier is just $1. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for your time, and on with the show. It's the future. War has destroyed the planet Earth, or at least made it pretty crappy. Most nations have left for space, creating colonies with exciting original names like Neo Japan and Neo America and Neo Mexico, which is literally a giant floating sombrero. Well, hey, at least the world learned their lesson about war, or at least, kinda. You see, in this universe, war is now a sport, or it's, at least sportsman-like. Every 4 years, each colony sends a Gundam fighter down to Earth to represent them in the Gundam Fighter Tournament. The last warrior standing wins their home country supremacy for the next 4 years. So it's kind of like the Olympics, except with, political power at stake. And honestly, that's kind of cool. Like, imagine if we did that with boxing or something. Talk about a moneymaker. Anyway, it's tournament time, and representing our favorite nation is one Domon Kashu, a martial artist and all-around badass with an agenda. He's coming down to Earth to represent Neo Japan along with his...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that would be freaking cool. Hey, it would make all these combat sports matter. Oh man, I would be way more invested if politics were like a fight and who wins will become your next leader. Although what would suck is we wind up with dictators. So, but hey. I would enjoy it a lot more. Oh, let me start it.
Mechanic and best girl Rain in one of the coolest Gundam ever, the Shining Gundam. Now the rules are simple. Fights are one-on-one. If your Gundam's head is destroyed, you lose, and you can't hit the cockpit of the opposing Gundam. That's a low blow. None of that. What's strange is that these fights kind of just take place wherever, sort of like Battle City and Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, there's still people on Earth, and they just have to deal with the fact that every 4 years a bunch of monster robots piloted by maniacs are gonna drop out of space and cause a whole ton of property damage. Now G Gundam gets a lot of shit, in particular for being cheesy and not complying with the general rules of what makes a Gundam show. Gundam is generally very operatic. There's big themes, massive conflicts, complicated character relationships, and motives. G throws that all out the window and is essentially a shonen with mechs, and I love that. And this isn't to say that the rest of the Gundam franchise is bad, but with the year that I've had, I think I've had enough politics without adding on fictional ones. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I watch a Gundam series, usually I have to, you know, dim the lights, do some meditation, prepare myself to concentrate so I don't forget who's allied with who. You know what I mean? You do the same thing, but not with G Gundam. Nah, it takes place in its own bubble timeline called Future Era, and every episode there's gonna be a fight, and it's gonna be rad, or at least hilarious and, I don't know, maybe mildly racist. This time around, Gundam are one-to-one controlled by the mobile trace system. Basically, the cockpit is like a VR room, and every movement of the pilot is traced from a very skin-tight jumpsuit. The Shining Gundam, which we'll get into later, is a freaking boss. But the other Gundam and fighters are just as wild. I feel like the creators were allowed to do whatever they wanted to with this one. And you know I love creative freedom and people just getting weird just to be weird. For instance, you got Gundam Maxter, piloted by Neo America's fighter Chibity Cricket. And yeah, that's his actual name. My guess is that they wanted it to be Jiminy Cricket, but they couldn't pronounce it, so it's Chibity. And it's Chibity in the dub, so we can all just put our hands up together. I don't know. Anyway, he pilots the Gundam Maxter, which is specially equipped for his boxing fighting style with Gundam brass knuckles, which also serve as an extra shoulder armor. His special attack is literally just a falcon punch. It's awesome. He also has 2 giant magnums on his hip because America. And it goes on like this for a while with Domon and Rain traveling from country to country doing the fighting. However, there's a few bouts that end in draws and result in forming a bond of respect between Domon and the other fighters, which comes in handy later. Just like any other shonen protag, Domon has a leg up on the competition, being the inheritor of the King of Hearts title from his martial arts master, Master Asia. That and the freaking Shining Gundam, which is just, yeah, I love it. But he does have another agenda. While he was away on training, his brother and father created the Dark Gundam, or Devil Gundam, depending on your choice of audio. Now this Gundam ain't no joke. The thing is a freaking monster capable of self-healing, self-replicating, infecting other Gundam, and even people. It's wild. Also, I'm not going to spoil most of the plot points because the show is something you gotta check out, but yeah. Dark Gundam is metal as f. Okay, so I mentioned this King of Hearts thing. Well, it's a martial arts title that was given to Master Asia while he was part of an elite group of fighters called the Shuffle Alliance. I know, it's terrifying. A terrifying name. But it turns out that Master Asia is a mega butt munch and is actually working with the Dark Gundam to take over the world or some shit. He's also gotten all of Domon's new buddies possessed by Dark Gundam cells, so they're acting all evil, things are getting bad, but then the Shuffle Alliance shows up to kick some ass. Unfortunately, they don't do a very good job and instead offer their lives and their titles to Domon's friends in order to purge out the Dark Gundam cells. Now, with a team and a mission, Domon and crew set out to save the world and defeat the Dark Gundam once and for all as a new Shuffle Alliance. But none of it would be possible without the Shining Gundam, my dudes. Is my favorite Gundam ever and is even more dope as the Burning Gundam, which is the upgrade. There's seriously something cool about the way the mobile trace system works, how the Gundam and the fighter's actions are one-to-one. In G Gundam, you're not just a pilot, but your martial capabilities have to be up to snuff as well. It makes for a more intricate bond between the Gundam and the pilot, at least in my opinion. And Shining Gundam, besides looking cool, has 2 beam swords, 2 forearm laser cannons, head-mounted Vulcan guns, and shoulder-mounted machine cannons. But coolest of all, it's got its shining finger, which puts all its offensive power just right into its hand. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen anyone get face pushed, but it's like the funniest thing in the world. Shining Gundam brings that to the next level by doing the face crush. Shining finger is literally a weapon that's used to crush Gundam's heads, and that is as badass as it gets, boy. It also has a super mode where it goes gold that can only be achieved when Domon is going all Zen warrior. Like seriously, if you haven't watched a mech show before, but like Kung Fu, this is your entry point. Unfortunately, however, the beautiful Shining Gundam gets wrecked by Master Asia after putting up a solid fight, but no worries, this is where we get the Burning Gundam.
Okay, I had to come out. I'm starting to get locked in. When I get locked in, I start getting quiet. Once I get locked in, you ain't gonna hear from me. Cause I'm too busy trying to concentrate and things don't get done. You know, I start getting locked in. Yeah, it's not good for me to get locked in. Like that. I mean, it's locked in is not bad, but it's just once I start getting locked in, I stop watching and I just start concentrating on trying to get it done, how the things work, blah 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 blah. And at the end of the day, nothing, and I mean nothing. Well, I mean things get done. It actually is the best time for me to get things done, but you know, you basically get lost. So, don't get me wrong, like I said, being locked in is not bad, but when I'm here and I'm reacting to stuff, I don't want to just play through somebody's stuff and not, you know, add my own narrative. Well, not my own narrative, but my own opinion on things. So, yep, that is not good for me to sit down and just react. I mean, for me to get locked in, you know, because I'm over here doing this, building this up, and I'm getting locked in some of these series. Nope, not good. Okay, cool. We got one side done. Oh, no, I got to redo the other side. Okay, so we got one side done. Perfect. Alright, so this side's all done. Okay. Now I gotta check the other side. Wait a minute, is this? Yeah, no, this is right. Okay, cool. So that side's done. Now we're on the other side, which I got half of it done, but it's a lot more I gotta get done. Which I probably I probably could have went through, but I didn't want to do that. But either way, let's keep going.
Or in Japan, the God Gundam, which is why the show is called G Gundam, by the way. God Gundam, G Gundam, fun trivia for you there. Anyway, I'm just gonna go out and say it. The Burning Gundam is straight up my favorite Gundam. I know I said the Shining Gundam's my favorite Gundam, but it's actually the Burning Gundam. Major aesthetic improvements to the Shining Gundam, but it still retains the goodies that Shining already had. Also, you probably thought Shining Finger was pretty cool. You know, the one-hand popping skulls is a top-level attack, but Burning Gundam takes that up a notch with Burning Finger. So instead of going for the face, Burning Finger punches right through the chest and then explodes. Now imagine if this was just a martial arts anime and Domon was going around popping skulls with one hand and flexing so hard with his hand in people's chests that they just blew up. I want to see that. Someone make that anime. The rest of the fighters and their Gundams are awesome too. They don't hold a candle to Burning Gundam, which may or may not be a pun, but the Gundam team did a good job matching the characters' nationalities to their fighting styles and mechs. French boy George is a fencer and his Gundam Rose has a flippin' laser rapier. Sai Chi is a Shaolin monk with the appropriately dedicated Dragon Gundam, which allows him to incorporate his kung fu. The mobile unit also has a bunch of beam flags called Fei Long flags that can be used in a multitude of ways, including as a polearm, a traditional Shaolin weapon. And of course there's Argo Golsky and his Bolt Gundam. Argo, being Russian, uses Russian martial arts, which was described to me by my expat ex-military Russian step-uncle as "Would break bone." Bolt Gundam is super tough and can get up close to use counters.
I keep saying this, that you can see the inspiration from G Gundam and Gundam X and got incorporated into Wing Gundam. You can see it. I'm telling you, just watch G Gundam, you'll see. Even some of the names, you could see that it got moved to Wing Gundam. You could tell that this series definitely inspired Gundam Wing. I almost feel like because of G Gundam, that's why Wing Gundam, because of G Gundam, that's why Wing Gundam got created. In my personal opinion.
And grapples, and like I said with Chibity earlier, despite stereotyping a bit, some actual thought was put into the fighters and their Gundams, and it's a great change of pace from something so serious like Gundam Wing. Also, there is a German ninja, but you're gonna have to watch to see what that's all about. No idea who made that choice in the drawing room. Regardless, Burning Gundam takes Domon through the rest of the show. He even basically goes Super Saiyan a couple times. He throws a mean Hadouken. I just want to reiterate how different this is from your typical Gundam series. We have covered Wing, and it wasn't too long ago, and I stressed out pretty hard when I was writing it because of how complex it was. And you know me, I generally like to find some philosophical tie to what I'm talking about, but G Gundam is just fun. And don't get me wrong, it's not just stupid fun, there are quite a few plot twists that I have not revealed. One of the best things Gundam does is subvert your expectations of good and evil. You almost always find yourself convinced of who the true villain is, only to have a major wrench thrown in somewhere when you find out who's been pulling the strings in the background the whole time. And I guess that's kind of where I find my root here. Basically, be careful about your assumptions. With the amount of information we have at our disposal, it's almost impossible to know exactly where the truth lies. The problem is allowing yourself to be convinced. It's such a common trope in anime, but I feel like it's often looked over, at least the deeper meaning behind it. Some uppity shonen fighting guy goes out wrecking all kinds of havoc just to find out that who he was fighting was the wrong enemy the whole time. A, that's embarrassing, and B, some damage can't be undone. I'm sure we've all had our own ideological crusades, maybe even some revenge plots, who knows. But what I'm saying is to stay shifty, my friends. Keep a certain amount of skepticism in your pockets. Part of the beauty of the universe is the vast amount of unknown possibilities that float through that ether. It's what allows us to imagine and create and invest ourselves in something as simple as a man using a giant man-shaped machine with laser swords to fight a battle for the fate of the planet. But it also causes a lot of fear and anxiety. Remember that you can only do what you can do. Don't sweat the big stuff, and take life a step at a time. And if you need to chill, go watch G Gundam. You're gonna love it. Hey, what's up? It's Mike. Thank you guys so much for watching. Before we go, just want to let you know that next week we're going to have a special midweek video on Wednesday. We also have a special link down in the description that will lead you to our Displate shop where you can purchase anything there and it will help out the channel. Also, we have our own personal Displate. Special shout out to our Super Saiyan God, Sam the Cynical, and our super lucky patron of the week is Akron. That's it. That's all. Thank you so much for watching the entire way through the video. Don't forget to check out all the rest of our videos. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. We love you. Goodbye.
Like I said, this channel will get a Patreon one day. If the audience grows. Alright, let's go someplace else. Alright, let's go someplace else. So yeah.
Hello.
So recap. I am more of a fan of Gundam Wing than G Gundam.
Ah, Sam, right on time.
You could tell G Gundam, I think G Gundam came first.
You helped Mr. Bowman?
Inspired Wing.
Shoveled snow off
You
his
can tell
driveway.
by some of the Gundam designs.
And Miss Hernandez?
Help decorate her tree.
Oh, and Zach.
I just
yeah,
messed
that's
this
my
up.
problem.
Holy crap.
My own brother needs help, and I don't know why.
You're doing very well, Sam.
Oh, no.
An excellent apprentice. I think we can retire the snow globe now and begin the next phase of your training. Finding and helping those in need without using
Learn how
this.
to get go eating a little bit.
How?
but I'm not
By
gonna do it
opening
now.
your eyes and your heart.
And Zach?
Be bold, Sam. Real compassion requires
G Gundam,
action.
and again, I'll sit there and say this: G Gundam. I would love for there to be an actual like G Gundam series, or like a series just like G Gundam.
You
like,
okay?
I'm
fine.
Doesn't have to be G Gundam, but that's based off of G Gundam. I think it'll be its
Something's
own
up.
series, but
I
yeah,
know
it
you don't
just
want to
doesn't
talk
make
about
sense.
it,
That's why I
but
say,
I'm not moving
say
until
if you're
you do.
trying to get into Gundam, one of the worst series to start with, that would give you the totally wrong
These
expectation of
posts are
Gundam.
mean, Zach. He's bullying you. That's
It's G
not
Gundam.
okay.
G Gundam. If you are a Gundam fan, you start with G Gundam. Oh man, when you go to the rest of the series, it's going, I'm telling you, it's going
Have
to.
you told Mom and Dad?
I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. I watched it happen.
It'll get worse if you don't.
I watched it happen back in the day where people saw G Gundam first, and then they tried to do Gundam Wing,
You
and they
owe my
could not
brother
do
an
it.
apology.
Zach's little sister?
That's why I said the worst series to start off with, in my
Just
personal
leave him
opinion.
alone.
And get into
Or
Gundam
what?
is G
You'll
Gundam.
beat
It
me
is
up?
the worst series.
Get
You should
lost.
never start with G Gundam. G Gundam is an outlier. It does not work. It does not really give you a good idea of Gundam. And again, for me, my issue with G Gundam, it just became like another Dragon Ball Z, but I already had Dragon Ball Z. I didn't need a Gundam Dragon Ball Z at the time, so. But now that I'm a little older, I wouldn't mind seeing like a battle like that where two mechs come out and fight. That would be
You
actually
never
pretty
made grades
cool.
like this when your mom was
But
around.
yes, I would totally
What's the matter with
recommend.
you?
Yeah,
Do you want to get kicked off the team?
do not start with G Gundam. That is the worst series to start with. I promise you that. If you want to get a good idea of Gundam, do not ever start with G Gundam. again, my list, and I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time. I would say, I mean, again, I would probably say going to
You used your
I
time,
think they
son.
say watch the Gundam.
but
There are
now I'm
Gundam movies, like 3
confused.
movies that people say you
Sam,
should watch
how
because
do you
it is
feel when
better.
you
I've
help
never watched them.
someone?
I can never really get into Gundam, but you should start with that.
Warm,
I guess Charged
happy,
Origin would be a good one. After
good
watching this,
inside, I
Charged
guess?
Origin
That's
would be a good one to get
because
into Gundam.
spark
If
is
you're just trying to get
created
into the
when we
series.
care for those in need. It's what nourishes and powers
I think the one
this
that I always
world.
recommend people
I don't understand.
is Iron Blooded
Better
Orphan.
to show you.
My particular favorite, I'm gonna say it's my favorite because I mean it's tied between Iron Blooded Orphan because I haven't finished yet MST, which I do hate the last episode of that series. But yeah, these are probably the ones I think I would recommend the most. If you're trying to get it done, I
Welcome
wouldn't
to
recommend
Evergreen
Gundam.
Hills. When I say that kindness from your
Yeah, we wanna
world
recommend Gundam.
nourishes our world,
Gundam X.
Sam, I mean it literally.
Yeah, you gotta
These
start off with
flowers
like
grow
probably
because
like
you
Gundam
helped
Origins,
Miss Hernandez
Gundam
and
Origins
Mr.
series. I
Bowman.
would say start off with that.
You mean this forest?
I haven't watched it.
As
Yeah,
people
I
in
might go
your
back and
world
watch
care
them,
for
but
each
I
other.
definitely recommend.
Watch closely. The
That'd
next
be a-
time
that-
someone
that'd
in
be
your
really great.
world
Yes,
is
Double
kind,
80.
with the right vision,
That one is
you'll
definitely
see
a
the
very
power
depressing.
that sustains
That one's
every living
definitely
thing
one of the most
here.
depressing series. Like it really is way more psychological. And watching it as a kid, it was like, what the heck did I just watch? You know, this has been a few times. You know,
wanna show
one
you
series
the
that made me
heart
feel
of
like
this
that.
forest.
That just was like, why did I watch? I did not want to watch that. Not that it was bad, but it's not really something
The spark tree.
what's that one called? Oh my.
Kindness nourishes its roots,
Oh,
and
what
it
is that one
produces
called?
something beautiful in return.
A spark.
What is that series
Highly
called?
concentrated
Here it
positive
goes.
energy, the
what is it
perfect
called?
tool
Not
for
Horizon.
helping
It
those
was
in
called-
need. Light is always the answer for hearts
Oh,
in
what's
dark
that series
places.
called? I can't remember what
Use
that
it
one's
correctly,
called.
Sam, and you'll help create more spark as well.
What is that one called? Oh.
What do I do with it?
You'll know.
I keep
when the
going Log
time
Horizon because
is
Log
right.
Horizon to me was better. I like Log Horizon way better. But Sword Art Online. That's what it was. Yeah, that one season with the I don't want to spoil it, but there was this one season in there that was just like, ooh, I did not come for that. I did not watch the show for that depressing. God, I mean, it wasn't a bad story, but it was just way too depressing. I'm like, I did not walk away from that series feeling good. I walked away from that series and was like, ugh. I mean, that season, I should say. Just was not happy about it. I will say this when it comes to that series.
I made you a card to counter all those mean posts.
I like that series more when the main character
Dear
is by
Zach,
himself. It's not
some
tied
advice
to
from
the
your
other
brilliant
classes.
sister.
I mean, to the
Ignore the
others.
haters.
I really
I
don't.
think you're pretty
I
awesome,
really think it
and
gets
my
better
opinion is the only one that
when
matters.
he's kind of on his own doing his
Grateful
own
you're
solo
my
series.
goober brother. Love, Sam,
So,
aka president of the
that's just
Zach
my
fan
opinion.
club.
But yeah, that I forgot. I'm gonna say it's
Thanks.
season 2, but yeah,
You have
that
to
was
say
one of
this.
those where I'm just
You're my
like,
sister.
shout out
I
to
say it
the really
because
depressing
it's
story that you're
true.
trying to tell,
Did you
but I
tell
did
Mom and
not come to the
Yes,
series for that.
But it won't change things.
God,
This guy's
I want to
just
say it's awful,
mean.
but
Well, I think I have
that
the cure for that.
depressing
We'll
story
smother him with kindness.
just brutal. It's worse
joking,
than
right?
than 0080,
This
to
is
be
a
honest.
terrible idea.
I would say watch 0080 than that.
it's too
Than
late
that.
now.
Ugh, man, I just was not wanting to watch
What
that.
are you doing here?
Good,
I
very
got
important
detention
story,
because
but
of you.
man,
You
I would have
got
been happy
detention because
never
of
going
you.
through that story.
Not why I want.
So,
You're about to be kicked off the basketball
but yeah,
team because you're failing
0080 as a
algebra.
kid was definitely
So
one of those storylines that I was not prepared to watch.
Thought I could help. Maybe
And
tutor
this was like,
you
I
after
just
school
came out of
in the
that
library?
series.
I
highly
don't need help
uncomfortable,
from
like,
you.
Yeah, I don't.
Actually, you do. We talked to your
I'm
math
good.
teacher.
I'm good.
She'll let you retake
I
the
don't.
midterm
I didn't need to
if
see that.
you agree to tutoring.
And
But I
Coach
won't say
Sonnenberg
that.
says he'll hold your
0080
spot.
just came out
You
like
can,
I expected something
bring
and I
up
got
your grade.
something else. That's what that did. So yeah. Let me see.
Why are you
I already
being
talked about
nice to
HMS
me?
Team all the time. 0083 was
What
actually
you
really
need
good.
Most
Definitely,
is
I
someone who
definitely do recommend that
believes in
series.
you, right?
Yeah.
I definitely like
tomorrow.
083. That was a really
Library.
good series.
Don't be late.
Thunderbolt's amazing. I love Thunderbolt. Really, really good. Really, really
Hey.
fun. Great series.
Thanks.
Dude,
my pleasure.
What else did he go over? Wing, of course. That's what started it all for me.
Hey, Sam.
G Gundam
needed that.
is the
Thanks.
worst
See?
entry
It wasn't
to
a
Gundam, but
terrible idea.
it is a good series, especially if you like a good Dragon Ball Z fan. It's a
You're
really
not
good
heading
one.
home?
But
You
I
go
would
ahead.
say don't watch
I've got one more stop.
G Gundam.
Hi.
Don't let G Gundam be the
I help
first
you?
series that gets you into
No,
Gundam because it
but
pretty much
you can help someone.
does not work. Again, I watched it firsthand of people that watched G Gundam, they got the Gundam Wing, and it was like, no. Doesn't work. So
I guess
But
I've
yeah.
been riding you pretty hard lately.
I'm missing there it is.
Your mom always knew the right thing to say.
Okay, that's already
Not
done.
so much.
C1, right?
And the
No,
things
C-
I should say, I don't say enough. Like, I'm sorry. And
This is C2. There we go.
I love you. You're my son. And, maybe we can help each other be better. What do you say? Oh.
C1. Oh, crap. No. Okay, that's it. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, that's all done. Okay, I think we got it. I think we're good. Okay. Hope I'm right. Let's try it. This
Well
one.
done, Sam.
This one. This goes with this
A good
one.
question is, how do I get started trading? A better question is, how do I profit today? Well, I can tell you, it's not by watching YouTube tutorials, it's not by reading trading forums, and it's not by watching the financial news. In fact, the way to profit from trading today is a little known strategy that my dad's been developing over the last 20 years. And he taught me this when I was just 21 years old, and by the time I was 24, I was already a millionaire. But listen, I'm not here to brag. I'm here to help you be more successful today, just like the students that my dad and I helped recently. For example, a busy mom made $90,000 in her first year of trading in her spare time.
And then I just opened another account with 65,000 in there. Even though with the downturn market, I make like 28,000 right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. 62,000 on one, 28,000 on another. A pastor is making $5,000 a day on average.
Last week, I've been really hitting, I would say, almost every day, anything over 5,000 in profit. There are days where I can get 7,000 and 8,000. Today was a very difficult day, and as difficult as it was, and I still got 2,500.
And a business owner made over $100,000 in his first 6 months.
Last year I make over 100,000, and this year so far I make like $93,582 already.
So if you want to learn how they did it, then click the link on your screen right now, because my dad and I just put together a brand new free training for you on the trading strategy that we taught each one of them. And if you are a new trader, you will love this strategy. It is comprehensive, but it's easy
and make
to
sure
understand.
every
So click the link now.
one of these
and check
channels
out
that you
our
see
training.
me streaming, make sure to go out to subscribe and support. That's why I don't minimize them. That's why it's in the corner. But yeah, make sure you support. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna watch all their stuff.
The Mobile
but,
Suit Gundam is arguably one of the most iconic images in pop culture today. It's so synonymous with the concept of mech that even your mom is likely to call a mobile suit a Gundam. It's important to reiterate, as always, that anime is a medium, not a genre, and although we've seen a steady decline over the last decade, Mecha to anime is like platformers to video games, and Gundam is by far the most beloved facet of that genre. More specifically, the real robot subgenre of mecha as opposed to the super robot subgenre which began in the 1940s. It's also a genre I'm not super familiar with, and one that, as previously stated, has declined in popularity, hence my year-long wait to touch the subject. However, it cannot be overstated the quality and importance of mecha, and mecha cannot be explored without first introducing yourself to Gundam, the 15th top grossing media franchise of all time, right under Batman and right above Dragon Ball. And as a sci-fi nerd, you think the call towards mech anime would be strong for me, and you would be right, but just like all new things, it can be nerve-wracking getting into bed with them. So I figured we would start where most Westerners began their journey into space on March 6, 2000, with Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. Let's get into it. Gundam Wing was the first series in the franchise to be aired on Western television in 2000 thanks to the glorious benevolence of Toonami. It was also one of the first shows to be featured on both the regular afternoon block and the midnight run. This allowed people to witness it in its uncut glory, blood and all. For many, Wing was a revelation, and within a week it was the top-rated program on Cartoon Network across all age groups. It's credited for single-handedly popularizing the franchise and mecha anime in the West, which is ironic considering its lackluster performance in Japan. Gundam Wing was what introduced me to Gundam as well, but to be honest, I remember not liking it, and there's a good reason for that. I wasn't able to catch the first few episodes as they were airing, but a friend of mine told me how awesome it was and that I had to give it a try. Nowadays, that's perfectly manageable due to the advent of streaming services, but if you were to try and jump into Gundam Wing on episode 10 or so like I did in 2000, you'd likely have the same reaction. Confusion. I had no idea what was going on, no idea who anyone was, and there was a whole lot of talking. I got bored and dipped out for a few years until G Gundam premiered, which is still one of my all-time favorite anime. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing is a complex and intricate story of politics, philosophy, war, and giant mech suits. It's not something to be jumped into halfway. There are many characters, affiliations, relationships, factions, and alliances to keep track of, which are constantly evolving and changing. There were many times, even during my rewatch of the series, where as an adult I had to rewind because I had no idea what was going on or why some random pair of characters were suddenly at odds. But I did come out of the experience feeling mostly satisfied and once again impressed at the lofty ambitions of the narrative. In the year after Colony 195, a group of 5 young boys are sent to Earth in mobile suits from the space colonies located at the Earth-Moon Lagrange points. These pilots are on a revenge mission codenamed Operation Meteor to strike at the Order of the Zodiac, aka Oz. The 5 boys are piloting mobile suits known as Gundams, horrifically powerful weapons of war named so after their construction material, Gundanium, which is essentially this universe's adamantium. Basically, these things can take a lot of heat. Hito Yui of the XXXG-01W Wing Gundam, Duo Maxwell of the XXXG-01D Gundam Death Scythe, Troll Barton of the XXXG-01H Gundam Heavy Arms, Quatre Winner of the XXXG-01SR Gundam Sandrock, and Shang Wu Fei of the XXXG-01S Shenlong are all trained in assassination, piloting, physical defense, as well as combat and warfare. They arrive at different destinations on solo missions completely unaware of each other. While the other 4 land safely, Hiro, the main protagonist, is shot down by a prolific Oz mobile pilot known as Zex Marquise, and Hiro's Wing Gundam sinks to the bottom of the ocean. While there's a lot of excellent moments in the show, I would say my strongest impressions are of Hiro's introduction. I find him to be an ambitious choice for a main protagonist, and after crash landing into the ocean, he washes up on a beach and is found by Relena Darlian, the daughter of the United Earth Sphere Alliance's Vice Foreign Minister. And if that title doesn't paint a picture of the kind of show that Gundam Wing is, I don't know what to tell you. Relena removes Hiro's helmet, calls an ambulance, and wakes him up only to have him freak out and attempt suicide, which fails thanks to a faulty explosive in his suit. He then kicks the crap out of 4 MTs before stealing their ambulance and taking off. And instead of panicking like a normal person, Relena is clearly hot and bothered, becoming fascinated by Hiro, setting up a confusing relationship that will grow and change over the next 49 episodes. In an attempt to research his Oz targets, Hiro ends up enrolling at the same school as Relena, who invites him to her birthday party. Instead of accepting, Hiro tears the invitation in two, and as he walks by her, he threatens her life. In another world, this could be seen as kind of badass, but because of Hiro's age and his incredible resting bench face, he just comes off as a deranged sociopath. It's always incredibly difficult to tell what he's thinking or dissect his motives. Hiro and the other 4 Gundam pilots were raised and trained in seclusion on the space colonies by what would be considered mad scientists. Operation Meteor and the development of the Gundams were devised by these scientists as an act of revenge against Oz, who produces weapons for the United Earth Sphere Alliance, which cruelly oppresses the space colonies. A space colony revolution had been staged 20 years prior, but was ended by an assassination, maintaining the oppressed status of the colonies and further escalating the restrictions from the UESA. The goal of Operation Meteor is to destroy Oz in order to choke off the United Earth Sphere Alliance access to weapons. Oh, and this is all episode 1 stuff, by the way. What precedes is a 50-episode epic revolving around Hiro and his peers, as well as the heads and warriors of competing political powers throughout Earth and its colonies. As the viewer, we witness war and death on a grand scale and watch as this small group of miners struggle with their personal morality as they mature through this conflict. Each of them are as unique as their Gundams and each have a different outlook on their role and the conflict they're taking part in. However, the other main players are just as important and each symbolize an ideology of their own. Relena eventually becomes a strict pacifist. Zex, who pilots the incredibly awesome Gundam prototype Tallgeese, wrestles with his desire for pacifism, his role as an ace mech pilot, and his place within the competing fact.
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
And then there's Treize, the de facto antagonist and leader of Oz. While portrayed as the bad guy, Treize has a charisma and honor to him that generally makes him more relatable than any of the other characters. He is a warmonger, but not in the classic way we would conceive one. He believes in the notion that conflict conducted by humans brings progress and cures stagnation. He upholds a statute of honor in battle, and while devious, never seems dastardly. Unlike the chief engineer of a latter villainous group called the Romfeller Foundation. The Foundation works to spread war for profit rather than progress, and in doing so creates mobile dolls or automated mechs, basically unmanned war robots. The existence of these dolls flies in the face of Treiz's honor and belief in the necessity of the human element in warfare to give it meaning. Wing is a series where everyone is at odds with themselves and the world around them. One of my favorite characters, Lady Un, is the literal embodiment of these conflicts. She starts out as a ruthless military leader and assassin, but when sent to the space colonies to be an Oz liaison, she's forced to adopt a kinder, gentler personality at Treiz's request. Eventually, her two sides come into internal conflict, causing a temporary personality disorder before she comes out of it as a well-balanced person. And that's what I would say that Gundam Wing is really about. It's internal conflict, coming to the grips with who you are and your role in the world, realizing your own feelings about conflict, the value of life and peace, but also the necessity of violence and the ingrained hypocrisy of our species. For as long as man has existed, there has been war on all fronts, for land, for resources, for religion, for love, for social status, and even for happiness. Each day you're alive can be seen as a battle on multiple levels. Doing your best is a fight. However, how you and others conduct conflict is another matter altogether, and what's left in the wake of that conflict will end up defining your legacy. And just because you may be a perfect soldier doesn't mean that's all you have to be. We as human beings are hypocritical simply because we hold beliefs. There's no room for progress when you believe in something. The nature of belief is black and white, rigid, sound, and unchangeable. Yet because we learn through experience, the beliefs we hold inevitably change as well, causing us what could be considered a crisis of character. What was once the right thing to do doesn't always stay that way or apply to every single situation. Laws don't suit every case or scenario, and loyalties are subject to change given circumstance. So how can we call them loyalties at all? I mentioned how confusing Gundam Wing can be, and it certainly is, and that is because all perspectives are valid. What you hold to be true can mean nothing to another person who doesn't adhere or conform to your perspective. Though the world continues to grow more homogenous due to globalization, we can see how different a worldview can be if we look back at the many and varied nations of history. I believe that Wing emphasizes its themes purposefully with confusion because its characters are confused. Relena cannot maintain a pacifist nation without the military protection required to hold its borders from aggressors. Zex cannot be a pacifist and a warrior at the same time. Humans require an equilibrium, but we're taught that you cannot be two opposing things at once. This belief causes mental feedback, which in turn causes confusion. equation. The Gundam pilots were raised to be warriors, but for each of them there is a point where they cannot figure out who the enemy really is, and they can't figure out what they're fighting for anymore. However, because they've labeled themselves and these labels have been confirmed by others, without an enemy, they no longer know who they are or what they're supposed to do. With 40 years under the Gundam franchise's belt and now a widespread global fandom, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing is no longer considered the best or the end-all be-all of Gundam. And it definitely has its issues, a main character who can be extremely difficult to relate to, and in some points, absolutely shoddy animation. There was many instances where I saw the same sequence repeated over and over and over in a battle across multiple episodes to a point that it's laughable when you're binging the show. However, there is a reason it holds a special place in the heart of many, as it's likely the first time a major and drawn-out conflict of character was thrust into people's faces. And that feature of the show was purposeful. The creators deliberately drew back from Gundam fights and more towards character relationships. Gundam Wing is possibly the first long-running anime series people watched back in the early 2000s. And if you're a Westerner, it was likely your first experience with Gundam. Most people consider the Gundam trope to be war bad, peace good. However, at least to me, it argued that there's little difference between the two concepts. That war and peace are just two sides to the same coin, because for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, therefore every lasting peace will end in a lasting conflict and vice versa. And though the actions will be different, both of these situations must be dealt with when they come around. It's part of life. Growth comes from soil nourished by lives that have ended. Our bodies are fueled by sacrificing lives. It's coming to grips with that sacrifice and realizing that eventually it will be your turn that is the hardest part of self-realization, and how you conduct yourself afterwards will inevitably define you. There's always an element of choice in things, which is the most important assurance in times of struggle. Call it karma, call it Newton's third law, it is inevitable that no matter how dark things become, something good will eventually be around the corner.
We got that now.
I know, you guys wanted me to take a look at the Tall Geese and the Gundams and talk about how cool they are, but this is our first time talking about Gundam in particular. This is only our second mecha video, if you even count Evangelion as, mecha. And with an anime this long and complicated, I wanted to take more of a cursory look at the series and gauge interest in the subject before I just full dived into this crazy stuff. So if you like this video and you want more, you have to let us know either in the comments below, on Twitter or Instagram. And if you're new here and you want to see more, make sure that you subscribe, hit the bell, do all the notification stuff, all the crap that we have to tell you at the end of every video, or you want to do it. And hey, if you've watched a bunch of our videos already and you want to make sure that Bonsai Pop continues to be a thing, why don't you check out our Patreon or our merch, or both. Speaking of which, shout out to our Super Saiyan God, Dr. Dad, for making sure that our bellies are full so these videos can get made. Thank you so much, Dr. Dad. And to our lucky patron of the week, Jarud. And like I said before, make sure to follow us on Twitter. That is at bonsai_pop for things about upcoming cons. I just did a tweet review of a video game called Wonderling that was written by Fossiani, a guy who works for The Completionist. And check out our Instagram, same moniker, where I post pictures of things. Anyway, I think that's it. Make sure to watch more of our videos. My name is Mike. This is Bonsai Pop, and I'll see you next time. Thanks.
In the distant future, mankind has reached the stars, but the galaxy is troubled.
Alright, either way, let's get back. Let's see what we watch.
The Earthsphere Alliance rules the outlying colonies with an iron fist.
I'm glad you're seeing where this is going. But now, probably move it out the way.
Ones posing the most threat are none other than yourselves. We've had enough.
Those who oppose them,
we won't be needing you any further.
What?
Like I said, I'm gonna do the head last.
After the alternate universe experiment that was Mobile Fighter G Gundam, Sunrise would once again decide that the Universal Century deserved a bit more of a rest. In 1995, new mobile report Gundam Wing would blast its way onto the TV screens of Japanese homes for a 49-episode run full of nerdy brooding, nebulous talks of absolute peace, and lots of bangs. And yeah, I mean that both in the gun way and in the hair way. Just look at Troa's locks. Much like the previous Gundam show, Wing has quite a large ensemble cast, including 5 main characters and the absolute landslide of supporting actors that come and go throughout the series. Gundam Wing sports a seemingly complex world with deep political maneuverings and multiple factions vying for control of the Earth. I gotta say up front that I really do love the look of this show. It has a darker color palette compared to G Gundam or even the original.
That what's going on here? Oh wow. This was after my time. I did not get into this at all. It looks stupid. What else is? Huh. I haven't seen it. Sure. Let's see.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
I'm into Godzilla.
He's now on digital.
Oh my god.
From director Martin Scorsese, Leonardo DiCaprio.
So, this was a bit of a surprise. Now, it's going to come as no mystery to any of you watching this video that Hollywood is in a pretty bad state at the moment. Just the other day, I released a video deep diving into why Hollywood is falling apart, and almost as if it was written in the clouds, a film has come along that has just hammered that point home. And that film is Godzilla Minus One, a film that essentially shows Hollywood up in every single way. From the quality of the story, the characters, the themes, Godzilla himself, and the minuscule budget that still manages to outshine the $200+ million Hollywood blockbusters. This is a film that is honestly just embarrassing for Hollywood, and a lot of people are talking about it. This film has completely outshined the latest Hollywood blockbusters in terms of sheer quality. And what an unlikely source for it to come from, a foreign Japanese film that's essentially doing exactly what Hollywood is trying to do, but just doing it better at every single turn. And you know what? I think this film could be the wake-up call that Hollywood sorely needs. Because fans and critics have united for once and are hailing this film as one of the best, if not the best films of the year. Naturally, a lot of people's heads are turning toward Hollywood because of this film. How has Japan managed to make a film this great off a mere budget of $15 million and still maintain the scope and awe factor of a $250 million Hollywood blockbuster? So today we're going to dive deep into Godzilla Minus One and why it absolutely destroys modern Hollywood. Just before we do though, I just want to extend a massive thank you to every single one of you who checked out the new Game Overload channel. It's really exciting that we're expanding and there's plenty more to come. So check it out if you haven't already. If you love video games and you love this channel, you'll love that one. But shameless promo aside, let's talk about Godzilla Minus One. So, Godzilla movies are currently in the spotlight in Western culture. Since 1998 with Roland Emmerich's Godzilla, we've had a variety of Godzilla movies, each varying in quality. The 98 Godzilla was not very good, but Gareth Edwards brought the famous kaiju back in 2014 with Godzilla, essentially kicking off the legendary monsterverse, which comprises of the 2014 Godzilla movie, Godzilla King of the Monsters, Kong Skull Island, Godzilla vs. Kong, and next year, Godzilla and Kong The New Empire. I know, it's a mouthful, there's a lot of them. Now look, these films are the definition of junk food cinema. It tastes good in the moment, but you know it's not good for you. At best, these are big, dumb, increasingly absurd kaiju movies that you forget about as soon as the credits roll. Well, let's just say Godzilla Minus One is basically the complete opposite to that. The legendary Godzilla movies are multiple $100 million junk food. Godzilla Minus One is $15 million cinema. Minus One takes the biggest complaints about legendary Godzilla movies and turns it into its greatest strength, that being the human characters. The human characters in the legendary Godzilla movies, they are trash. Let's just be real, they're trash. They are there to convey the plot to the viewer and nothing more. There is just simply nothing interesting going on with them.
Yeah.
Having said that, I will defend 2014's Godzilla a little bit here, as that's really the only one that tried to flesh out the human characters in any way.
He was
but the
actually
rest,
good. That's the best
humans are terrible. And frustratingly, you spend a lot of time with them, making many of these films drag. Godzilla Minus One forces you to spend even more time with the human characters than any Godzilla film I have ever seen, and I loved every single second of it. I didn't expect to go to a Godzilla movie and care more about the human characters than Godzilla himself. And I'll get into why that is specifically in part 2 of the video, where we dive a bit deeper into the film itself. But the use of Godzilla in Minus One was honestly just perfect. They don't overuse him, and if Jaws taught us anything, it's that the big monster doesn't need to be on screen for the entire runtime for it to be effective. In fact, it's actually quite the opposite. 2014's Godzilla used Godzilla quite effectively. He wasn't on screen a whole lot, and it kind of worked because they at least tried to make the human characters interesting. But the more recent Godzilla films just haven't even tried and just throw Godzilla on screen because the writers don't have the talent to actually create human characters that are interesting. Minus One makes a major deal out of the presence of Godzilla, so when he's actually in the movie, he is used to full effect. The reason Minus One is able to pull this off and not have the film be a total snooze fest is because the human characters are actually the strongest part of the film, which is something that Hollywood's interpretation could never even dream of. But one of the most annoying things about legendary Godzilla movies is that they always turn Godzilla into an anti-hero, a necessary evil to fend off threats worse than him. Like, from a human perspective, Godzilla, he's a dick, but he's our dick. I could have worded that better, but I'm not going to. Minus One just does away with that anti-hero crap completely and takes Godzilla back to his roots, a straight-up force of evil. Godzilla was created in the first place as a representation of the destruction released on Japan at the end of World War II. He's been depicted as many things throughout his time in cinema, but Godzilla is mainly a force of evil, a force of nature, and Hollywood has completely left that behind. And they've made him into this anti-hero, and probably a hero now in the new film, so they can MCU the hell out of the Godzilla universe. Now, is this entertaining? Maybe. Is it stupid given the origins of the character? Definitely. Like, just compare any Godzilla scene in Minus One to this shot in the new Godzilla and Kong trailer, and the problem is laid out for you. One looks like a superhero movie with a big lizard, the other is something so much more. It's kind of just a perfect example of Hollywood today. The blockbusters lack substance. Everything is about a connected universe. Poor writing, bland and uninteresting characters are the in. And the portrayal of Godzilla alone, when you compare Hollywood's interpretation to Japan's, is more than enough to signify how dumbed down Hollywood blockbusters have become. And I love that Minus One highlights that.
What are you anyway?
An if. I had the idea for this movie about 7 years ago. I wanted to do a movie about imaginary friends called Ifs.
Imaginary friend.
Okay. I want to see where this goes. I mean, I will admit that, yeah, Disney has definitely fell off. I can absolutely admit that. Wait a minute, hold on. E1. So we do this, and then do this one. Ooh, man, it's getting late. I regret not waking up at 9 o'clock knocking this out. But I promise that I said I'll come back to finish this up. And so I'm going to finish this up. So this is my final live stream of the year. Again, I'll change it up. But I might go ahead and go check out Godzilla -1. Seen a lot of people are liking it. Got me interested. Plus, I learned years ago, don't just trust credit. Because, man, critics get it wrong all the time. No, just too many commercials. Okay, and then this one. Okay, we're back. Let's unmute.
Weaves intricate themes throughout the story whilst giving you what you're there for. It's not just a great Godzilla film, it's a great film, period. -1 isn't even necessarily a Godzilla film first and foremost, even I'd actually argue that it's not. It's a film about guilt, it's about PTSD and the horrors of war. It just so happens to have Godzilla there as well. Now, this film takes place at the tail end and in the few years following World War II. We get an interesting look at post-war Japan. We see a broken country with no faith left in its government. It offers a very interesting lens into the lives of the people of Japan after the biggest tragedy you could imagine. And we see it through the eyes of Shikishima. I've butchered that pronunciation. I know, I'm not Japanese, don't judge me. But he is our lead character. He is a kamikaze pilot who has returned home from the war. Now, he's obviously a kamikaze pilot who is still alive, so, you know, that means he hasn't really done his duty. Meaning he lives with extreme guilt and shame. And Godzilla actually acts as an allegory of sorts for his guilt. Even though the war has ended, his war hasn't ended. Not until Godzilla is defeated. It was actually a really smart way of getting the lead character and Godzilla into some form of rivalry, because how can you set up beef between a big lizard monster and a human? Like, it's pretty hard to. But the way they did it here sums up why this movie is just so damn good. Using Godzilla as an allegory for our protagonist's post-war trauma worked very well in helping
Moby Dick. If you have never heard the story of Moby Dick, that's literally what this sounds like. It sounds like the story of Moby Dick.
Get the audience on the side of what is a cowardly and broken man. Godzilla being used as an allegory isn't exactly new. He's been an allegory for post-war atomic fear for 70 years. But the way they tie it into our lead character here is something fresh that works on all fronts. Like, we spend 95% of the movie with our protagonist, and not once was it ever a slog, because the character is so rich and there were so many layers to peel back as the viewer. You simply barely ever get this in Hollywood blockbusters anymore, and you sure as hell don't get it in Hollywood's Godzilla movies. Anyway, let's talk about this version of Godzilla. Godzilla in -1 is this unstoppable force that can't be reasoned with. He seemingly can't even be killed and must be stopped. And setting this film just after World War II within a broken and slowly rebuilding Japan was a masterstroke of a decision. We spend a lot of time with the human characters post-war as they try to put their lives back together whilst dealing with the trauma they've gone through. And right as it seems like they're starting to build a new life, Godzilla comes into the fray and the human characters are forced to confront the fact that they've survived one war and now they have to face another one. But this time, they have no help. This is the only Godzilla film I have ever seen where I was actually hoping the humans won. And when I came to that realization, I knew this film was something truly special. A Godzilla film where you want the humans to win and Godzilla to die? Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, but I'm not. I'm just watching a Godzilla movie that Hollywood couldn't even dare to dream of. The use of Godzilla in this film in terms of screen time is also extremely smart. He only shows up a handful of times, but each time he shows up, it's memorable. It's terrifying. We spend 10 to 20 minutes with the human characters as they deal with their post-war trauma, and then we get the action sequence relief with Godzilla. And every single time, it sends the characters down a further spiral. I'd argue the best scene of the film doesn't actually even have Godzilla in it. It's when our lead character has a complete mental breakdown and is convinced that he died in the war and the present isn't real. It's a dream. It's a nightmare. It's one of the most effective scenes I've seen in a film in a long time, and you are not human if it doesn't affect you. It's that good. Like, the more I think about -1, the more I appreciate it. The more I reflect on it, the more I discover that I just didn't notice whilst watching it. It's one of those films that has you thinking long after the credits roll. My previous top film of 2023 is Oppenheimer. Reason being, it keeps you thinking long after the credits roll. Plus, it's just a great film in its own right. -1 does the exact same thing, and I have never wanted to rewatch a movie recently more than what I have with Godzilla -1. Now, you'll probably notice that I've left certain plot elements and character fates out of my analysis here, and I've done that intentionally because you need to see this movie. -1 is a massive middle finger to Hollywood, and if you're disgruntled with the way Hollywood is handling blockbusters today, then go and see this movie. -1 is a smart, heavy, intelligent, thought-provoking, and entertaining film that I would honestly consider as one of the best films of the year. It is film perfection.
Come on.
I'ma take that and put it with this. I'ma take this and put it with that. Take a step back, look at it. Take a step back, look at it.
I have nothing to prove to anyone at this point. We are creating our own world. This is my reward.
Now, one of the biggest talking points to come out of Godzilla -1 is regarding the budget, or lack thereof, because this film was made for $15 million, and that figure truly blows my mind. I actually had to double take when I read what the budget was after I'd seen this movie, because at no point did I ever feel like it was cutting corners. At no point was there CGI where I thought, yep, that looks shit and looks like it's from the latest Marvel movie. I had none of that. So naturally, a lot of people are wondering, if -1 can pull this off with a $15 million budget and maintain the scale, scope, and visual fidelity of a $200 million movie, then seriously, what are Hollywood doing with all this money that they are funneling into their films? For example, Indiana Jones 5 this year was around $295 million. -1's budget was $15 million, yet out of these two movies, which one did I think was smaller in scope and had poor visuals and just looked like a poorly rendered video game cutscene? Yeah, you probably guessed it, Indiana Jones 5, with a nearly $300 million budget. Or even the latest Marvel movie, The Marvels. It had around a $274 million budget and was absolutely slaughtered for its bad visuals. My question is, how can -1 pull this off with a budget that is a mere fraction of what Hollywood is injecting into their blockbusters? Now, I know a lot of people are going to say budget doesn't matter when you're making a film. Some of the best films were made off literally nothing. And yeah, you're right, but we're not talking about shoestring budget horror movies here. At the level of scale and scope that -1 provides, It's more than on the level of the big Hollywood blockbusters with these enormous budgets. And if you have seen the film, you'd know that. There is a reason the budget is such a massive talking point with this film. Because if Toho can make a film like this off a budget of $15 million, why can't Disney do anything even close with a budget of nearly $300 million? In my last video where I went into why Hollywood is falling apart, I discussed the problem with current blockbuster budgets in Hollywood, and that for some reason studios seem to think that the more money you spend on a movie equals earning more money. Minus One has literally gone and embarrassed Hollywood. Like, if I was a major executive within Hollywood, I would be tucking my tail between my legs and running. How they are greenlighting films with budgets so big that look like dog shit when films like Minus One exists, it's just beyond me. There is a scene in Godzilla Minus One where Godzilla destroys an entire city. He tears buildings apart, he throws trains around, and then for the cherry on top, he uses his atomic breath, which was one of the most visually stunning and jaw-dropping moments I've seen in a blockbuster in years. And having seen many Hollywood films and become accustomed to their budget, if I were to guess, I would have said that set piece alone would have cost over double the film's budget, and this was a mere 10-minute sequence of the film. This doesn't even take into account the opening Godzilla sequence, or the multiple scenes where Godzilla is attacking boats in the ocean, or the climax of the film, which has the most action out of any of the set pieces. This film's budget, honestly, is staggering, and Hollywood need to have a long, good, hard look at how this film was made. Because not only does it look better than 99.9% of Hollywood's bloated budget blockbusters, say that 10 times fast, but it was made for hundreds of millions of dollars less. Now, the reason this is such a problem for Hollywood and why it's just so embarrassing is because blockbusters these days flop consistently. Sure, 5 years ago you could have said that, yeah, this film cost $200 million to make, but it made $1.5 billion back. But realistically, how often is that happening anymore? There's like 1 or maybe 2 films a year that break the billion-dollar barrier these days. Most of these major blockbusters fail, and they fail on paper because they're trying to make back their stupidly inflated budgets plus the marketing that goes into it. And they simply just can't do it. If they were making films with budgets like Minus One, the amount of money these blockbusters would make would be sickening. You just do not need to spend $200 million to deliver a blockbuster experience. Godzilla Minus One is evidence of that. Instead, you need talented filmmakers with talented writers, you need talented VFX artists, and you need to stop this content factory formula that so many major Hollywood franchises go for nowadays. It seems the high budgets in Hollywood are a reflection of an over-reliance on CGI, making everything a problem for later. Like, remember when that clip went around over the unnecessary CGI in Marvel films? That is part of the problem. I would love to see the MCU try and make a $15 million movie, because they'd actually have to get creative for once. The story and the characters would need to be able to carry the film, which is something they simply can't do anymore. I think we're all sick of the over-bloated CGI-infused vomit that Hollywood keeps spitting out, so I'd love to see a change made. And given how embarrassing Godzilla Minus One is for Hollywood, and how much noise it's starting to create, I really hope this film is one that inspires change and finally wakes Hollywood up. So, if there is anything you should take away from this video, it's go see Godzilla Minus One if you haven't already. It's a smart, intricate, well-written and well-told story with likable and sympathetic characters that offers a peek through the lens of post-war Japan. And of course, it more than delivers on the Godzilla goodness that you come to expect. This may well be right on par with Oppenheimer as my #1 film of 2023.
Okay, I may go back and do the head and do the weapons at the end.
Go see it.
Crap.
It's worth it, and the
Nigga
better
walk
this
around.
film does, the more likely Hollywood wakes up and
Well,
makes
that was
change.
interesting. I mean, I need talent. I don't care what you do. You need talent. Anything that you do, you gotta have talent. If you ain't got the talent, it ain't gonna work. But that's any industry. So D1 C1 6. 6 D1 4. It's right here. Oh, huh. Oh. All right. Here's your final wars. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna take a break off of some. I mean, I'm not taking a break. I'm just taking a break because I want to kind of concentrate on this a little bit. Because the next time we're working on is the head. Then from there, huh. I think that's the best we can do. It says, okay, it says like this. Is what it says to like that, and then do it like that. Is what it says. Okay. Okay. And I think that one actually goes, yeah, right after this, I'm gonna go ahead and get on, start on the head, and then I'll finish up with the weapon. So yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. Oops. But this, so this goes where? Right here. Oh yeah, I guess so. Where's it go? It says it goes. I need to move this out the way a little bit. Hold on.
I was abducted by the RDA. For 15 years, they kept me from my work.
Welcome back to another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. I guess I owe somebody $10 because the day before this actually came out. It took years of delays and confusion, but it's here, it is real, and we've played it. I mean, I'm not really sure. I wish I had, though. Maybe you could sense some of the skepticism in some of the videos where I've talked about this game actually coming out, but I was a little worried about the quality of the game Because if you remember, it was revealed as a great big graphical powerhouse showing off all of the new Unreal Engine stuff, and that was several years ago when all the Unreal Engine stuff was a unique selling point that nobody had. And that's not the case anymore. Now there are quite a few very good games using the latest Unreal tech, and this is not one of them. Like, there's no getting around it. This game is a mess. There's endless bugs, the servers are totally broken, the gameplay is anemic, and it's missing basic features that you would expect out of a multiplayer game. Before I can talk about what the game is, let's clarify what it is not. The Steam page describes the game as a post-apocalyptic, open-world MMO survival game, but it is really just an extraction shooter. That's it. That's all the game is. If you couldn't tell from gameplay, that's what it is. You start a base with a store and some storage. You go out into the city, collect loot, fight other players. Sometimes there's 1 or 2 zombies around, which are basically harmless 90% of the time. It's just a PvP game. There's nothing here that's MMO-like at all. The only survival elements, might I add, are that you can eat food, which is something that, yes, you do have to do to survive in real life, but I'm gonna say that that doesn't make a sim, and even it doesn't really even matter in this game. So the game is simply not what they've been advertising it as for years. There aren't any immersive elements whatsoever. If you like extraction shooters, that could sound like good news, but even with that in mind, in the current state, the game is not possible to recommend. It doesn't matter how much you like extraction shooters. The day one experience was a damn disaster. This game had no beta, no test phase, so I anticipated the first few hours would probably be a mess of server issues, and chalk it up as another time I've been correct about something. I'm not going to say that this one was like incredible prescience, though. Like, that's a pretty normal expectation for something with no beta or test phase at all. And I'll say this, like, I was able to start the game in the first few minutes, but the graphics settings were all messed up and I had to reset it. And then I spent about an hour staring at the server screen, getting frustrated, tried to join a server. I mean, it took forever, and then I was finally blessed by a game and got in, only to find my character falling through an infinite void. So there's issues. The only solution was to delete that character and try again, which meant another half-hour clicking hopelessly on allegedly open servers until I really finally genuinely got into the game, like was able to use it. And what's my reward for all this frustration? Well, the opening cutscene bugged out, and for a while I was trapped in the starting room. Not a great first impression. And then what follows is a really slow tutorial where the game attempts some lame world building.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was muted again. Anyways, I was hearing about this game around. They said this game is horrible, so I wanted to check it out to hear a review. But I really, I was just interested just to see how bad it was. So yeah, well, let's keep going because I'm interested.
Building. There's no other word to better describe it than that. This is bland, nobody characters that you're not going to care about. I don't understand why we couldn't just have a menu like in Tarkov with this crap. All the running around back and forth between vendors is tedious and not particularly useful. You're constantly stopping my storage, so why does the game force you to click through a conversation prompt? And why is storage the second option? Why is it not the first option? I know that sounds like a minor complaint, but it's one of those things that most games have figured out. Like, it's just standardized and easy to know what's wrong. Like, the day before is full of these kinds of amateur mistakes. During the tutorial, where the game introduces another mechanic, the homestead, and by the way, this is probably the last time you're going to go there. It's completely pointless in the current state. But it's this place you can build a house and place furniture around, and that's all you can do. There's nothing else you can do. That's it. It's just a money sink. You buy things when you run out of stuff to buy for your character, and you put it there. And by the way, you're going to run out of stuff to buy your character pretty quick. There aren't a lot of guns, and most of them are pretty easy to find. Yeah, talk to anybody in the shamelessly named Woodbury, you know, like the town from The Walking Dead. And the game finally lets you travel to New Fortune City, the open world map where all the extracting and shooting takes place. For all the game's faults, I will say the city, while hardly MMO-sized, is pretty good looking. There's a decent amount of points of interest to explore. They're fairly varied, they're complex, and it can sometimes look downright beautiful with all the settings cranked up. In isolation, the city looks great. Unfortunately, performance issues are a constant problem. I experienced a lot of stuttering, a lot of slowdown, even though the game itself isn't actually all that system intensive. I think most of the performance issues, though, probably are because of the servers. I can't say that for certain, and I'm sure somebody more technically inclined will be able to explain it within the next few days. But either way, there was a distracting amount of slowdown that just shouldn't be in the game at all. Like, it's one thing when a game is incredible, it's got tons of stuff going on, and it's really successful to the point where the developers didn't expect it and they're having to play catch-up. It's understandable when that type of a thing has this kind of slowdown. It doesn't make it good, and they do have to fix it. But this is not even that kind of thing. So I'm wandering around, and you might be noticing a small problem. The problem that I indicated in our big new games of the month list, I don't really know what's going on. There's just not anything here. Look at this. There's barely anything going on. There's nothing here. You can spend the vast amount of time running around Fortune City and never see another player or even a zombie, which, by the way, this is a zombie apocalypse we're talking about. Generally, the thing that causes the apocalypse is pretty plentiful in that type of a setting, but no, the actual zombie population is very, very small. And when you do run into one, they ain't impressive. Zombies tend to appear in small numbers, they get stuck in the environment easily, and they're just not a threat. As long as you're moving, they can't hurt you most of the time. Sometimes, for seemingly no reason, they do hurt you, but most of the time a brisk jog is all you need to outsmart them. They'll chase you forever, and they'll never actually hit you, at least until you find another one, and the first one just despawns right in front of you, because that happens. This is where I got to fire off a few shots for the first time, and man, this may be one of the most unsatisfying shooters I have ever played. Well, no, I shouldn't say that, because I've played like failure, no-budget asset swap games, but this is not that. This is billed as like a AAA experience, but there's no feedback to anything you do. From firing a gun to hitting a zombie, like it's just floaty and slow and crappy. It takes seconds for a zombie to actually react to getting shot, which sounds like, oh, that's fast. No, it is not fast. The time between getting shot and reacting should be none. That's how bullets work. And when it does, it just kind of flaps over. Look at this. I can't emphasize enough how bad the shooting feels in this game. It's slow. It feels...
911, this call is being recorded. What is your emergency?
You ready?
Suspect down!
Oh, boo. My bad.
Desynchronized. It's really unbelievable. Like, look at this stuff. This is how shooting looks like and feels in this game. The zombies might as well not exist, and other players are even more rare. Even when playing on a full server, for most of the time with the game, I actually managed to see, and I'm not kidding with you, one other player. One. This is the only other guy I ever saw. Every other encounter with another player, and I say that because you don't actually have to see another player in order to get shot randomly and have no idea where they are or where their shot came from, but that's all of my other encounters with players. And even that was fairly rare. I could play the game for an hour of just wandering around not getting a whiff of another player. So getting headshotted out of nowhere, it's almost a relief when there's another person in this world. I am not alone. Wow. This is an extraction shooter, of course, so standard rules apply. Anything you've got on you when you die, it's gone. That alone isn't a problem. It's a staple of these games for a reason. But there's the potential for real tension when you know all the weapons and kit that you worked hard to get could be lost at any second. But the fundamental flaws of this game get in the way of that tension and thus any fun that could potentially be had. This is the most basic, but there's a reason most of these hardcore extraction shooters are first person rather than third person. With third person, it makes it way too easy to just find a hiding spot where nobody could ever possibly see you and wait around with perfect oversight. Really, this game is a camper's dream. As long as you have the patience to wait around for 20 minutes or, you know, just stand still waiting for somebody to just show up. Basic shooter features like directional hit feedback and directional sound, they aren't in the game, so even if you do get shot at, good luck knowing where it came from. Oh yeah, and even though it's a zombie survival game, there is no melee. To make matters worse, the geometry's broken all over the place. It gives campers really easy hiding places that make them, effectively invisible. Like, I managed to find one without even trying. But these exploits cut both ways because it's just as easy to get trapped somewhere with no way out. Even turning the game off and reloading isn't enough because when the game turns you back on, you're in the same spot you left. So you're effectively trapped forever.
This sounds really, really bad. It's been a long time since I've seen a review where just lit review and they're just like pissed off. Like, the fact that I had to play this game, I'm having a bad day. Like, there's days I could be doing, there's more important things in the world. I sat down while I played your game and I just like regret it. Like, why am I here? Like, I got better things to do in my life. You know, I could have gone on a date. I can go and get some food. I could have, you know, saved starving children. There's so many things I could have done, but I decided to take my time and wasting my time and play this game that I could have been doing other things productive in the world. Like, no. Don't talk to me. Don't call me. If I even hear this game's name, then we're going to have a problem. It's been a long time. And that's how this dude sounds right now. How's it going? Okay, it goes on like this, right? Goes on right here. Alright, well, let's keep going. This is just funny.
Ever. The only way I was able to get out was to get a zombie to kill me. Otherwise, I would have had to have deleted the character and started over. The game, it's just full of these nonsensical design decisions. Why is there a lean button in a third-person game? Also, it's worthless. I tested it. Leaning seems to not give you any benefit whatsoever. You can't actually even peek around corners effectively with it. Jumping, also worthless. There's no climbing or mantling system, so getting over even the tiniest of ledges is very annoying. If you ever try to climb anything, most of the time, you're just gonna get stuck. And oh, the water. You know how water is a life-giving thing that we need to exist? It kills you here. It doesn't let you know that you're taking damage from the water. You just drop dead out of nowhere while swimming.
Yep.
No tunnel vision, no red jelly on the screen, nothing to indicate you're taking damage. In general, it's just extremely hard to tell if you're taking damage in this game, or really anything at all. You know, there's minimalistic HUDs that are still functional and, like, intuitive. And then there's the day before, where there just isn't a HUD. You get an ammo count in the corner, and that is it. Want to check your health? Gotta open the inventory. Want to look at the map? Stop the game and look at it on your screen. Oh yeah, and the map does not let you zoom out, which I guess has to be to like hide how small the map actually is, I guess. The one thing the game has for you to actually do in New Fortune City is complete missions, which are just the most basic fetch quests imaginable. But the quest markers are so huge that finding the things people want is so tedious, I must have just gave up. Like, the stuff is very small, the markers are very big, it doesn't actually indicate where it is, and the map might feel pretty big at first, but it starts to feel rather small and samey after a while. All the trailers made it look like this world is a massive space, but it's really closer to the size of the map in The Division. In a lot of ways, this game feels like a worse The Division, especially in the dark zones. You can see a lot of the Division influences in the way the city's designed, but they tried to turn it into a hardcore shooter, and it just falls apart. The Division games feel like third-person shooters, whereas this feels like a first-person shooter that's in third person for a bewildering and nonsensical reason. I can't emphasize enough just how empty this game feels. Most of my time spent playing the day before is just wandering around collecting loot in silence. No zombies, no other players, just nothing. It would almost even be relaxing if the threat of dying out of nowhere wasn't always in the back of my mind. At a certain point, the only thing keeping me playing was to see what other bugs I could find. And then there was the time I quit the game and suddenly my guy looked completely different.
Paramount Plus. Movies, life, sports, and lots of kid stuff. Sharks and turtles and pups on patrol. We can't wait for the Super Bowl. Paramount.
No, not right now. I'm in a.
Or seeing whatever this was when loading the game another time. I will say the game did contain one of the most amazing bugs I've ever seen in a game. Just look for yourself. It's glorious. Look, what is going on with this guy's body? His head is gigantic. His arms are huge and twisted. It's wild. It's an all-timer of a glitch. 10 out of 10 for bugs the day before. I've seen a lot, but I've never seen anything quite like that. But I think you get the idea. The day before in its current state for $40, which thankfully isn't $70, but it still isn't worth it. It's so rough, even when giving it the benefit of the doubt as an early access title, which, it's simply not the game Fantastic tried to sell us. And while some players are probably going to be like, oh, cool, an extraction shooter. No, false advertising is probably the least of this game's problems. The shooting is weak, the map is small, there's not much of a hook to the extraction gameplay, it's very bare bones, it's very empty. As anyone might have expected, I've played quite a few of these games at this point, so I know there is an expected amount of downtime between actual fights, but this game is almost all downtime. And not like meditative downtime, but nothing is happening downtime. Even if the game actually felt good to play, there's just hardly anything that ever happens, and that would be a fatal flaw. But again, the game doesn't feel good to play. It's one of the most empty, lifeless open worlds I've ever seen. The controls are not good. Responses, feedback, all barely there, if there at all. And when the game isn't just falling apart from bugs, it's boring. The day before has over 10,000 Steam reviews. Most of them are negative, and it's not just because of server issues. The server issues actually mostly got resolved in the first couple hours because most people with any sense just refunded the game before the return window was up. There exists a world where the developers can possibly turn this game around. It's happened before, but Fantastic does have a spotty track record with their other games, and I'm fairly skeptical that this game is ever going to improve. That doesn't mean it won't happen. Anything's possible. If they made off with a ton of money, maybe they can use it in the same way the No Man's Sky devs did. But again, like No Man's Sky wasn't delivered in this kind of a state on top of being kind of empty. Everything about this game is unsatisfactory and not acceptable as a $40 release even. Don't spend money on the day before. Maybe in a few years it'll be better, but right now it is a boring and broken mess. And that's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter, Falcon the Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Okay. So that was funny. I've heard some bad things about the game. I haven't seen it yet, but that was hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. Alright, so What else do we got going on that we can check out while I'm trying to finish this up? That's just good. Because we're almost done. We're not almost done, but we're getting close. All we want to do is, we got this, we got that. Man, what else we got to get done? We need A1 is up there. A14, A1. Alright. So, ooh, that is really. This is the worst time to be on the eyes. Okay, that's fine. Alright, cool. Alright, so where does the sticker go on? Okay, so this goes into the head first, and then the stickers go on. So we go like this, right? Hold on, let me see it. Ooh, is it backwards? I think it's backwards. Let's see. You know what? It's one of this so I can see it. Nope, it's crap. Nope, it's this way. Yeah, this way, right? Nope, it's this way. Alright. Uh-oh. What up? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where did the face go? Oh, no. Oh, gee. Woo! Found it. Oh, we got lucky. Oh. It was on the edge. It almost dropped. I think we're okay, though. I think we're okay. I think we got it. Alright, boom. Okay. We are done. Right here. We're not done, but... Then it says... Wait a minute. This is A1. How is this supposed to go on? Jeez. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try this out. So like this. No. Okay, hold on, I don't get. Wait. No, it can't be. It has to be the other way around. It has to be the way around. Has to be this way. Has to be this way, correct? I did that, do that. Ugh. Oh, this sticker sucks. These eyes suck. I hate that little. Okay. Just like that. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I think we got it. Ooh. That looks about right. Alright, I think we're good. Now next we want to go in. I'm going to go in here. Oh, wait, which way do you want to go in? Wait a minute, how does this go in? Oh, okay, like this. That, and then we want to close it up. There we go. Boom, boom. All right. Okay. All right, close it up. All right. I'm not at the point where I can sand, but I am at the point where I can cut into it like that. Okay. D1, D2. Where is, okay. D1. Boom. D1 goes on this side. Is that right? So that way. So this way. Can't tell. Okay, no, it says D1. Goes on this side. Alright. Doing like that. There we go. And then D2. I do this. Alright. Oh, jeez. Don't break. Do not break. Just go in. Oh, no. Just go in. All I need you to do is go in without breaking. Ah, there we go. Whew. Alright, we got the head. Well, not done, but almost. A17. Which is this right here. A19. A17. Boom. And we need C120. A14. A14. And 14. And the C125. No, this is D. The C1. I love that this had little bit of stickers. 25. There it is. Knock this out real quick. All right, hold on. C125. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's get that. Let's grab that sticker. Oh, there it goes. That sticker goes right in. I need to come up. I need to move some right in there, right? Yep. Oh no. Just turn it. There we go. No, no, no. Oh no, no, no. It's trying to. It's not working. Oh, jeez. Now I started to have problems. There you go. Let me put you right in there. There you go. Right in there. All right, there we go. Got you right in there. All right. Now we just do this. You go right here. No, you go right here. Goes in first. Oh, okay. This first. Okay. Then you go right in there. Right there. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Don't break. Okay. And this goes right in here. Okay, there it goes. Clean off a little bit. Oh, no, it's actually just some crap on there. All right, we got the head finally completed. The head is done. The head goes right on here. Boom. All right. And now all that's left is the weapons. That's it. We just got to finish up the weapons. Something playing? I just want to make sure I'm not just playing. Yep. All right. So we finished the head. We finished the... Yeah, all we got left after we're done with this, then I gotta go down and do some shorts tonight, so we can have some good shorts in the year. So that's the goal. Okay, so let's see what's next. All right, is this it? Is this the last bit? Nope, doesn't look like it. So it looks like, okay, so I gotta do the backpack. So what do I need? Okay, so let's just go through so I can see what I need on this from this page. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick break because like we're literally almost done. We're at the end. After I get done with this, I'm stopping. So let's go ahead. Oop, wrong one. That's wrong. That's wrong. There we go. This one is about to turn on. And this is actually going to come out pretty soon here. No. I'm going to do this right. Yep. Alright, I'll be right back. And then once I get back, we're going to finish up the weapons. And then from that, we're going to be done. So. Crap. I don't know if there's any audio. Is there any audio coming from? Oh, I don't think there's any audio coming from. Make sure I'm not in the camera angle. Oh, it doesn't matter. Is there any audio coming from? Oh, you're not getting any audio. Huh, I don't know why. Alright, whatever. You're fine. I'll be back. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna go ahead and finish it up, and then I'll be done for the night. Well, I'll be done for basically the rest of the year, at least doing live Gundam builds until next year. So, all right, be right back.
Yar. Yep, that's me.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm actually back. I'm just looking for something to watch that's not gonna last this entire time. So I'm technically back. I'm just acting. I'm just acting like I'm not, but I am. I'm just trying to find something that I can watch that's gonna be something I can do because I'm pretty much at the end. I only got the weapons left to build, so I'm just trying to find something good to watch while I finish up the rest of this kit. So give me a sec. I'm back. I know you can probably barely hear me because I'm not talking to the mic, but I am back. I'm just working behind the scenes. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, no, we're not gonna watch sports. We're gonna stick our theme, and when I come back next time, we'll react to something different. No, that's gonna be an hour. That's a half an hour, which is great, but I don't want to do that. Let me see. I don't know what's there. So I see a bunch of stuff. And like I said, I wanted to stay on theme for at least this first stream. So I don't want to go off. Just wondering. Oh yeah. I haven't listened to in a while. Huh. This is just tough. There's just some I do want to check out, but that's. Oh, okay. I found one. That just makes me laugh. I want to know what this is all about. Okay, I'm coming back right now.
Hey, I'm Akbar Bajabiamila. You may know me from my football days or recognize my voice from American Ninja Warrior or The Talk. I'm also the son of a father who has Parkinson's. Today, scientists are learning more about why someone gets Parkinson's. But the truth is,
I'm very curious.
Nowadays, live-action adaptations of Eastern properties are fairly common.
I actually saw this
You have
movie.
some
It's
made
really,
up by
really
Japanese
bad.
production companies like
Let's
the
keep it on theme.
Alchemist movie, which
keep it
was
on theme.
produced
Let's
by
keep it on
Square
theme. We'll watch
Enix,
one more.
oddly enough. And then you have
Do one
stuff
more
like
of
the
these
Bleach
there.
live
I'm
action,
pretty much done.
which was created and produced by Warner Brothers, who seem to have their grubby little mitts all up inside of a bunch of Eastern productions. Both of these examples landed on American shores as streaming offerings on Netflix, which would go on to make its own rather infamous anime adaptations with Death Note and the honestly terrible Cowboy Bebop series. Now, Netflix doesn't have the best track record because of these releases, and with their live-action version of Gundam currently kind of in production hell, I don't know if it's going to improve any.
I just want to say that Cowboy Bebop series I did not watch. I think I'm kind of glad that I skipped out on that because I've heard that it looked horrible. It looked horrible. I'll be honest with you. The Cowboy Bebop series just looked horrible. But yeah, I skipped on. I'm skipping. I skipped it. But anyways, let's get going.
Time soon. So while we wait for that coveted S-tier Netflix Gundam movie, don't quote me on that, you can satiate your appetite for some live-action Gundam by watching 1999's G-Savior. Created in a hellish partnership between Bandai and Canadian film productions.
I just want to say, I doubt there will ever be like a really great, like I don't think there will ever be an S tier greatest Gundam movie ever to happen that's just gonna change cinema forever. Like, oh my god, we gotta watch. I just don't ever see that happen. I think you could probably make a good or solid Gundam movie, but I don't think there will ever be that Gundam movie that's just going to. And I could be wrong, you know. I could be wrong, you know. But in my personal opinion, I don't think there will ever really be an amazing, great Gundam movie that's just going to change everything. It's going to have everybody say, "Man, you got to get Gundam. It's changing the world." I just don't see that ever happening. Although I will say this, if it does happen, it would probably help out this channel. So I'm rooting for it.
Studio Polestar Entertainment. G-Savior is G-Savior is best known for its heavy use of CGI and for being shot in British Columbia. The film used primarily Canadian actors and as such was originally shot in English. It was then dubbed in Japanese and released in theaters in Japan. The original language version of the film wouldn't be released until years later in 2002 when Bandai released the DVDs. I just think that fact is funny. The original performances that were dubbed over weren't seen for 4 years. It makes you think of all that dubbed over audio that exists out there that will never be heard by anybody. General reception of G-Savior was pretty mixed at time of release. Some critics were impressed with its, at the time, pretty good use of CGI, while others pointed out that the things that the Gundam series are best known for, such as its mobile suits and grounded take on futuristic warfare, were lackluster or sorely missing. As for me, I have absolutely no history with the movie at all. I had heard of it before, mostly because this movie recycles costumes from Starship Troopers, and I love Starship Troopers.
What about you, son? Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
No way.
But copies aren't exactly lining the shelves. I don't know if I would say I'm super excited to actually sit down and watch it, but I am excited to see what a live-action adaptation of an anime would have looked like 23 years ago. And hey, I have an open mind. Sometimes even Sci-Fi Channel...
Listen, I watched G-Savior. If I could have gone my entire life never watching that, that'd been totally fine. Again, I would still say there's nothing worse that I've watched in my life, outside of Dragon Ball Z Evolution, that was awful. Holy crap. If you want to see a god awful anime that is going to be like, oh, why did I watch this? I can't believe I watched Dragon Ball Evolution. They brought in Spike from Buffy. Oh, please. Oh, so bad. Nothing about that series. I don't even know why he took that role. Like, I'm sorry. You would literally had to pay me to take that role. I mean, well, technically, I guess he was paid. But you had to pay me, like, oh, there's no coming back. There's no coming back. Oh, that was so bad. I can't believe I watched it. That was one of the worst series, but yeah. Okay, I missed something. Nope, not even going to get into that conversation right now. We'll just keep playing. It's fine.
Level trash can be enjoyable. Maybe G Savior is a diamond in the rough that has just been passed over by the winds of time. But probably not. Alright, so right off the bat, the very first thing I notice is how much this movie reminds me of Stargate, both the original movie and SG-1. There's just something about the tone, lighting up the sets, and general campiness that fall right in line with that sci-fi cult classic. Not that it is as good as Stargate, it's not even fucking close, let's be honest.
How you doing?
Atlantic City, nightclubs and casinos galore.
Look what the wind dragged in. Overgrown.
When you say it's not close, it's not that it's not close. It's a horrible, horrible time. I can't believe I watched that. Like, I had a really horrible time with that movie. Again, there's nothing worse than Dragon Ball Evolution. Although I will say this. The one that I would say about Dragon Ball Evolution that I appreciate, at least they got Yamcha's voice right. Outside of that, oh, yeah, that was... Ooh. Ooh. The live actions. Again, I could take a live action from the home country, but I can't take a live action. And I lost. No. Okay, I'm in trouble. I don't remember seeing it drop. Oh, no. This is not good. Oh, no. Why isn't it? Oh. Whew. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Alright, we're good. Okay, let's go ahead and play.
The credits open on a space background to swelling, whimsical, orchestral score. But I mean, yeah, Stargate did it better. Where the Roland Emmerich film still gives me goosebumps with that awesome theme every time I hear it, the G Savior music sounds like they just tried to do Stargate, but with post-COVID brain fog. I have to assume that this is just due to budget and time, because the composer of G Savior's theme is John Debney, a man who has done some good work in the past, including working on The Emperor's New Groove and even Spy Kids. I do notice that he does not have G Savior listed in his works on Wikipedia, but he is listed as the film's theme composer, so I don't know what's going on there. Oh, he also did the music for Welcome to Mooseport?
Plumber Handy Harrison had the perfect life.
I think I'm finally ready.
Ready to
get the new truck.
False alarm.
Until the ex-president moved in.
Mr. President, be our man. I think you should do it.
Now,
did you just get asked out by the president guy?
Yes, I think I did.
is this town small enough
I'm running for the mayor of Mooseport.
for the
What just happened?
But no one has ever seen that movie but me, so nice. Beyond the title theme, G Savior was scored by composer Louis Febre, who is best known for his work on Smallville, and who also does not have this movie listed in their wiki.
Wow.
So I went to his IMDb page and nope, no G Savior there. However, Mr. John Debney does have G Savior in his long list of works on IMDb, so I guess some people just didn't want this movie on their wiki page, or it's just obscure enough that no one cares. Who knows? One last thing to note about the score is that while it's serviceable, I mean, it doesn't sound
wonder
terrible,
why.
it never fucking stops. The music is always playing for every second of this movie, which doesn't sound like a bad thing until you realize you cannot escape this B-movie orchestral score for even 1 second of quiet deliberation. Sometimes silence can let you have a bit of a breather and serve as a bridge between different tones or scenes in a movie, but not in G Savior. That shit is to 11 all the time. The story
You know what? Spoiler warning? No, this ain't a warning. This is a saving grace. So, this guy just suffered through it, so you don't have to. Because, holy crap, did I suffer through it. And I'm so mad I did it. I didn't have to. I could have done other things in my life. I had other stuff to do. So many bad decisions I could have made. So many other things I could have done. Just better decision. Alright, let's go.
Begins with our main character, Mark Curran, operating an underwater mobile suit while working for a research station owned by the company Hydrogen. Creative name. While he's out harvesting algae, I think, a mobile suit belonging to the Congress of Settlement Nations, or Consent for short, crash lands in the ocean while performing maneuvers in atmosphere. The soldier is running out of oxygen, but it's okay because former ace pilot Mark saves him and brings him back to the research rig. Shortly after, a contingent of congressional soldiers arrive to pick up their wounded comrade, but they arrive in such force that you can't help but wonder if something else is going on. The soldiers are led by Colonel Jack Hale, who's a total dickwad and Mark's former commanding officer. He makes some snarky remark about how Mark can't follow orders, and we get to see the obvious bad blood between the two.
Jack, isn't this 21-gun salute you got here a tad bit overboard for a simple search and rescue?
Not that I owe you an explanation, but intruders have penetrated your perimeter. Now stay out of my way while I try to save your precious rig.
Mark Curran is honestly a pretty standard protagonist, and he has fine motivations, but man, I just really don't like him. Mark is constantly super smarmy and sarcastic, and not in a way that makes you want to root for him. I think it's just because he has such a punchable face. No shade on the actor Brennan Elliott. I mean, props to the guy for being a working actor in the industry to this day, but it really feels like they tried to make Mark an almost carbon copy of Jack O'Neill from Stargate. However, Mark sort of lacks the rugged confidence of the movie version, played by Kurt Russell, and the sarcastic but charming cocksure attitude of Stargate SG-1's version of the character, portrayed by Richard Dean Anderson.
Knowledge of gold magic is forbidden.
It's not magic, Teal. They just want you to think that. Permission to barge in, sir? Kumbaya.
Come try ya.
Whatever.
Who's also MacGyver, by the way. MacGyver is fucking awesome.
The Los Angeles Times hails All of the Strangers is the best film of the year.
I've always felt like a stranger in my own family.
Doesn't take much to make you feel like you're back there again.
And is now a Golden Globe nominee for Best Actor Andrew Scott.
Awesome.
This is real.
Does it feel real?
It's an electric, soul-stirring masterpiece.
Right here with me.
The tension between Mark and Jack doesn't have long to fester, as the rig is infiltrated by a group that is seen stealing some mysterious vials. They don't get very far, however, as these soldiers just open fire, killing one of the intruders. Luckily for the other one, Mark gets in the way, believing it's wrong to just kill them since they're unarmed. Jack gets all pissy, but takes the intruder prisoner, and it's revealed that she is a woman named Dr. Cynthia Graves, who works for a space settlement called Gaia. Gaia is kind of the hot spot for conflict in the world of G-Savior. You can sort of think of them as the surrogate for Xeon in this movie, though it's made pretty clear that they're just the good guys here. There's never really allusions as to like them doing anything bad. It's not like they go around and like gas their own colonies or anything. Mark goes home to his fiance's apartment and gets ready to attend a party where the president will be giving a speech. Mark's fiancée Mimi is some sort of government official, but the movie never really tells us what she does. They get ready for the party, and it's the old trope of Mark not wanting to go while she puts on her makeup. And I want to add that they kiss like an uncomfortable amount of times. It makes me feel like a voyeur. Mark watches a news report about the infiltration of hydrogen and makes a comment about the government making too big a deal over it. Now this obviously is foreshadowing to paint the space settlement Gaia as a rogue terrorist nation, because the Earth government is a bunch of warmongers. What else is new? At the event, Mark schmoozes it up with what I assume are a bunch of rich pieces of shit, and at this point I start to wonder where the big robots are. I mean, hey, there they are, outside of the building for about half a second. But really, this is part of the Gundam franchise. I feel like we could do with a bit more mecha action and less reverse shot hallmark padding. To remind you that this is indeed the future, everyone drinks green champagne. Mark sees Jack talking to the president and having his idea of aggressive military action shot down. And then he says a weird line.
Sorry, Jack? Is that my foot in your mouth?
Look, we're 19 minutes into the runtime of this movie, and I kinda hate Mark. Everything he says is just so slimy sounding. I don't know if this guy was the best pick to play a smarmy, sarcastic ex-military pilot character.
I do remember that.
He feels like the kind of guy who should play like some shitty businessman that the main character beats up. Mark and Jack have a little heated conversation, and the camera pans around them in a full rotation. And a shot I would say is ambitious, but it doesn't really fit with the directorial style of any point in the rest of the film. It's just really distracting. I mean, I noticed it, and
Gundam Battle Assault 2. That's what that is. Gundam Battle Assault 2. That's what that song is.
Not in a good way. Mark gets the third degree from Mimi about making a scene, and then is accosted by the Congressional General Garneau. The general asks Mark about the infiltration of the hydrogen rig, and tells him that the captured Dr. Graves refuses to talk. He asks Mark to go and talk to her to see if he can get anything out of her, and this highlights something annoying about Mark. He always refuses to do everything at first, and then immediately gives in and does it anyway. He doesn't want to go talk to the prisoner, but he does after like 2 seconds of arguing. He didn't want to go to the party, and then he did anyway. At the start of the movie, he doesn't want to save the drowning pilot because it's not his job. I mean, I get wanting to have a reluctant ex-military pilot as your main character, and that's a totally fine trope. I have no problem with that. But, I mean, make Mark stand up for his convictions.
What up, Spider-Man?
Like, once in the entire movie, it would go a long way. Mark goes to talk to the prisoner, and we get this scene with the guard outside the holding cell telling him he doesn't have clearance to get in. Mark tells the guard that he has clearance from the general, but it's not showing up in the computer. Mark says he'll just go get General Garneau, but the guard is like, no, wait, you're a fellow soldier, I totally trust you, and also I have the ability to grant you security clearance for some reason. The weird thing is, why even have this scene of Mark threatening to go get the general? Usually you would do this if Mark was trying to lie his way inside. But Mark does have permission to go, so there's just no tension at all. Mark talks to Dr. Graves in the big fan room from the opening of Blade Runner, and she tells him that she was invited to the hydrogen rig by its chief engineer, Dr. Riva. Apparently, before Dr. Riva was mysteriously forced into an early retirement, he was working with Graves on a co-experiment. She has half of the experiment, and Riva has the other half, and if they mix them both together, she could prove that their work was worth something. Graves convinces Mark to take her down to the evidence room to check the samples she stole from the rig, and because Mark has been sensing that something isn't quite right between consent and hydrogen, he begrudgingly agrees. They go down to the evidence room and grab the samples from a locker, and then Dr. Graves asks where the lab is, and a fully equipped science lab is attached to the evidence room for some reason, complete with a full complement of beakers filled with colorful science liquids. Why is this here? I thought they were in a government building. Nope. I can't start questioning it now. Moving on. Jack hears from General Garneau that Mark has been sent to talk to the prisoner, and Jack decides to go and confront him because he really hates Mark. Jack finds that no one is in the cell, and when he asks the guard where they are, the guard tells him that
okay, it is. Sorry, I feel like one of my clicks is playing. All right, we're gonna keep going.
Mark left with Dr. Graves. I'm sorry, but fucking what, dude? You already did Mark a huge favor by granting him security clearance he technically didn't have, which I assume could not only get you fired, but also probably thrown in prison. But then you let him leave with the prisoner like he's taking her on a field trip? Are you like one of the guards from Monty Python or something?
If you can't resist the flavor of the Carl's Jr. Guacamole Bacon Burger, chopped rolled beef, crispy bacon, and lots of house-made guacamole, it's okay. Everyone gives in to the guac. Free guacamole bacon.
Okay. So, yeah, I totally forgot this entire movie. I just remember watching it, just bashing my head, and I watched it through. Ugh. It was really bad. 151. I don't want to watch it again. It's like me sitting back and watching. What's that series? Oh crap! I forgot to put the fist in. Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that after. Let's do this first. Because again, we're almost done with all this. But yeah, I remember watching that one, and that one was. That one, G-Saber, was really, really, really bad. Okay. So it goes right here. Oh, are we back? Yep, looks like we're back.
The movie sort of needs to be explained, and G-Savior is kind of bad about explaining it. We keep hearing that there is a global food shortage going on, even though we never really see it outside of like news reports. So I'm assuming that the plan is to use this new form of bioluminescence to do some sort of underwater farming. This isn't well explained at all in the movie, and it also paints a picture of a future where everyone's going around and eating seaweed, which doesn't exactly sound appetizing. Either way, they run out of the lab and into Jack, who doesn't waste any time deciding to kill Mark. Luckily, Graves throws the algae on the ground, and that thing goes off like a fucking flashbang. I take the seaweed joke back. They might be growing oranges on the ocean floor with that thing. They run back into the lab, and Mark throws Graves down into the trash. What a nice guy. They successfully escape, but end up covered in some sort of medical waste, so I'm not sure I'd count it as a win. We then see Jack shoot the prison guard in the face, and then call the general, who I might add is just chilling with a woman in lingerie. He tells Garneau that Mark shot and killed the guard while escaping with Dr. Graves, and now the scene with the guard makes sense, though I don't think a scene in a movie should exist just to solve a problem later on, but oh well. Mark and Graves head to Sturgis Air Force Base and meet up with two of the other intruders that escaped the rig, Dieter and Kobe. Mark calls Mimi and asks her to come to the base because they need her security clearance to take a ship. Mimi tells Mark that he's all over the news and is being blamed for the death of the security guard, but agrees to come and meet him anyway. So Mimi shows up and they use her security clearance to get inside the base and steal a consent cargo ship, taking it to the Side 4 settlement of New Manhattan. Wow, so G-Savior takes some notes from Mobile Fighter G Gundam, huh? They go to a bar and meet with a man named Philippe Simone. Philippe happens to be an old army buddy of Mark's and fellow pilot. They chat while seeing a news report stating that the military has completely taken over hydrogen and basically dissolved the company. Philippe tells Mark that he belongs to a group called the Illuminati, which is very on the nose for Gundam. And what they do is go around and arm rebels with suits and other military hardware and funds, of course, to keep the balance of power even between...
What am I freaking listening to? Come on.
Space colonies and the Earth government. He takes Mark to a hangar and we finally see the G-Savior, like 50 minutes into the movie. And you know, the design looks fine, I guess. I wish the colors were brighter because it's supposed to be white and blue, I think, but everything just looks gray. Philippe tells Mark that he could be a pilot again and use the G-Savior, but only if he agrees to help the rebels on Gaia. Mark is like, no, I'm not gonna do that, because he always refuses to do anything, but Philippe is a cool dude and knows Mark will eventually give in, so the G-Savior is loaded onto the ship that the crew uses to get to the colony of Gaia. The crew gets a rest from running away from congressional forces for a bit while on the ship, and this means that Mark gets to divulge his backstory. The bad blood between Jack and Mark is explained here, and we're told that during a training exercise, a fellow soldier was in danger, and Jack ordered Mark not to save him because, quote, "You're in $1 million machine and it isn't worth the risk." Mark held back for a minute before going to save the guy anyway, but it was too late, and Mark says that 30 seconds would have made all the difference. It's also in this segment where we really spend some time with Dieter and Kobe, and while Kobe is fine, I guess, just a little boring, Dieter's a fucking asshole. He hates Mark because I think he has the hots for Dr. Graves, but he just comes off as a complete weirdo, and his acting is not great either. He says lines in ways that just make no sense.
I'm gonna go out on the G-Savior. You know what? I bet I can clear us a path.
Dieter, you don't know how to fly it.
Philippe says it practically flies itself. No, Philippe says it practically flies itself.
Suddenly, a big debris field just sort of appears in the ship's path, and Dieter says there's no way to get around it, so they go to Mark into going out in the G-Savior to clear the debris out of the way. Mark launches and is able to clear away the debris with his beam rifle and beam saber, and if you look closely, it looks like he has some sort of beam shield, which is kind of cool. I mean, we haven't had that since like F-91 or Victory. As far as how this scene introduces the title suit of the movie, I mean, do I really even have to say anything? They use a prototype suit to shoot a bunch of rocks. It's not a very exciting scene. I will say that the CG does not look as bad as I expected it to. Now, it isn't good by any means, and it suffers from some really flat lighting, and then also all the suits feel really heavy but completely weightless at the same time. But for 1999, the CG can get a pass, at least for the scenes that are totally composed of it. Anytime they blend real actors and CG mobile suits off in the distance, it just looks really bad. The crew arrives at the settlement and we're introduced to Cynthia's father, who happens to be the leader of Gaia. Dr. Graves hands these samples off to Kobe, who takes Mimi to get some local clothes and a place to stay. Cynthia asks Mark to help her with something, and we learn that the congressional military has ordered Gaia to turn over Mark and Cynthia, even going so far as to have a destroyer hang around in Gaia's orbit as a threat. The councilman decides to weigh his decision and wants to give the stolen samples back to the government to avoid conflict, and then that conversation is over, so we just cut away from the scene with no resolution. Mark and Cynthia go and hang around a garden and have a weirdly flirty conversation. I haven't brought it up yet, but these two are supposed to be love interests, despite the fact that they have no chemistry together. It's also a little weird because Mark is in a relationship in this movie, and it seems like a pretty happy one. There's really no strife shown between Mark and Mimi. So when Mark and Cynthia start making out in the Rose Garden, it just feels really damn skeevy. The movie frames all these interactions like I'm supposed to be on Mark's side, but I mean, the guy's like cheating on his fiance. The movie really just does not give you a good reason to dislike Mimi. Maybe if she was just like an awful person, you would sympathize with Mark more a little bit here. But I mean, what's the worst thing that she's done so far? Give Mark a stern look after he threw a hissy fit in front of the president? Yeah, okay, yeah, throw her in jail. Mimi happens to be standing in the bushes watching them make out, and then storms off without Mark noticing. Hey, quick.
Hey, hold on. That could mean a lot.
Editor's note, I just wanted to mention how much I love this little scene transition here where it just pans over from them making out to Mimi watching them from the bushes like a little gremlin. Like it just pans over and then the depth of field changes and she's just standing there like I don't know, man. I just love that. I had to add that in. The scene quickly cuts to General Garneau talking to another military official about how Mark's group made it through to Gaia and how they have to get moving before the situation gets worse. For some reason, they shot the scene with both of the characters standing behind a blurry wall. Why, man? Why do this? Just like that shot with Mark and Jack at the party that made the camera guy dizzy, it's just incredibly distracting. Mimi is so mad at Mark that she goes somewhere. I'm assuming this is back in the room she was at with Kobe. But that makes me ask the question.
Okay, if this doesn't get done, I'm gonna go look for like a Macross retrospective. I can't say the word. Basically, like a Robotech. I actually did say the word. Hold on, let me take this out of my ear. But yes, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at the I'm gonna look at Macross retrospectives before I head out, if there's one out that hopefully, I think I'm going to put this in wrong. This, whoa, does this even go? Where did I mess up? Oh, I messed up someplace with the hands. Doesn't even, okay, hold on, wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second, somewhere in the hands, I think I might have skipped a couple of steps. I'm going to go back a little bit. I think I might skip a step with the arms. Okay. What am I missing? Oh. B126. B226. Okay, I did miss something. Okay, something is missing. Okay, yep, I did. That's what I was like, why isn't the arms not? Figured it out. Oops. Alright, with that being said, let's keep going.
How the hell does Mimi gain access to Gaia's anti-air weaponry from her personal computer in her hotel room? It even asks her for an authorization input, and then she puts it in. How did she get that? How does she have that authorization? The whole point of the setting is that the space settlements are mostly independent from the Earth government, and Gaia is known to be a neutral settlement, or if not even an anti-Earth settlement. So why the fuck would Mimi have the authorization to get into their defense systems if she works for the Earth government?
What just happened?
And another related question, how in the world did she override the colony's control of the guns and other defenses? We see in Gaia's command center that its defense personnel have lost all control of the guns, which Mimi apparently did from her computer in her hotel room or something. I guess she's a super hacker. I don't know, man. Mimi has the guns fire on the orbiting congressional destroyer, and this is more than enough reason for the Earth government to launch a heavy mobile suit carrier towards Gaia. People begin evacuating the colony, and Mark goes back to the room to tell Mimi to get on a shuttle with him and leave. Mark sees that Mimi left the weapons control mechanism open on her computer, and the two have a big fight that culminates in Mark punching the keypad on the door, locking Mimi inside the room. An alarm then sounds, telling everyone to evacuate, and Mark just leaves. So not only did he cheat on his fiancée, he then locked her in a room and left her for dead. What a great guy. Mimi is able to break out and later fall through a ceiling.
Are you alright?
At this point, with a force of mobile suits bearing down upon them, Mark accepts the mantle of responsibility and takes command of Gaia's meager mobile suit corps, which is mostly made up of engineers, other civilians, and Dieter for some reason. Mark doesn't actually go out and fight it first, he just orders the others around from the command center until they all start dying, and he decides it's time to go and take the G-Savior out to fight. The battle between the Gaian forces and the Congressional Army is pretty unimpressive. Just like the scene in the debris field, all the suits seem like heavy but also weightless at the exact same time. And this movie's also really bad about showing the pilots inside the suits reacting to what's actually happening. Like in Gundam, a lot of times you have a cutaway to the pilots inside the suits being thrown around or something, and here it's like nothing. A suit will get hit by a rocket or a shot, and the pilot's just like, ow, oh no.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us for this year's Cloud Night. We believe that making AI helpful for everyone is the most important way we'll deliver on our mission in the next decade.
Okay.
At the very least, the sparse action in this show is more interesting than the terrible TV movie drama.
Really, Mark? Is that so?
Mark and Jack face each other, and I have to say I actually kind of like the design of Jack's suit. While the battle is happening, Mimi pulls off another feat of off-screen plot progression and meets General Garneau, who has just arrived on Gaia, telling the soldiers to put down their guns because she was the one who let them into the station. Again, I would really like to know how one unarmed person let an entire enemy ship into the colony, but okay. General Garneau finally confronts Dr. Graves, taking the sample and shooting Kobe in the process. Dr. Graves tells Garneau that he can't kill her because only she knows how to reproduce the work that resulted in the successful sample, and the general's like, haha, well, good thing I'm evil and just plan to destroy it because it's easier to control people when they don't have food. Which is something so evil that even Mimi objects to it right there in front of everyone. So why does the general hand the sample over to Mimi? Why wouldn't he just keep it? I swear to God, this movie is making me go insane. Mark wins his battle with Jack in a pretty uninspired beam saber fight. I mean, they kind of just stand still and swing at each other over and over. And all of a sudden, Jack's comrades are there to kill Mark. Oh no! But before any real tension can be built up, fucking Philippe shows up with another G-Savior-like suit, and then an entire army from the Illuminati? The general gets a report that the Illuminati force is over twice the size of the Congressional Army present at Gaia, so he decides to run away. Mimi has a last-second change of heart and gives the sample back to Cynthia, and then she boards the shuttle with General Garneau. The general decides it's a good tactic to steal a Gaian ship to flee the battle, but literally as soon as they get out of range of the fighting, a bunch of Congressional Army mobile suits come and blow the ship up, killing everyone on board, including Mimi. Good idea, General. I see now that you are a master tactician. The day is saved. Counselor Graves gives an emotional speech about the
fact that they're called the Illuminati, like, I don't trust them. I think they're the villains. I'm just going to put it out there. They're the villains. They're the bad guys.
Of Gaia, and acts way too hard for this movie. And Mark is offered a permanent position with the defense force of the newly founded Side 8. But there's still that issue of the murdered security guard back on Earth. So Mark decides to return to the planet and stand trial to clear his name. I guess I have to give G Savior props for actually like bringing that back up, because I figured the movie was just gonna forget about that completely. And that right there is how the movie ends. Mark doesn't know that Mimi is dead. In fact, I'm pretty sure he would still think that she's in that room that he locked her in. I can now say without the shadow of a doubt that G Savior is one of the worst pieces of Gundam franchise media that I've ever seen. And honestly, I had more fun writing the script than I did watching the movie. I think the main sin of G Savior is that it's just incredibly boring. I mean, yeah, the mobile suits are barely in it, and when they are, they don't exactly look impressive, but that would have been fine considering this movie is from the 90s if the core story had made any sense. As it is, G Savior is a boring, jumbled mess with the budget of a sci-fi channel movie you would stumble upon on a Sunday afternoon while flipping channels, and not one that you would linger on for long either. Luckily for everyone involved, Sunrise seems pretty okay with leaving this movie to rot and just sort of forgetting that it exists. Now, there was a PS2 video game that came out and continued the story, but just looking at the footage on YouTube, it does not appear to be an enjoyable experience. Some have asked me to take a look at it, but man, honestly, I don't know if even emulating it would be worth it. I guess let me know in the comments if you really want to see me slog through a bad PlayStation 2 game based on the worst mecha movie I've ever seen. Maybe I'll stream it if people want. I don't know.
G3rd becomes your baby from now on.
Next up in the Gundam retrospective is a little series called Gundam Sea, the first series to be fully digitally animated. So get ready as we prepare to go on an adventure with Space Jesus. See you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to today's end card. Wow, this one was a little bit different. That movie.
Alright, okay. After watching that, yeah, that was, I mean, not the video, but yeah, I watched that movie. That movie was bad. That movie was really bad. I don't even remember it. I don't even remember it. That's how bad it was. I literally wiped it from my mind because it was just that bad. It was really bad. It was really bad. Okay. Yep. All right. I'm gonna do C2 516. C2. There we go. Man, that's a lot to get done. Well, not really a lot. We're literally at the end. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can find something on Macross. And then after that, by that last video, we should be done. And then we should be done. And then after this one, we'll do stuff off topic. Well, next stream, but yeah. I think we get to one more retrospective.
Super Dimension Fortress Macross is single-handedly the most surprising anime I have watched since Saint Seiya, and we all know how much I loved Saint Seiya. The only thing I had.
Yeah, we're gonna finish up with this one. After this one, I think this should get us all the way out. She'll get us all the way to the end, and then we should be good. After that, I may go off brand a little bit. Well, not now, but I'm talking about the next time, next year, basically. But either way, let's go ahead and finish this up. Because I'm really ready to get done with this one.
Going for it really for me out of the gate was its release date, which is October 3rd, 1982. Now, I love anime from that time. You really never know what you're gonna get though. Usually it is delightful and campy, but rarely, I don't know, like genre defining. And don't get me wrong, there definitely are some out there, but you know, for the most part, it's kind of 80s entertainment. The other thing Macross had was a slew of pretty rad shoot 'em up games I've enjoyed throughout the years, but besides that, I knew it was a mech anime and an old one, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I am not a huge fan of mech or super robot subgenres. A lot of that is just happenstance. Those series tended to be on late at night in my formative years, and I personally think samurai and martial arts are cooler than OP destructive technology, and I think that's why G Gundam was so fun for me. It was a good mix of all of that, and we all know how I feel about G Gundam, my dudes. Anyway, looking into Macross was simply a curiosity for me, a, well, why not kind of moment. I do like to know my history at the very least, and this series is certainly influential and meant.
Did I not tell you? I said it. That's how you know. If you're a fan of G Gundam, you're not really a real mech fan. Not saying this person isn't, but I'm just saying, G Gundam tells you what kind of fan you are.
Mentioned a lot within what I would call second tier otaku circles. Basically, once you get over your shonen boner,
and not saying that you can't be fans of both. I mean, hey, like I said, I like both. Just to put that out there, I do. But I will say, Wing Gundam is probably between the two. Wing Gundam was more of my favorite than G Gundam. Because again, I had Dragon Ball Z. That's why. That's really what it was. It's just I had Dragon Ball Z. So either way, let's keep going.
Going to hear about Macross at some point, guaranteed. Unfortunately though, access to the series, its prequels, sequels, movies is highly restricted, i.e. it is difficult to come across, i.e. you know what you gotta do. And do what you absolutely should, because I cannot tell you how fast and how hard I fell in love with this series, and not just SDF, which is the first run and should definitely be where you start, but also the rest of Macross as well. Okay, except for Macross 7, look, I tried to love it. Like, I tried so hard, guys. Dude flies around in space fighting aliens with 80s Japanese glam rock while he pilots his mech with a guitar. I know that's...
I just want to stop this video right here. He is right. I watched all of 7. They have really cool designs, but oh, do I regret watching the entire 7. Oh, I regret that to this day. I really wish. There's so many other animes out there I wish I'd rather watch, but I wound up watching that one, and I really wish I didn't. I really wish that was the one that actually made me hate Macross. I ain't gonna lie.
Sounds like something I would love more than anything I've ever seen, but there was just something about it that turned me off. It's probably because the rest of the franchise isn't just funny, but it's also nuanced and really good. For some reason, 7 just did not hit that spot. The rest of it is amazing. So let's start at the beginning. This is Super Dimension Fortress Macross. Let's get into it. Hey everybody, it's that time of the video where I tell you why it's a really good idea to join the Bonsai Pop Patreon. I know I've said it a million times before, it's the best community on the web, especially if you're into video games or anime. Boom, cat in the window. We care about 2 things here: freedom of speech, right? YouTube, not big proponent of that. And obviously being able to put out more content has been a big issue that we've been wanting to deal with. Patreon allows us to do that with the ability to hire editors. So if you like this video, at the end, maybe watch another one. And if you kind of like what we're doing here, the only way that we can continue to do it is through Patreon support. YouTube, like, it's just, they don't like us. The other option, of course, if you're not into that, you know, like G Fuel, guys, like, it's a very important partnership with our channel. Our code is BPOP, BPOP. And right now, 30% off. So if you're into G Fuel, I definitely recommend the hydration formulas. Major hangover cure, let me tell you. Anyway, that's the gist. Thank you so much for giving me a little bit of your time, and on with the show. Bye.
Yeah.
First off, let's address the elephant in the room that I've been ignoring so far. This is Shoji Kawamori. Some of you guys have probably heard of him. If you haven't heard of him, have you heard of, I don't know, The Vision of Escaflowne? He created that. No? How about Eureka 7, Outlaw Star, Glass Fleet, Space Battleship Yamato, Ghost in the Shell? Maybe? I don't know. He created all the mech and ships designs for those series. Still no? Maybe you've heard of the Armored Core series by FromSoft. You know, the people who just put out Elden Ring. He made all the mechs for that series too. How about fucking Transformers, bro? Yeah, Kawamori-san's original Diaclone toy line became the Transformers, and this isn't even close to everything he's done, but the man is a legend and a genius when it comes to ships and mechanical design. He invented transforming robots. Super Dimension Fortress Macross is his first series. Oh, you're telling me that you thought the elephant in the room was Robotech? That's a whole different story. Well, kind of. Just know that the series Robotech, which is definitely more popular in the West, is a mix of Macross SDF, SDF Southern Cross, and a show called Genesis Climber Mospiata that were put together to make something people thought the West could handle at the time. And we'll probably talk about it in a future episode, so just hold tight. But the question now should be, okay, Kawamori-san can design a robot, but can he create a universe that inspires emotional investment? To that, I would say, does 8 different Macross series and a ton of movies over 34 years answer that question? And it all starts right here. Now, I've probably hyped this up to the point where you're expecting SDF to simply like melt your eyes out of your skull, and look, that's not going to happen. It's still old, maybe even a little primitive. I mean, there are many points where you can straight up see animation cells behind star overlays like being moved. Now, this does nothing to detract from the greatness, but there are certainly some visual wonks here and there, repeated animations, essentially very typical budgetary fudgery at work that plagued this era of anime. It's also very characteristic of the time period, so I felt right at home watching the show. I love that crap, as long as it isn't overdone, and SDF rides the line extremely well.
Another scorcher. Perfect weather. How a real hero fights. Observe my actions carefully.
But enough of this for now. Let's get into the meat, right? Something that got me right away is how Macross starts off by exposition dumping a fascinating story. In 1999, an alien ship the size of a city crashes to Earth, prompting a unification war, resulting in a globalized government. Like, okay, can I have that anime too? I mean, you want to go into some crazy aspects of the human condition, you dive into the existential threat of a hostile alien invasion and the need for humanity to come together as a whole in order to protect our species. Guys, that doesn't happen overnight. We can't even get Bob over here to get a fucking vaccine to protect himself, his family, his friends, and people with compromised immune systems. How do you plan to get that selfish asshole to work with the Chinese to protect not just himself, but, you know, Africa and the Middle East and all those scary Muslims and brown people from the aliens? Yeah, chew on that for a while. I mean, not to mention the religious upset something like this would cause. I mean, it would just be a really awesome anime. Give it to me. But no, Macross is just like, yeah, so that happened. And now there's a world government, but we also reverse engineered the ship and made it an Earth ship, and we named it Super Dimension Fortress 1 Macross. How badass is that? Enjoy the show. So here we are in the futuristic year of 2009. On launch day of the Macross, the government and military are together to celebrate the achievement. A young stunt pilot named Hikaru Ichijo is attending via request from his friend and senpai, Roy Fokker, yes I laughed, who happens to be a combat pilot for the UN Spacey. That's...
Yep, we are in the future right now. We are in the world where there's flying cars. I'm rocking, you know. My best friend is an alien. Like, I mean, again, I'm trying to save money to get me a brand new spaceship. One that does that with hydraulics, so I can, you know, have a good time in space. Whatever. let's just go.
It's the space arm of the military under the Earth Unified Government, and it's a great name. They should have called it the Kevon Spacey. Now, around this time, an alien force named the Zentradi has entered the solar system and identified the Macross as a battleship that was used by their old enemies, the Supervision Army. And we hear nothing else about them, but know that the Zentradi are kind of on a major genocide run when it comes to them, and we may discuss this series more in the future, and we'll get into that more then. Anyway, Fokker, go ahead and laugh, and Hikaru have one of many philosophical debates that happen in the show about the military during the ceremony. Fokker thinks that Hikaru should enlist, but the kid likes flying for flying, right? Not to do harm or kill, which makes sense. I mean, I imagine killing someone sucks. I know I've certainly worked to avoid doing so in my life successfully. So far. Anyway, the Zentradi interrupt the ceremony with an invasion causing major chaos and destruction to civilians and military alike, right? So Fokker takes off to go protect the world while Hikaru is just sitting in a brand new VF-1 Valkyrie fighter. However, the higher ups in the military mistake Hikaru for a soldier and set him to launch, which gets him caught up in the battle. Naturally, he's shot down, and during this fall, he's directed by Bridge Officer and Best Girl Misa Hayase to go to Configuration B, which causes his jet to transform, growing chicken legs and humanoid arms. And as his ship literally smashes through the city just full of people, the transformation completes, leaving him in a humanoid mech. And this is a Valkyrie. This is the flagship of the Macross series, a super versatile attack craft which goes from fighter jet to mech and also has an in-between stage. And it's not really stated, at least not in this series, but I think the idea is speed to combat transition. While all forms of the ship are super deadly, I mean, just look at this. There's like missiles flying out of this thing all over the place. I think you can get the most speed out of the jet and the most firepower out of the mech, and the Chicken Walker is a nice balance. Also, Star Fox totally stole that shit, 100%. Back to the story, Hikaru comes to a stop in front of a humble Chinese food restaurant, which is owned by the family of one Lin Minmei. She is immediately fascinated by the ship and its pilot. She's not even that mad when he falls face first into her home and almost...
I want to say this. Yeah, that's probably the one that I didn't like, but it grew on me. Especially if you... I recommend, if you can, if you really want to have a good... You should try to play the game on the PS2, because that game is good. So, either way.
Kills her and her family. Then Fokker arrives to give Hikaru a fix-up and a crash course in piloting the Valkyrie while citizens evacuate to their shelters. Minmei, however, gets caught up in the crossfire, leading to one of the most iconic rescue scenes in anime. The effort that was put into this animation, especially at the time and for a show that was syndicated for television, really sold me on it. So far, we're in episode 2. The music is great, the action and characters are great, but when I saw this, I knew I was really in for something. This showed how much care was put into it. So after her rescue, Hikaru is hit again by a Zentradi mech, and Minmei is knocked unconscious. And in a desperate attempt to defend her and his life, he fires on the Zentradi mech, which destroys it and severely injures the pilot, who then exits the craft, revealing that the Zentradi are giants and also aliens, but they look like people. The pilot stumbles towards Hikaru's Valkyrie, but is then turned into Swiss cheese by Fokker. It's really, really convenient. And this is the first death that Hikaru would witness, and he's all traumatized and stuff. He's taking it seriously. Now, while all this is going on, the Macross is desperately attempting its first launch during an invasion. Generally, we take this kind of technology for granted, but let's be real for a second. Getting a ship that big off the ground, let alone through the atmosphere, is crazy, even with alien technology. Nobody knows if the thing can even do it. However, the launch was a success, and now in the air and under heavy attack, Captain Bruno J. Global, who is not allowed to smoke on deck, issues the order to engage the fold system. Again, this is technology that people have not used before, at least not on the Macross scale from what I understand. And what the fold is it's like a kind of warp drive which has allowed advanced species to travel vast distances through the cosmos. Now, unfortunately, when the fold occurs, it also takes the entirety of South Eteria Island and all the citizens on it to Pluto. Basically creates this interdimensional wormhole bubble and just takes a giant chunk out of the planet. Now, luckily, the war shelters seem to work in space, so nobody insta-freezes and dies. Well, at least not anybody inside a shelter, but yeah, they're all rescued and placed aboard the Macross, where they go to work building a giant city-state inside of the ship itself. Meanwhile, Hikaru and Minmei are trapped well below deck in a giant ship alone. Now this is kind of where Macross begins to take shape as a series. This time alone with Hikaru and Minmay sparks the beginning of a long and convoluted romance between the two. The way I look at the series is characters first, romance second, robots third. And of course, philosophy and politics are all intermixed into it very well. It's to the point where different ideologies and opinions and desires aren't smashed into your face, but instead thoughtfully explored through the rest of the show from many angles. Even Minmay's creepy anti-war cousin who comes in later like a bull in a china shop has a little bit of nuance. Regardless, obviously, Minmay and Hikaru find their way above deck just as they're about to starve to death and rejoin the citizens.
I hit the wrong thing. I meant to mute it. I didn't mean to pause. But we keep going. Because, yeah, this is good. Whew. And plus, we're almost done, though.
Of the Macross, and from there the long journey back to Earth commences as the Macross is constantly harried by the Zentradi. So let's talk about them for a bit because they're wild. These giants are a warrior race. In fact, that's literally all they do is destroy other species. However, they have some issues with humans due to their potential for being the fabled and feared protoculture. Now, this isn't super well explained in SDF, but the protoculture is the progenitor species of both the Zentradi and humans, right? So there's a lot of backstory there, like 450,000 years worth of backstory, but basically just know that the Zentradi are a rebel faction of the protoculture that broke off a long time ago and became giants out of choice. They became warriors based on the idea that it is the nature of life to wage war, or at least the true nature of the protoculture that they originally came from. It's a little complicated. But these guys, they don't get it on. In fact, the men and women of the species stay mostly separate from each other and they reproduce inorganically. I'm not sure if it's cloning or like test tubing, but the fucking ain't happening, dude. The protoculture is presumed extinct at this point. However, the humans seem to exhibit alarming characteristics of it, which scares the shit out of the Zentradi. This leads to them working more to intimidate the Macross and spy on the activities of its civilians instead of just easily wiping it off the face of existence. I mean, these guys, they have way more than enough firepower to take this ship out, and they're just like, they're taking losses too. Like, it's crazy. Like, Macross does this like Macross punch thing. I mean, dude, people are dying, and that's interesting too because you get different factions within the Zentradi that want to do different things. Some of them just want to wipe out the humans. Some of them are interested in the humans. Some of them are scared of the humans. But it is the prime law of the Zentradi not to engage with the protoculture. Now, as the Macross makes its way home, the main cast of characters drastically changes. And by that, I mean they grow as characters. Of course, some new people are added in, some people, die. But Hikaru eventually decides to join the military in order to protect the Macross, but mostly because Minmay thinks that he should, and he wants to impress her. Meanwhile, Minmay decides to follow her dream of being an idol and becomes the official voice of the people of Macross. And this is another really important part of the series, is music. It's very clear within the series that
So I don't know if you noticed something about me, but have you noticed how I said I cannot get through Gundam. I just can't do it. I tried it. It's just too old. But I'm able to get through Macross. I don't know if anybody caught that. But yes, I can. Macross to me, I don't know why. Never really looked into it, but yes, I am way more of a fan of Macross. Well, okay, that's not true. It depends on what we're talking about. But yes, I could get through Macross way better than I can get through the original Gundam. So yeah, that tells you something about how good Macross story is. It's a really great story. I actually do recommend because it has it's a really good story. The only reason why I even got to finish the entire series because my friend had the box collection at the time and he let me borrow it. But yeah, I watched the entire thing. Actually, I think this is one of the few animes in my life that I watch more than once. Because normally I don't watch more than... I usually don't watch a series more than once, but this is the first time where I watched an anime series more than once. And Macross was the one only few I've done it with. I haven't done it with too many, but Macross was one of the few. Oh, hold on. I think we're about done. I think we're almost done.
Creators believe that music is the universal language, and this is something that is used throughout every single iteration of Macross. And by universal language, that means, you know, even if you can't understand what somebody is saying, you can understand the emotions that they're trying to put through with the sound of music. Now, while she's off doing her thing and Hikaru's off doing his thing, they do grow increasingly farther apart. Their lives are taking them in separate directions. However, their achievements and exploits are constantly broadcast to each other, so they're always kind of on each other's minds. Meanwhile, the hard-ass Misa Hayase begins to soften up thanks to Hikaru, because at first the two deeply resent each other. The militaristic ideal of jump when I say jump just doesn't really sit right with Hikaru, but after becoming a war hero, gaining his own seniority and fighters to look after, and having responsibility put on him, I think he begins to understand the difficult position of making choices that involve people's lives, the kind of choices that Miss Hayase has to make all the time. And Minmei becoming the spirit of the cross takes a major toll on her and her freedom. She's got this agent that's always up her butt, she never gets to sleep. However, let me just say, her bops are bopping as fuck, dude. I will forever have my boyfriend as a piloto living in my head rent free for the rest of my life, dude. I swear to God.
But I can't show it to you because Japan is fucking psychotic.
Also, Zentradi, her music is being broadcast to them as well, and this has been happening since she won the Miss Macross pageant. Honestly, it's a pretty funny series of developments. When the Zentradi soldiers see Minmei in a bathing suit, they get a funny feeling and start freaking out about the proto-culture. The music does the same thing. This idea of fun and love begins to infect the Zentradi force, causing major issues. At one point, Hayase, Hikaru, and one of Hikaru's subordinates are captured and transported to the Zentradi mothership, and Hayase and Hikaru are forced to kiss in front of their leader. Like, I don't know, like something like a weird little kid would make you and your boyfriend or girlfriend do. And they all freak out because of the tingles they get in their dingles from witnessing it. So whenever you hear some weeb talking about culture, like, this is actually where that came from. Like Macross literally invented that. Really, without spoiling things, I mean, what else can I say? The characters are lovable. I'm a major Hayase stan. The music is great. It has all the 80s drip. The battles are bombastic and very frequent. The action comes all the time. There's fucking missiles flying all over the place. Ships blowing up. There's even Zentradi you end up really liking. There's levity when it's needed. Sometimes the show can just be a day in the life of X character. It really takes no effort to get emotionally invested in it. I mean, it's a really good show that stands up to the test of time. And now that I have you all loosened up, let's discuss why we're talking about Macross, because this wasn't supposed to be our next video. We were halfway done with A Night on the Galactic Railroad script when we decided to shift course. Macross was in the works, but we moved it up, mostly because we didn't feel like it was a good time to talk about existential terror. Now, thematically, there is a lot going on in Super Dimension Fortress Macross. I mean, take your pick, really. There's shots fired at culture shock, coming of age, nostalgia traps, capitalism, war. There's questions about why we fight and what we fight for, what reasons are right and which are wrong. Now, in the last 100 years or so, there's been enough strife on this planet that it would take multiple lifetimes to simply educate yourself on all of it, okay? Life is hard and it is complicated, and right now, especially so. In America, freedoms and rights are being taken away. The right to eat us the fetus, my dudes. The right to educate people on institutional racism and homosexuality. The right to voting access. For a lot of people, their rights to simply exist.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I ended it. Not a bad. I'll probably watch the rest. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, duh. Oh, yeah, I see what I did. Do I even need to do that? Okay, question. Just a real quick question. I want to see what that looks like. Is it supposed to come out? Oh, I guess it is supposed to come out. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to come out. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to come out. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it is supposed to go up here. Okay, so yeah Oh, yep. It's supposed to be up here. Okay, and then let me do this one. Oh. Come on. Get up. Get up. What's the episode? Oh, oops. Hold on. Let me look at it one time. Wait a second. Hold on. I want to look at it and make sure it's right. Okay, I put it on backwards. That's the problem. Oh no, come on, Rick. No, is it backwards? It's right. No, I think it's backwards. I think it's supposed to go on this way. Yep. Alright, there we go. Alright, that's the problem. It's backwards. Alright. And we finished. We finished the entire thing, sort of. So, we're pretty much done. I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Let me close this out. Where you at? There you are. All right. And that is it. We are done with our final build for the final build for the year. This is it. And I know it's not in the robo mode, but you will see that when the short comes out. When that short's coming out, I don't know. I gotta go down and shoot it now. So I actually got 2 to get done. I gotta do multiple shots now. So yeah, just I'll show you. This is it. As you see. So this is going to be how to be shot, and then oh, come on. Come on. There we go. See, this is the guy. This is AZ. So yeah. So that's it. So with that being said, since this is my last live stream, I'll probably come back next year with a new one. But oh man, I gotta get off this chair because this chair is killing my back right now. I ain't gonna lie. I need to get a more comfortable chair. Anyways, okay, I don't know where the plastic is for this, but it's fine. For anybody showed up, checked it out, I want to thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed me reacting to different videos. Next time I do one of these, I'm probably definitely gonna go more off. Well, with reaction, I'm definitely gonna go off the beaten path. But I wanted to make sure to keep these, since this is my first time doing it, first time trying it. As you see, I still got beam sabers that I need to put on, which I'm not going to do that right now. Actually, you know what? Speaking of that, beam sabers. Hold on. Let me look into that real quick before I move forward. Because this has a... What do I do with those? That's the one thing I didn't look into. Oh, okay, I think those are extra. Heck yeah. Okay, this just has extra. So I wish some of these would come with extra hands. That would be beneficial. Okay, cool. Alright. So, Yep. Okay, we got it. We're done for the most part outside of the transformation. So I'm going to go ahead and go film that. And then after I film it, I'm going to go ahead and build this all up. And you're going to be able to see the entire thing. So I love when these come with extra parts. You see, I didn't even use them all. I love when these come with extra parts. I love it. But anyways, yeah, that's it for the rest of the year. I would say stay tuned in January. Woo. Stay tuned in January. I will have an oh, where's the plastic? I gotta find the plastic to this. But in January, I will have a channel update, and I will let you know what's going on with the channel, what's going on with the live stream, and what the future plans are. Also, stay tuned for the rest of the year because, again, these will become shorts, and that's when you will see these built up. Same thing with the Gymnast that you have seen it. I didn't put that together. You will see that in the shorts. So, you know, I gotta give you something to look forward to. But beyond that, you know, I'm very happy with what I did. I'm happy I got the setup good and well. This was fun to try out. I appreciate the people who came on and talked and had a conversation with me and sat down and just talked about nerd stuff and Gundam and all that stuff. So, wanted to make sure that, hey, if any of y'all want to talk about this stuff, this is the place to come. You're totally welcome to. But I don't have too much to say, but I just want to say happy holidays, depending on what you celebrate. I'm not going to go through the list because I know people celebrate or don't celebrate different things. So, but yeah, this is it for the live stream, at least on... This is it for the live stream on this channel. Because I got other things to work on. Because now, after I get done with this, I actually got to work on another channel and get that knocked out. So, that's another thing I got to do. So, my fault. I know you can't hear me. But basically, now that I'm done, I got to work on another channel. And that's why this was supposed to be done today. But now I'm going to have to crunch to get that done. But it's fine. I mean, I got pretty far. But either or, you know, this was great. I was happy to do it. I was happy to go ahead and, you know, come in and live stream and try this out. I'm very happy that I did it. I'm happy what this came up. I'm happy how this came out. This actually looks really cool. I'm not gonna lie. As I always said, Zeta has some of the best. Some of the best flight forms. I don't know if I'm gonna keep. I may actually have to keep this in robo mode because I don't have room. I already have 2 flight modes at the bottom. So, but yeah, that's the other thing. I'm running out of room. So, you know, I'll address all that stuff in the channel update. So just stay tuned for that. That's gonna come out in January for sure. But you're still gonna get gameplay. I still have some gameplay coming up. I mean, you saw a preview of it of the Gundam. What's it? Gundam Max Boost on. I think that's coming up. The other one, well, I mean, if you were on the last stream, I finished up Gundam Breaker 3, so that's done. So that footage, that gameplay is gonna be coming out. I still am working on Final Fantasy 7. If you want to see that gameplay, and yeah, I had some ideas for what to do. But again, I'm gonna update y'all and get that all together and put that video out in January. So stay tuned for that. With that being said, I want to thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for checking me out. And yeah, and again, I will see you in New Year's. So happy New Year's and happy holidays and have a good one. I'll see y'all next year. Well, you'll see more videos from me, but you won't see this. You won't see me live streaming until next year. So, like I said, I'll see y'all next year. Have a good one. Oh, and also, if anybody came in, let me know what you think about this too. All right, gone.